For the first time ever, two other creators will be joining Dad and I to take us on in a four-way rebuild. And it's a Premier League battle with four of the biggest six sides, with Dad taking over at Spurs and myself becoming the manager of Arsenal. We welcome our first challenger, Big Robble14, as he takes on the reins at Manchester United, where our second challenger, Aaron Hunt, will join us as the manager of Chelsea. And for this fatal four-way challenge across 5 seasons, we have switched up the point system to allow for some extra points to be won, seeing as the stakes are much higher. Because we have also added extra points for each season, based on where you finish out of the 4 teams we are using. So strap in for what is an absolute roller coaster of a versus rebuild, as Big Robble14 and Aaron Hunt join Dad and I for the first ever fatal 4-way battle across 5 seasons on Football Manager. Yes, today it's the first ever 4-way rebuild. We've done 3 ways, Dad. Yeah. That's weird. But today we've invited 2 guests on the channel
Looking
to
forward
take
to
us on.
2 great guys as well.
Yeah, and we're in the Premier League. So first off, we've got Big Robble14. Welcome, mate.
Ruben Robberim is here. Time to win some trophies.
Of course, you're being the Manchester United manager as well. That just makes sense. I'll let you have that one. I'm taking Dad's favourite team, Arsenal. So there we go. And we have Aaron Hunt. Welcome to the channel.
Thank you for having me, mate. It's a pleasure to be on. Love watching these, so it's good to be on one.
Yeah, you're actually the owner of a football club.
Yeah, I am. On a much smaller scale than this, but yeah.
One day, mate, we'll be doing rebuilds of Daisy Hill.
Yeah, let's
in
get
the
it
Premier
done.
League.
Let's get it done next season. Let's see
Up
it.
the cutters. Let's kick things off then. Season number 1, lads. We've all got some decent sides in the Premier League. We all actually had a bit of budget as well. We'll start off with the Arsenal. I brought in 1 player at the start of the season. That is Dusan Vlahovic. £106 million. They have a bit of a budget, but with some instalments, we're bringing in Dusan because, as everybody knows, Arsenal need a striker. And the only person who doesn't know that is Arteta.
Yeah.
So I'm bringing in Vlahovic to kick things off with a very standard 4-2-3-1. Locking in Saka on the right-hand side as well, because for some reason they think it's a good idea to play Raheem Sterling. But I think Saka on that right with Vlahovic up front, that is the way to go for the start of the season. Over to Dad, and you've actually spent a little bit more money.
Yeah,
but you have sold a couple of players as well.
Yeah.
Got some wages off the books.
I got rid of 1 goalkeeper and got another goalkeeper in, but you know me.
I mean, no shock.
Yeah.
Not one person in this call or watching at home is shocked. And of course, the goalkeeper you've brought in.
And we all knew which one it was going to be as well,
Yeah,
didn't we? Yeah, of
yeah.
course it is. If I got the money to get him, I'll bring him in straight away. So yeah, and I went for a surprise striker. I wondered whether I sort of sold a few players to make sure I could get him. I wanted to get him in.
Alexander Isak.
Yeah, I just think he'll fit perfectly in the Spurs sort of team. So that's the boy I've gone for.
Well, he wouldn't say that. I very much doubt he'd want to do that.
I don't think he would actually come to Spurs if he had the choice.
God, no. I don't know why anybody would. Tactically, Dad, you've gone for a 4-2-2.
Yeah.
Kind of offset.
I don't want to use the wingers. I don't. Spurs not very good with the wingers. So I want 2 up front. That's the 2 up. The Son up there and Madison and Kuszewski in the middle.
Yeah.
Having a go. So and the 2 centre defenders I've got, they're big guys. So I'm happy with that as well.
Van der Ven on a cover, using his pace.
Yeah.
He's quick.
Yeah.
The lad is quick. 19 for pace. Over to the boys. Aaron, talk to me. Chelsea is the team. We actually did, to pick the teams, it made sense for Robbo to be Manchester United. It made sense for Dad to be Spurs. And then me and you were kind of like, who wants to be who?
We just flipped a coin, didn't we? Flipped a coin on WhatsApp. I said, do you want heads or tails?
You ended up with Chelsea.
I ended up with Chelsea.
Speak me through your transfers.
I've got about 5 million players here already here. As you can see, the transfers out, like, it's an absolute joke, the amount of bodies that they had. But I've brought in I like a big man up front. You'll learn this as we go through the rebuild. I love having a big man up front. So we brought in Dominic Calvert-Lewin and a new left back as well, Estepinian, because I just think he's a quality player and it's what I wanted. I like a wing back who can go forward and put balls in the box for the big man. Very much Brexit football, to be honest. There's not enough of it in the game anymore.
I agree.
Tactically, I'm going for also like a 4-2-2 offset sort of situation. Attacking wing-backs, locking in Caicedo back there, Neto and Palmer. I'm just hoping Palmer can become an absolute beast, to be honest. He's quality in real life. I don't think it reflects in the game much, but hopefully,
right,
give him enough football. He'll show us what he can do. Target forward and advance forward up front. Let's make stuff happen. This is the way I want to play. Hopefully the boys can do me a job.
Well, there we go. Right, over to Robbo with Robber, and we know
Yes.
what the tactics coming, but talk to us through transfers.
Well, transfers, obviously, Man United have a League 2 level squad at the moment, so there is going to be a lot of transfers coming in. The first one that we did bring in was Vitinha from PSG. I do love watching this guy in real life as well, technically, mentally, physically. He's a great player, dictates tempo, so we brought him in for a CDM position. We've also brought in Nico Schlotterbeck, who's a left-sided defender who we all know are really hard to find on the game. Left-footed, good ball-playing defenders. So he's come in. He looks absolutely amazing. We've also brought in Dybala as well. 10 mil release clause, signing of the season, already in Season 1. What a player. Left-footed, tries killer balls. Great finisher as well. He's going to be a real threat in my Robbering system. And then we've got Reguera to play left wing-back. Of course, Luke Shaw is injured. You've also got Lisandro Martinez, who's injured. So we've had to bring in some cover on that left-hand side. He's a great cross of the ball and also very physical. If we go over to the tactic, of course, we have the world-renowned best tactic in the world, robbering ball. We've put the robbering ball in. We've got the three at the back. We've got the defensive wingers who were inspired by you and Megaluk, I'm not going to lie, but I've adapted them to make them a robbering way. We've got the 2 10s behind Højlund. We're locking Højlund in up front. If I can get Højlund to score more than 10 Premier League goals, I think I have done my job as a manager and overachieved. But yeah, I'm looking to win 5 out of 5 trophies in the first season. Nothing less.
Yeah, understandably. Now, you mentioned getting that many goals with Højlund. He's got 3 already, because if we start off with your schedule, you have started off quite well. You lost the Charity Shield, a first game of the season lost to Brentford, and you think, uh-oh, that's 2 in a row. But then get a nice little victory against 10-men Villa with Højlund scoring at Old Trafford. Then he bags 2 away to Palace.
I mean, I've beat 2 world-class teams already, and the league is looking in fear of the robbering ball. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, you're also in Europa League. Now, we're still using the old style of Europa League. So you got Sociedad Brest. Everybody loves Brest. Yeah, big fan of that. Hopefully you can get on top of them this season. Midtjylland's in there as well. So I expect that you should be able to progress through that. That is a competition that really you should be putting a stamp on because, of course, we know the point system, although it has slightly changed, I'll explain that again in a sec, it's the big 5 points for a European competition, which is Europa or Europa Conference League. So that's definitely something to be looking into.
Yeah.
Aaron, let's have a look at your schedule, mate. Weirdly, none of us have played against each other at the start of the season.
Do you know what? I like that, though. I like that.
That's true. Keeps it a bit of a mystery. Yeah, absolutely. But you've had a cracking start to the season because you've actually won every single game so far, including the qualifications for Europe yourself.
Yeah.
Beaten West Ham, Wolves, and Leicester City.
I'm fancying myself in that Conference League, to be honest. It is a bunch of farmers. So if I'm not winning that, then you've got to be looking at me as a manager, aren't you?
I don't know, mate. St Mirren, Banneker Strava, and Shamrock Rovers.
Well, I didn't know St Mirren was in it. I didn't know they was in it.
Yeah, that's going to cause you some trouble there. Dad, your fixtures at the start of the season. You got a draw at Everton. Away to Everton.
With that one, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, good win at Brighton. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
And that's just stuff Fulham. So.
Well, I will say you haven't conceded a goal yet.
Yeah, so my defence. I mean, I know I've got a good defence anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with that at the moment. I'm a bit disappointed I didn't score against Everton, but. All right, I'll take that.
Yeah.
2 good wins.
What I've noticed as well is a lot of us are playing a tricky game next. Like, you've got Man City in the upcoming game. I think both the other lads had a tricky fixture.
I've got Liverpool.
Yeah, I've got Newcastle away.
So there we go. There's some more games coming up. Now, my schedule, I'm actually top of the league. I've had a very easy start, and my next 2 fixtures aren't too bad either. I don't think I'll play a really difficult team until the end of October, where I have Liverpool, Man United, and Chelsea all in 3 games in a row.
That's when your season falls off a cliff then.
I'm going to get a bit of false sense of security because I've got Southampton 4-0, Leicester 1-0, which is not great really, and Wolves 5-0. So I haven't conceded a goal. It does sit me top of the league at the minute, but again, I haven't played anybody who I think should be a bit of a challenge. So it's going to be quite interesting at the start of the season. As I mentioned, the points is going to change ever so slightly because what we wanted to do was introduce the points to have whoever finishes highest out of the 4 of us, and that counts whether we win the league or not. Whoever does finish highest gets 3 points, second gets 2, third place gets 1, and if you finish 4th out of 4, you don't get any points because why would we reward you for finishing last? Doesn't make sense. Now, Champions League is 10 points. We've got the Europa Conference League and Europa League itself, which is 5 points, but we've bumped up the Premier League because a lot of people always complain, Dad, as you know in the comments, why'd you get more points winning Europa League instead of the Premier League? That makes no sense. So we listened to you here. We're giving more points for the Premier League on this occasion. The domestic cups, so they stay the same, 3 points a pop. But if you knock somebody out of that, you get a point for winning it, because we get points for beating each other, as well as a point for knocking them out. Doesn't count in finals, but you get the win, obviously, for beating them in the final. I think I've covered all the points.
I think you have.
Let's get season number 1 underway and see what happens.
Good luck, lads.
Well, season number 1
Get on,
is
you Spurs!
unbelievable for Dad, but you have to scroll
Come on.
very far down the page to see Robbo's
Has he still got a job? Has he still got a job?
Down where?
It's an overachievement.
To be fair, I would take 12 for this point for Man United.
Exactly.
You're right.
You threw me in the United team. No Mainu, no Martinez, Rashford out on loan. And I've overachieved by finishing second in the bottom half. I've had a great
Yeah,
season.
I agree. I mean, look at those wins as well. 12 wins. Mm-hmm. That's
Yep.
some achievement.
Scoring loads of goals as well. Only a -8 goal
Unbelievable.
difference.
That might be a bigger achievement than Dad winning with Spurs.
No, I think it is.
Come
What was
on.
it, what was it with Hoyland? 27
Hey,
goals in one season.
If you look where Spurs are at this present moment, I'm down with United as well, aren't I? So that's an overachievement. I got Manager of the Year for this.
Yeah, that is absolutely outstanding. Let's have a deeper look into it. Now, Dad, you lost 5 games across the season. Arsenal was one of the games, so I do pick up a point for that. Of course, you get your 3 points plus winning the actual league, so
Yeah.
that's straight off the bat, you get 9. But Liverpool finished in second place, just a point behind you. So done very well to keep them off. They actually drew at the
Drew
end
the
of the
last
season.
game, so ooh.
Yeah, and you beat them at 1.2 towards the end of the season. Arsenal, which is my team, down in third. By the looks of it, a loss to both Chelsea and Manchester United. So both you pick up points there, Aaron and Robbo,
Yeah, we
but
don't mind
Dad
that.
doesn't get any points there. That's because I drew against him as well. So I was unbeaten against Dad. The 8 games that Chelsea lost, 1 was against Tottenham, 1 was against Arsenal, 5-0,
5-0.
3-0. And Man United, I mean, there's 15 losses. We're not going to see all of them by the looks of it, but
7-0.
There's no need to throw that in there, by the way. We're not going to see all of them. That's crazy.
I think you can only see 10 of them.
We could probably see all his wins, though.
I should get an extra point for that.
Onto the profile of the league. The top scorer was actually Vlahovic with 33 goals. You got Erling Haaland in there, and Nkunku, Isak, and Hoyland with 19.
Get
Ooh,
in.
that's good. He's achieved what he wanted.
There we go.
Overachievement.
We've actually all got a player in that goal scoring player statistics, so that's not too bad either. Average rating is kind of dominated by the North London clubs in our situation.
What a signing for a goalkeeper there.
Yeah, Rashford's also there, so you'll
Yeah.
be getting him back next season, Robbo. So that's an extra body.
Be useful.
David Reyes there with only 1 behind, so that's not too bad. Assist-wise, Bukayo Saka with 15, Cole Palmer with 13. So
United was
very
top
good.
of average attendance, though, so at least there was a lot of people watching the show.
Hey, look, I bring entertainment back to Old Trafford. That's all it was about, getting the fans on board.
cracking. Now, if I'm just having a brief look at the past positions just to see how it played out. By the looks of it, when I dropped off, I fell down to 3rd, and then it was me and Aaron just battling it out for ages between 3rd and 4th
proper
and
scrap.
4th and 5th. Legit, 2nd and 3rd and 3rd and 4th actually, and Dad and Liverpool just kind of had their own little battle at the top, and then there was Robbo down in mid-table.
Mate, I was
fighting his
second
own
in the bottom
battles.
half. I was the second in bottom half for weeks and weeks, and then just fell off at the end. It's
Could have
unlucky.
been runners-up. Right, let's have a look at the competitions. Now remember, if you get knocked out by one of us, then it's another point to that person, as well as if they beat you in that. So if it's on penalties, you don't, but if they beat you, it's another point as well. We're having a look at Arsenal's competitions, and I didn't win anything, but I'm very disappointed to see I was 1 knocked out by Tottenham Hotspur in the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, and I was also eliminated by Celtic in the Champions League, which is quite poor.
It's a rough one, that.
I'll take Southampton knocking me out in the 3rd round of the Carabao Cup, because that doesn't give you guys any points. That's great. I won't click on the
Definitely in
quarterfinal.
the semi-final.
Yes, you're in the semi. Now, we'll go over to Dad's competition page and see if he's won anything else. And it is a no. However, there's a Carabao Cup runners-up position there. Somebody else has won it. There's also Chelsea in the FA Cup final, because, Aaron, your Chelsea side is knocked out of the FA Cup.
Getting
in the
back for that
semi-final
5-0 loss
stage.
in the league.
That's it, yeah. Which one would you rather have won?
I'll take
That's
the one that gives
question.
me a point, to be honest, knocking him out the cup.
Exactly. Yeah. Right, let's have a look at the runners-up, because it could tell us the winner at the same time. It was not. It was Manchester City. So nobody out of us lot has won the Carabao Cup. But this is what makes this four-way rebuild quite fun, is there's Man City and Liverpool. That's going to cause us a lot of trouble, I think. Aaron, let's have a look at your competition page and see if you've won anything else.
The Tin Pot European Cup. I'll take it.
Yeah. It's really unlucky. You are actually really close with a treble because
Yeah,
the
I
semi-final against Manchester City as well. FA Cup runners-up.
1-0 loss
Liverpool.
against Liverpool in the FA Cup final.
And then we got the Europa Conference League. We thought you should win it. You took Applewell to extra time and managed to pinch a winner.
And then, you know that Carabao Cup as well? I only lost in the semi-final on penalties in that one. So it was very nearly me and Dad in the final of that. I'm just going to call you Dad as well. Is that all right? I can't...
Yeah, that's fine with me,
Yeah,
Aaron. I've been called worse.
But yeah, it's not a bad season. Not a bad season. I'll take that. There's a lot of positives to take there to build on.
Yeah, you get some points for beating people, but you also get that 5 crucial points for the Europa Conference League.
Yeah,
there.
that's it.
You almost had an extra 3 for the FA Cup. But
Almost.
Hey, you got elimination points. That's
Yeah.
good. Robbo, can you salvage this season with anything, mate?
I was knocked out by Sporting Club de Portugal, in the Europa
Yeah.
League. They gave Man United Ronaldo and Bruno, so I'm just giving something back to them.
And Amarin.
And Amarim, Ruben Robberim this time in 12th, but knocked out in the 4th round by Fulham as well in the FA Cup. That is just, that's dismal. And then in the Carabao, already knocked out by Chelsea in the quarter.
Hey! Come
2
on.
extra points for Aaron there. So, Aaron, you actually picked up quite a few points here.
It's not worked
from
out a bad
not
season,
winning
really.
the titles. Yeah. Which is going to be quite interesting when we have a look at the points. Now, we won't go over player statistics too much because I don't think there's a lot really. It will be here forever. But Rasmus Højlund was Manchester United's top scorer. We have 38 goals for Dusan Vlahovic, which is great. For the Spurs side, the champions of England, Alexander Isak. What a signing, Dad. You were right. 36 goals
Good
there.
striker and a good goalkeeper.
Yeah, and for the Chelsea side, 40 goals from Christopher Nkunku.
10 assists,
which,
50
mustn't
goal
it?
involvements from Nkunku
Yeah.
there. I'm happy with that.
Transfer budgets for next season, £60 million for Aaron, but you've got a bit of a wage budget issue. And of course, you've got about 50 players coming back from loan.
Yeah, I have.
Arsenal's got £72 million with a big wage budget. Dad, you've got £56 million with a nice little wage budget. Can Robbo salvage season 2? Well, he's got £81 million with a bit of wage budget minus as well.
It can't go much
So-
worse, can it? Let's be honest. I mean, if it got
No,
much
it
worse, I think we'd be in the job centre, wouldn't we? So
Yeah.
let's have a clean slate next year.
Right, well, that's season 1 done. Let's have a quick look at the points. Season 1 points then is Omega Luke with 5, Dad with 13, Aaron with 12, and Robbo with 1. Right, season number 2 then, Dad. We'll start with you as the
Champion.
leader of this. Yeah. Only just by a point, though. It's
I know.
quite
How
surprising.
did Aaron get that close to me? We're not winning anything.
We did say all those little cup wins,
Yeah.
they do add up, and that's why we got the points tally there. £179 million on the outs,
Yeah.
with £103 million being Heung-min
Well,
Son.
They come for. They kept on sort
You
of
ain't
coming
gonna
for
turn
a
that
deal, and when they come for 100 million, I thought I ain't turning that down for a 32-year-old.
Yeah.
Why would I do that?
Because you replaced him quite well,
Yeah.
and for half the price almost,
Yeah.
for Rafael Leao.
Yeah,
So,
another good sort of striker that can play left wing as well. So yeah, I got him in.
Nice
But I think the
replacement.
other two signings, I think, are better signings. Really, 2 really good midfielders, 1 an attacking midfielder.
Yeah,
I mean,
Florian Wirtz.
this guy's always good at having your team, and
Yeah, he's mustard. And he only gets better as well.
yeah.
as
So
things
I
go
felt
on.
I've improved my sort of attacking formation really. So,
Yeah. Well, you say formation. Is that because you've changed tactic?
No.
In a way, no.
No.
I think a couple of roles look like they might
Yeah.
be different, but I don't think you have. Now, sticking with obviously the tactic that maybe won you the league with a few slight little tweaks.
I mean,
There's actually there's more signings. I'm sorry, we've missed a transfer from you as well, because you also got Victor Gyökeres.
Yes.
So there's actually 2 great strikers.
I've just got another striker in because sort of like what I'm like further down the line. If I don't start performing, I'll change my formation, and I do like to go.
Yeah, to you know what? It's like Voldemort on this. You can't mention him until like the 3rd season.
I've got some good strikers in now, so I'm sort of happy with that sort of formation now. Madison's the one that sort of drops out on that, but I can handle
And
that.
Alexander Isak,
Yeah.
who was the top scorer of your side last year.
Well,
He's dropped down to the bench.
I'll let them fight it out, but I don't think Maddison will get into the team in that sort of attacking midfield area.
Right, okay. Over to Arsenal then. My transfer budget was obviously quite good as well, but I also sold £87 million worth of players there and 148 there. So a couple of... Actually, I don't think any was on that year. But yeah, it was, because the £53 million was Thomas Partey and Kai Havertz, 34 and 53. Then there was another 148 because Gabriel Jesus left for £77 million, which was the main crux of that, was Zinchenko going as well. I think I've replaced him quite well because I think what was missing in this side was a really good left back and a better goalkeeper, and I did that straight away. That was my two priorities. Gregor Cabal from Dortmund there, and Nuno Mendes. I very rarely sign Nuno Mendes, but I always have a look and see if he's available. And this season he was for £95 million. But another £253 million came in. We got Warren Zaire-Emery from PSG for he's only 18, but stupid good player for £60 million. Antonio Silva, or Tony Smith as you call him, Dad.
One of my favourites, yeah.
Tony Smith comes in from Benfica, £52 million. Vanderson at right back, £64 million. And Leroy Sané, giving Leroy Sané another opportunity in the Premier League for £77 million. Now, tactically, I've tweaked it ever so slightly, and I've changed from a 4-2-3-1 to a 4-4-3 or 4-3-3. Zaire-Emery locking him into that centre midfield on attack. Tony Silva or Tony Smith locking him into that left-sided centre back. Right, boys. Aaron, let's go to you first, mate.
Right, so I've took a little bit of inspiration from Dad there winning the league, and I've brought in a goalkeeper as well. I've brought in James Trafford, ex-Bolton Wanderers player. I'm not that happy with what's the other guy called, Sanchez, the goalie at Chelsea. He just doesn't really impress me. So I've gone for Trafford. He's big. He's 6'6". I think there's a lot of growth in him over the next 4 years. So he's going to be my goalie now for the rest of the rebuild. And I've also brought in Diomande for £64 million. Now, I hope the FFP people are not watching because there's been a few installments here. But you've got to do what you've got to do. I'm hoping to get a bit of success this season, and that's how we'll pay the installments part. But he's a quality centre half. Improve the spine of the team. We've got the goals up front. The wing backs are getting the assists. That's what I want to do, get the spine sorted. But we did sell a lot as well. 160 million went out. I had a big sale. Brozier, Chalobah, Chilwell, Jorgensen, Mudryk. I've been shifting out as many as I can. And you can see there that I've brought another couple of centre midfielders in. Schuameni, 150 mil, and Xavi Simmons for 78 mil. So I really do want to get that spine of the team solid, get them playing, and everything else will click into place. Tactically, nothing's changed. I've gone exactly the same, but it's just the personnel. A couple of role changes, but yeah, it's just the personnel that's changed. Trafford is going to be locked in the net just in case it tries putting that other goalie in. And Neto, I'm sticking with Neto there. And obviously when I pick my best 11, that's the way it's going to look. But obviously Neto's going to be in there. I'm not having Raheem Sterling in. And Nkunku's there. And Nkunku's taken...
Hey, he's an England international. He's class.
And Nkunku's taken the place there of Cole Palmer. And it's put Nicholas Jackson up there. But you know what? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to trust it. And we're going to see what happens.
Okay, over to Robbo, who's probably had the most to do this summer.
I mean, there was no relaxing this summer. There was no pina colada. It was complete and utter stress. Now, the first thing that I needed to do was weed out some of the weeds within my club. Now, this is the first season in real life, actually, I've owned a United season ticket. And on FM, I will not stand watching Diogo Dalot hit the front post off another cross. So he got sold to Al Ain for 26 million. That was the only major sale. Xerxes went to Villa as well. I think Xerxes actually is quite a decent player, but just on the game, he isn't the type of player that I don't think really works in the match engine. So decided to shift him. When I can see he's got 2 goals in 4 in the Premier League already, so that seems like a great sale. Anyway, first transfer in. So what I did this summer, I was looking for a bit more physicality in my team. I think my team just lacked a little bit of power. So the first signing I brought in was Kefren Turam. I think he's an amazing defensive midfielder on this game. His physicals are immense. He's 6'4". He's got a great trait and gets into opposition area. So I'm hoping he chips in with some goals over the season. We also brought in Skamaka from Atalanta. Now, When he played at West Ham, I thought he was just playing in a rubbish team. I think he is actually a really good striker. He's 6'5", good jumping reach, good finishing, good off the ball, both-footed. I think he's going to chip in with a few goals this season. We've also signed Geller at right back, of course. We got rid of that wee Dallo, so we've brought in Geller at right back, someone who can play on both sides as well. So I'm hoping to keep him for the rest of the rebuild so he can just be back up for both sides, because on the right-hand side, I have replaced Dallo with the best right back on FM24, Michael Coyote. The guy is a monster. Physically, tackling, getting forward, everything, lots of potential. I'm hoping he's going to be here for the rest of the rebuild. And now it's probably no shock, I have changed tactic. I have done the first Tinkerman of the rebuild. It is a pleasure. We have also got as well, sorry, I forgot to mention this signing, Asensio on loan. Now, my reason why I got Asensio on loan, I've seen that him and Rashford get on in real life. Now, I'm bringing real-life football into Football Manager. I've made that observation as God's gift of Football Manager. I'm going to get Asensio to get Rashford enjoying his football at Manchester United again. I think them two are going to link up this season and cause problems. It's a 4-2-3-1. It's an offset right winger. Asensio locked in as that advanced playmaker. Fernandes in the shadow striker. I think this is going to be a much better season.
Well, that wouldn't be hard, but let's see.
No, I think the Ruben Robbery, what I was doing, I was letting my own creative genius hiding behind Ruben Amorim, and now Robbo Ball is in true effect.
That's right. You're becoming a bit of an imitation instead of
exactly.
I agree. Well, start of the season, you lost to Bournemouth. However, you did absolutely smash Dad 4-0. The champions at Old Trafford as well.
Yeah, I did. That was me. Yep.
But then lost to Chelsea.
It's not an easy place to go, Stamford Bridge, you know.
It's clear I might have a little bit of a bogey team in Aaron. Obviously, I know how Aaron plays his football, tall, physical players, getting balls into the box. It's an uncomfortable team to play against, but yeah, I'm just happy to beat the league leaders 4-0 in a game that I absolutely dominated and destroyed him in.
Aaron, if you have a look at your schedule, we know one of the results already. You have also played Dad as well, where Dad beat you with 10 men as well.
I think he might be my bogey team, you know.
Yeah,
there's a lot of bogey teams popping up here.
There is, which is the only game you actually conceded a goal in, because you beat Palace and Bournemouth as well.
It's that spine that I've sorted out, my goalkeeper, my defender.
You've got to face Dad in the Champions League, so there's another point up for grabs in the Champions League phase.
I'm sick of the sight of him already, to be honest.
Yeah. The worst thing is obviously last season where you won the Europa Conference League. That gives you automatic qualification for the Europa League. Probably would have been a better option.
I think I'd have preferred the Europa League, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a better chance of winning 5 points rather than the 10.
Yeah.
But there we go. If we have a look at Dad's fixtures, we've seen a couple of them already. He did start the season with an 11-1 win before losing 4-0.
That's how the champions start the league, isn't it? 11-1, come on.
11-1 against Brentford, and they only scored in the 94th minute. It was going to be an 11-0 from 84 minutes, but then losing 4-0, and then of course, beating Chelsea and beating Leicester. Finally, the Arsenal. We are first in the Premier League once again, but we know how much that can change, and that's again because I haven't really played any of the top 6, if you would be. Started with a nice little win against West Ham. Ended with an away win to Brighton with a nice little 3-0.
Only conceded 1 goal this time.
Only conceded 1. So with Leeds, who have just got promoted. So Coventry's come up as well. I just noticed they're in the Premier League. So
have they got
Lampard?
An
interesting one. Yeah, I wonder if they have. I wonder if they still got Frank Lamps. It is. So well done, Frankie Lamps. Manages to get. I've got them in the cup.
You just know he's going to come to Stamford Bridge and turn me over.
100%. Yeah, 100%. All right, season number 2 then. Let's get it underway. There's already been some drama at the start of the season. Will it continue that way? So, season number 2 then, and it's Arsenal who have won the Premier League. Much better performance from Robbo's Manchester United.
Yeah.
Salvage a 4th place there. Some Champions League football next season.
We are so back.
3rd place. We've got 3rd place Tottenham Hotspur, but Chelsea this time trailing down in
You know what,
7th.
we did just briefly touch on the Europa League, and I think it's a competition for me, so I'd like to get myself in there next season. That's why I've done it.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we know you haven't won the Champions League off the back of that because you got qualification for Europa League.
Yep.
Let's have a look at the losses, starting with Arsenal. Lost 4 times, 1 against Robbo, 1 against Aaron there. Still haven't lost to Dad. Get in. Dad finished in 3rd place with 8 losses. Both Arsenal fixtures and a 4-0 trip to Old Trafford, which of course we see at the start of the season. 7th place Chelsea with 10 losses. We got 2 from Tottenham Hotspur.
I can't do it against Dad, you know.
Right, let's have a quick look at the past positions throughout. So it looks like I was first and second all the way through with Dad
I
until
chucked
he
it away.
dropped off. Yeah, Rob were quite consistent there in the 4th to 6th range, whilst Aaron dropped off from an early 3rd place, kind of battling out where you were towards the end of the season. Profile of the league, 32 goals each from Vlahovic and Rafael Leao. So the golden boot goes to Vlahovic based on minutes, I think. Rasmus Højlund, though, another 20 goals.
I'm telling you,
Awesome with that.
I'm doing miracle work. This is something that's going under the radar a little bit.
You can't do a rebuild unless there's a down part at the start. So there we go.
Exactly.
Rafael Leao is the highest average rating, but we've got Marcus Rashford's up there now in a Manchester United shirt instead of a Villa one. Player of the match, Rafael Leao got joint 8 with Salah. Clean sheets, we got Onana and Cabell there, both with 15. But Bruno Fernandes leads the line for the assists, 22 this season.
Yeah.
Which is quite extraordinary.
Just want to
It's
comment on
massive.
that quickly as well. Anyone who thinks Bruno Fernandes is not a better player than Martin Odegaard, look at that first and second
Oh,
there.
get in the bin.
Let that tell you a story.
What?
The
I don't know
best
what
attacking midfielder in the
Nkunku was
world.
doing. What was Nkunku? How many did he get last season? Did we say goal involvements? Was it 40?
50 across the
Yeah,
whole-
he's got
whole
he's
season,
got
hasn't it?
17 this season, so I need to have a chat
Yeah.
with him in the summer.
Let's have a look at the competitions then. For Arsenal, kicking things off. Do I win anything else other than the Premier League? No.
Yes.
And a quarter-final exit thanks to Chelsea. But we'll take a look at that in a minute. Dad competitions page, and it is no trophies again. But also,
At least no one knocked me out of
yeah,
anything. That's a good
nobody
thing.
knocking you out. And of
Yes.
course, the Community Shield, which does count as a point, but not
Liverpool.
as a competition, was
Yeah.
against Liverpool, so that's not one of us either. We will obviously check the Champions League fixture between you and Aaron, though, which got played. But Aaron, on your competitions page, we've got another win.
A lovely cup there. Lovely. The FA Cup, I'll take that one. Missed out on it by 1 goal last season, so it's nice to lift it this season.
A nice little 4-3 win against Aston Villa. But none of us are really losing against each other because the Carabao Cup, you were knocked out by Swansea. And in the Champions League, league phase.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, though, I think I prefer that Europa League. You know, I'm not a big fan of that Champions League. Not a big fan of that one.
26th place, and if we're looking at Dad's fixtures, he lost to Rennes, by the way.
no.
The dirty, scummy rats. They get their way into everything.
They know I always look
We're
after
doing
them.
minus points.
Yeah, that should be minus 20 right there. You did beat Chelsea 4-2 in the Champions
Of course
League.
he did.
phase.
Beat Real
Of course he
Madrid.
did.
Extra point. So that's
Yeah.
3 victories over Chelsea this
Get
season.
in.
I won 6 fixtures, beat Man City at one point. The only game I did lose was to Barcelona. But finally, Robbo, have you got yourself your first trophy?
Yes, I have. Hallelujah. And this is when I said, God gift at Football Manager, Ruben Robberim. Now the evidence is here. I have won the biggest competition in England in the Carabao Cup.
Newcastle fans would agree with you there.
Yeah.
And a 6-0 win against Leeds United as well.
Over your rivals as well. I mean, can you
Yeah.
imagine what that day at Wembley was like for the fans? And that is what I'm thinking about in this rebuild, the fans. I also want to touch on the semi-final, also beating Liverpool 5-0. 5-0.
That is good.
How did you get
That
on
is
in the
very,
FA
very
Cup?
good.
You knocked me out in the FA Cup. We didn't participate in that one this season. We thought we'd just
Not
leave
really.
it. I just fancied the Carabao
Round
Cup.
exit.
Yeah, to Chelsea again. Honestly, Aaron is my bogey in this rebuild. I need to figure
Yeah.
I need to like tinker when we
Yeah.
do that game or something.
That fourth round's quite hilarious because I got taken to a replay by Championship team Sheffield Wednesday and then stuffed them 8-0 in the replay. Quite a funny season, to be honest. Obviously, Chelsea beat Arsenal 3-2 in the FA Cup there on their route in the quarterfinals to be winners against Villa. So we've all won something there other than Dad, unfortunately for you, Dad. But you did get yourself Premier League title at the start there. But 26 goals for Rasmus Højlund was top scorer for Robbo. However, 25 for Bruno Fernandes. He played a few games more, but from that shadow striker role, exceptional.
It's such a great role in FM. We all know this by now, but it's just Bruno Fernandes. It's what he does. He's the heartbeat of the team. Someone who's going to be here for the full rebuild. I absolutely love him. I wanted to comment as well, just quickly on Marcus Rashford as well. 35
come
goal
back.
contributions. I'm telling you, Asensio this season, they were going out for paella. They were doing all these sort of things. He's clearly got in his ear and he's loving his football at United again. Love it.
Well, are you going to keep Asensio? That's the thing. He's only on loan.
We'll see. see.
Might have to bring him back.
I'll tell you what,
Might have
Wolves
to
have
bring
done
him
well
back.
as well. Wolves have won that Conference League there as well. Finished 15th in the league, but they've won the
Yeah, because
Conference
they
League.
got qualification
That's
for
mental.
Europa
Yeah.
League. So transfer budget for Robbo, you got £40 million next season.
Yeah.
It's not that much.
Not
but
great,
we know
no.
they do struggle at the start.
Yeah.
Goals for Aaron, we've got 19 for Dominic Calvert-Lewin, slightly less than last season.
Yeah, I don't know what they were
because
doing.
Nkunku's dropped off massively
Yes.
there. Transfer budget though, £37 million.
Nah, I can make that stretch. Don't worry about me. I'll find someone. Might be on the never. We'll be on the catalogue again. On the never again.
You've also got so many players in your squad as well.
Yeah,
so,
there's
because
gonna
of
be
the amount of
some
loans.
departures.
So.
There has to be.
Dad, you've got 34 goals from Rafael Leao, new signing.
Good
Gyökeres
signing,
also
yeah.
got 19. Not
Yep.
too bad. Transfer budget, £87 million.
Really pleased with that.
Yeah, that'll bring at least 2 goalkeepers and 2 strikers. Then for the Arsenal, we've got 37 goals from Vlahovic. Saka's had another good year as well. Transfer budget is £60 million for the champions. But Season 2, let's look at the points and see how much things have changed. Season 2 points are Omega Luke with 13, Dad with 6, Aaron with 8, and Robble with 6. Meaning the total points after 2 seasons are Omega Luke with 18, Dad with 19, Aaron with 20, and Robble with 7. Alright then, kicking things off, season number 3. The points is close at the top. Robble's got his first 7 points though. Let's have a look at the transfer for Arsenal at the start of the season after winning the Premier League, because we got a big one. Bukayo Saka has left to go to PSG for £185 million. Now, I wouldn't have done this if I didn't have a backup plan. And that is because my backup plan was that I seen Vinicius Jr. would be open to the move. And I pulled the trigger on that. So my reasoning for it is I'm thinking Vinicius Jr. can also play up front. And if I need more strikers, well, I think that's a better option than having Bukayo Saka, who can only just play from both of the wings. So, I don't know. Very similar type of players, but Vinicius Jr. cost me somewhat more. I've also brought in Giovanni Di Lorenzo, fairly good right back, who's 32 now. Well, he was transfer listed at Manchester City, who Pep Guardiola, by the way, lost his job at the end of the season. Aaron pointed out to me. So there we go. We've made that happen as a collective, I think. We've made that happen.
So happy.
That's it. Crying now. Reece Nelson has left for £29 million. I also bought in Geertruida from Leipzig, who just fills so many roles at the back. I thought I'd get that one over the line too. Tactically, keeping it exactly as it was last season. Locking in Tony Smith again, because when I don't do that, it puts in Gabriel, and I prefer Tony Smith in that role. But we won the league last year. Let's see what it can do this year. Over to Dad. Let's have a look at your transfers at the start of the season. £216 million, because there was a couple that went over, including Bentancur for 37. We've also got, I think Richarlison was last season.
Yeah.
There's a couple there, but Højbjerg, Brian Gill's gone. You didn't bring in that many compared to last year. Just the one signing of Manu Kone.
Yeah, just
for 58.
replacing the midfield player that I just lost. So
Yeah.
he's a solid midfielder. I'm quite pleased with that. So yeah.
Him and Thuram are two of the players that I always think just serve one of those like transfer roles where you can play them in either of the centre midfield or defence midfield, and you just put them in any role and they're good.
I mean, like Aaron said earlier, you sort of your spine of your team, and you should be all right to go then.
Yeah.
And that's what I think I've done. Keeper, midfielder, and a striker.
Yeah, well, tactically, you have changed it. We've come away. Yeah, well, it's took to third season.
I'm
Tinkered a
surprised.
little bit now, so I'm just starting to tinker now. So yeah,
So there we go.
I've gone for a bit more stronger in midfield. I felt one up front. So yeah, I've tried the opposite of what I normally do. I normally go 3 up front. I've gone 1 up front.
Yeah, okay.
I lost the total point. Conceded too many goals last season, so I want to be a bit more stronger. So I've dropped into the midfield, and hopefully this will do it for me this season.
All right, well, we're going to switch to Aaron next, but just in case you didn't know, Aaron's actually coming down to Plymouth soon, and we're going to record a video on his channel where I take Aaron Hunt to a wrestling ring. So that's going to be really fun. That's also going to be out roughly when this comes out.
It could be a bit sore, I don't know, but yeah, I'm trusting you, mate. I'm trusting you.
That's because Aaron's coming down to watch the next TCW show, which I'm always telling you guys to do. But of course, he's coming down as well, and we're going to record some content. So make sure you check that one out on that channel as well. And I'll leave Robble's channel there because he's doing some fantastic. I mean, you've only been doing content for a few months, Robble, because I think you messaged me. We like jumped on a call just before Christmas, and you've been absolutely smashing it, mate. So
He's first on onto the scene.
Yeah. Well done. Keep all that up, boys. But let's have a look at Aaron's transfers.
So my transfers actually look blank for this season because it's done that thing where it's put it as last season because I got my business wrapped up nice and early. I was on holiday by July. I needed it after last season. So I have brought in a striker, right? Dovbyk. Is that how you say it? Dovbyk, yeah. Because when me and Robbo did a save, if any of you watched the Twitch streams, he battered me with Dovbyk. What was it? Did he get a hat-trick against me, Robbo?
What a Judas.
Yeah.
As if he went to you.
Yeah, he did. I had to get him after what you did to me with that man. I had sleepless nights over him. So I've brought him in to play for me now. I thought, with the goals dropping off Calvert-Lewin and Nkunku, I need someone who's going to put the ball in the back of the net. And this lad, he's 6'2". He's got 16 heading. He's just what I want. Jumping reach is nice. He's going to work hard. Centre-back again. To go at the back with Diamande, I've brought in Scalvina. Is that how you say that one as well? I'm not the best with these names. I'm a bit like Paul Merson.
Oh, mate, you spoke that like a true Italian.
Did I? Yeah, but anyway, ball-playing defender, he's there to come in. And I've also brought in the GOAT to the Premier League. Lionel Messi, 38 years old. But I always say, if you're old enough, you're good enough. So, look at Dad. He's still doing a job at his age, isn't he? So, I think we'll get some. There's plenty left in Messi yet. But I've spent quite a lot of cash. You know the way that I spend my money. I beg, steal, and borrow from next season's budget. So I'll probably not get much at the end of the season. But I'm going to win the league this season anyway. So that'll pay me plenty of cash, and the board will reward me by giving me some. I've gone to a bog standard 4-2-2 sort of box midfield now, locking in Messi because I want him playing as much football as possible. It's probably going to kill him playing that many games at his age, but I'll bring him in. I trust him. When I pick me best 11, let's just have a quick look at that. There you go. So he's going to drop out of it. Palmer's going to drop out for Messi. And that's going to be the team. Dovbyk and Calvert-Lewin up front, two big lads. The physicality there. Messi and Nkunku, Tchouaméni and Caicedo. Look at the state of that, boys. I don't see how that doesn't win something this season.
We'll see. Robbo, let's have a look at your transfers, mate.
Well, first off, again, on the outs, like I said last season with Weeds in the club, we actually managed to get Casemiro over to Saudi Arabia for 36 million. Now, Casemiro was on about 10 million a week, so that actually gave me about 40 million transfer budget by just getting rid of him. A few other lads went out on loan as well. Sancho, Ahmad, Lenny Yoro, just getting them game time. I tried to sell Sancho, but no club would take him. No idea why, probably his work ethic. But yeah, Jadon wouldn't leave the club, so I loaned him out. Bringing the first player in, though, was Marco Carnesci. Now, people say that I look like Marco Carnesci, but I am very offended because I am miles better looking. But football ability-wise, he is unbelievable on the game. Reflexes, one-on-ones, command of area, 6'3". I love using him on the game, and also very consistent, relishes the big matches, the type of player we need at Manchester United. The second signing was Melvin Bard for £40 million, a very offensive fullback. He's got 17 crossing. That is unbelievable, giving me Dennis Irwin vibes. He's going to be bombing up that left-hand side. And they were the only two signings that I actually made in the end. We didn't really need to bring anyone else in. I'm quite happy with the squad now. Like you boys who watch these real builds, you know, once you've got a bulk of a squad together, you make 1 or 2 signings a season just to improve specific positions and hope you can move up the table. And the tactic, I'm keeping it exactly the same. I mean, getting UCL football with Man United after 2 years is nothing short of a miracle. So there's no way I was changing. Thuram's still locked in. Fernandez is in that cam position. Coyote and Delit locked in on the right side of defence. And I'm feeling very confident now. I feel like I've actually got my own squad now. I've had my own, I've had my effect on the team. I think we're going to have a really great season in this third season. I'm looking at a Premier League. Where's nothing?
Big statement that is.
Well, you started off the season really well because you won 9-0.
Yep, 9-0.
Against Ipswich Town.
Yep.
But then unfortunately, you lost to Dad.
95th minute. I love a late goal. Love a late goal.
Like I said earlier on, I only beat world-class teams. Losing to Spurs, drawing to Liverpool.
God almighty.
But I battered Ipswich 9-0, so I think we'll be all right.
You've actually got Aaron next at Stamford Bridge as well. Which
you don't like that. You don't like coming to Stamford
No.
Bridge. It's not a nice place to go.
Honestly, if Dovbyk scores, I'm getting on the pitch. If he scores in that game,
you know what?
we need
It's
to
classic,
check that at the
like
end.
Big Sam Bolton at the Reebok. That's what I'm trying to bring to Stamford Bridge. Make it horrible, long
horrible.
ball, make it ugly. Big striker, big centre halves. That's what it's
Bring in
about.
JJ Kocher.
Mate, if he was available, I might get him as a coach, actually.
Let's have a look at your games, Aaron, because you started off the season really well. You've actually picked up a point as well because you beat me in the Community Shield. Of course, FA Cup winner versus Premier League winner, and you defeated me 4-2.
Nice day out at Wembley,
You
that.
drew the first game of the season to Forest, but 2 good wins after.
Yeah, good wins there, Palace and Leicester. But those are the kind of games where you can slip up. So I'm just glad to 3-0 and 4-0 as well. So I've battered them. And Messi has started his Chelsea career. He scored a goal there at home against Crystal Palace. The GOAT is he's off the mark.
You've also got a fixture against Dad in the EFL third round, so somebody's getting knocked
So
down
that's
that
me. That's
competition
me
in
out the
third
cup
round.
nice and early.
See you later.
Yeah, and of course you're in the Europa League too, so there's a chance that you could be picking up a nice 5 points should you manage to do that. And if we're looking at the Europa League, you are definitely got to be favourites. I mean, Newcastle's in there as well.
Yeah.
You've got Lazio and Porto, who are quite good on the game and hard to beat, but I still fancy your chances.
I fancy it. This
Celtic
is why I
there,
did that last season. This is why I finished 6th or 7th, whatever it was, because I wanted to go in that Europa League.
Tactical
It
thinking,
is.
I like it. Thinking outside the box, that's what will win you a rebuild. Schedule for Dad, though. We knew about the Manchester United win. You also stuffed Ipswich, so it makes me worried for Ipswich this season.
You got to go out. You got to beat these world class teams, didn't you?
Exactly,
There you go.
exactly, Dad, exactly. Bang on.
You've obviously got a nice couple of wins there, which actually still keeps you in second. And that is because for the third season in a row, we're starting off September with Arsenal at the top of the league. And for the third season in a row, I haven't played anybody big. I mean, Brighton at this point, we've whipped them so many times, I don't really consider them a big club. And Newcastle, if I'm going to St. James's Park and beating them 6-1, I don't really class them as a big side anymore. Did defeat Sheffield United, and Vinicius Jr. has been scoring some goals as well. He's got himself a nice little hat-trick there. So we started off the season very well. But will I be winning season number 3's Premier League, or will these boys cause a bit of an upset? Of course, there's still Manchester City. There's still Liverpool knocking around. Maybe they will cause an upset. Let's find out. Alright, season 3, and it's Liverpool who are champions.
Well, they have been knocking on the door, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been there or thereabouts, I think, the last 3 seasons. 87 points. Arsenal are second, so I do get the 3 points, of course, for finishing highest. But then it's Chelsea, Spurs, followed by Manchester United. Only in 7th. It isn't too bad compared to season number 1, Robbo.
Listen to Aaron's masterclass about going into that Europa League. I just took complete inspiration, and I have purposely finished 7th, just like Aaron did.
It makes sense. The tactics there. The past positions then, was it close at the start of it? Well, throughout the season, it does seem like I was winning for the majority of it and chucked
chucked
it
that
away
away,
a
didn't you?
little bit, yeah. Chelsea and Spurs. Oh, you actually, to be fair, Aaron, you were close at some points as well.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit there.
Yeah.
I say Aaron was doing well until the end part of the season. He
Yeah,
lost
I fell
like
right
4
off at
last
the end of the
5 games.
season.
Yeah, and to be fair, Dad, you and Manchester United were having a little scrap for 5th and 6th for a while.
Ipswich managed to stay
Before
up
the end of
after
the
we was
season.
worried about them.
That is mental, by
Yeah,
the way,
they did.
and their goal difference
Yeah.
of minus 38
How have
with
they done that?
38 points.
That's got to be one of
is
the lowest
crazy.
goal differences to ever survive with, surely.
Sheffield United didn't even win a game.
Minus 76. Oh my god. What was the
0 wins, 9 draws.
Wow.
The drew against Dad.
Absolutely
The
mental.
Drew against
against Dad.
Dad, yeah, that's it, yeah. minus points, come on.
That's typical Spurs, that is, isn't it?
It's difficult, Spurs. Erling Haaland was the golden boot winner with Vlahovic, Calvert-Lewin, Gyökeres and Højlund. So all 4 of our strikers were up there. He also topped the average rating. But Jose Sal from Wolves with the most clean sheets of 16. They finished down in 11th, but Cabell was there too. But Marcus Rashford with the most assists, 16. And he doesn't even have Asensio with him.
I know. I'm telling you, it was that year of team bonding. It's done absolute miracles for Marcus Rashford. He's loving life in a red shirt now.
All right, competitions page then for Arsenal. And it is almost, I mean, I'm 2 points and a game away from a quad. Like, that is...
Guys, lads, he nearly whipped us there.
Yeah, it's not looking good here, is it? Yeah.
Vinicius Jr. has arrived, let's put it that way. 6 points for the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup. Did I beat any of you boys in the final? It's Newcastle in the Carabao, and in the FA Cup, it's Fulham. So maybe I've knocked you out in earlier rounds, I don't know, but I won't click on the Champions League final just yet, just in case it's one of you boys. But let's have a look at Dad's Spurs.
Come on.
Competitions?
Oh, Real
No.
Madrid semi-final.
Semi-final. So we know I lost to Real Madrid in the final. Let's put it that way. But FA Cup semi-final, Dad. You lost to Arsenal. Unlucky.
Carabao
and then
Cup. He knocked me out of the Carabao Cup.
Third round. Can we have a look at that? That's a nice little 2-1 win there for Aaron. So that's another point and for knocking you out. Semi-final lost to Arsenal. Extra time. But it was a 4-2 win at Wembley. There we go. Now, Aaron. We know, obviously, you probably haven't won a cup off the back of this, but you have won the Europa League.
What did I say about dropping into that Europa League? This is why Robbo's taking inspiration from me.
Yeah, it's a smart move.
We drop into it, we get it done.
Smart move.
You know what I'm worried about though? I can't find Messi anywhere. I don't know where. I don't know what he's done.
Lionel Messi is. Looks like he's retired. He's not even.
You only signed him on a 6-month contract, didn't you?
No, how many
you can't
games
even
has he
search
played?
for him.
I don't know what's gone on here because I've spent 10 million quid there. I've been shafted there.
Here we go. I've got it here. Messi, 8 appearances, 3 goals, and then retired. He played 8 games.
He must have had a career-ending
games, he's
injury.
gone.
When I said about locking him in, and I said it'll probably kill him, I think it has. I finished him off.
Yeah, he was like, not having this. Not having this at all. I'm done. That is hilarious. 8 games, 3 goals, disappears. He must have retired like September.
That's a shocker. I think Dovbit must have had an injury as well. He's only played 22. What's going on here?
I had a bad year, mate, because, well, you won the Europa League, which is
Yeah,
great.
I'm
You
all
beat
right with
Red
that.
Bull Salzburg in the final. That's 5 points
Yeah.
there. I knocked you out of the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
I actually beat you in both legs, plus eliminated you, which means that's 3 points for me there.
They add up these,
That
don't
alone.
they? They add up these
yeah,
points.
that's it. It's where it adds up.
That's
Not
half
only
my
do you get
points.
the 3 for that.
I did read though, Aaron, that he had won the Carabao Cup for you, Messi. So he achieved what he did. He wanted to come to England and win something. So that's what he done.
Yes, let's have a look at Manchester United and see it was a knockout playoff round in the Champions League. Third round by Manchester City and quarterfinal by Sunderland. Smart moves, mate. Smart moves. Don't
It's,
get eliminated by us.
It is dark and dismal over here. It is. There's a heavy rain cloud over Manchester United at the moment. This is not how I planned everything to go. I thought last season, honestly, when we got into third or fourth, I thought, right, we're going to kick on from here now, keep the same tactic. But I can't even explain myself, to be honest. I'm just disappointed. I'm letting people down. God's gift.
Maybe you've got points in the Premier League. We haven't checked the wins and losses yet. So
True.
Arsenal, you beat me there 4-1.
Yes.
I also lost to Spurs 4-0. That was a dark day. Chelsea, 12 losses. Arsenal, both times there.
No.
I don't think I've lost against you yet. Then we got Tottenham's losses, beaten by Manchester United, Chelsea, and
I've
Arsenal.
beat Dad in the league. I've beat him in the league.
Yeah. And so far, I mean, there's 15 losses. We could only see the 10. One of them was against Chelsea. We'll double check to see the rest because I'm sure there's obviously wins and losses, but we'll go through before we do the points and make sure we get it all accurate. So 28 for Rasmus Højlund, not too bad again. He's actually putting in a shift for you, mate.
I think he's actually become my best player, which is hilarious. It's actually kind of impossible how it's happened. I mean, Rashford, only 6 goals from left wing in 48 games. He's missing Asensio. I think that's where I've gone wrong this season. Maybe I should have made that permanent. Yeah. Skamaka was okay, 13 off a few games off the bench. It's just dark and dismal. I think we just need to get out of here as quick as we can. Move on.
Well, you did get £106 million in the transfer budget. So
That is
there's
good.
a lot of money to spend. I'm wondering whether you had... Is there a takeover? There was a takeover.
Ooh.
Avram Glazer leaves, which would be the best day ever, by
Wait,
the way.
I think Manchester United fans at this point, actually, everything's a success up to this point, regardless of any results. That is
I would take
amazing.
this. Get the Glazers out, somebody else in. Happy days. Aaron, we'll look at your side, mate. We've got goals from Dominic Calvert-Lewin with 42 this season.
Yeah, he's done well.
Done really well. Dovbyk, as you mentioned, did not play many games, but he got 15 in 22. If I'm looking at his histories, he had shin splints for 5 weeks,
And he's some
a
new
pulled
boots.
hamstring out for 10 days.
Yeah.
I don't know why he missed that many games.
The assistant
why.
manager's just been putting Jackson in.
Which is
I mean,
kinda
he scored
shocking.
22
Dovbyk's
goals,
way
but
better.
15 in half the amount of games there. Sometimes you just got to apply a bit of
bad.
common sense on you. Might need a new assistant, you know.
I mean, Nkunku got 27 assists, so that's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's class,
really
that's
good.
class.
Reece James 21 as well. Your transfer budget, £92 million. Who said those instalments are coming back to bite you, mate? That
You
can't
know
be
what
true.
I can do with £92 million. I can turn that into £500 million the way I
How has
spend
he
it.
done this? How has he done this?
Europa League win, mate. You get
That's
back. Dad, let's have a look at the Spurs squad. You got 35 goals from Gyökeres. Florian Wirtz has done quite well as well.
It's not too bad. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with that.
Yeah, you normally
Lot of
like to get
goals.
3 players around the 20 mark or above, so that's good. £51 million though. You've got the least budget so far.
Yeah, that's not too good, is it?
No.
I think I've got Aaron's budget, haven't I?
I think we got mixed up.
Been mixed up by the looks of it. Although, let's have a look. I might have a worse one. 36 goals from Vlahovic, 26 from Vinicius Jr. I thought it would have been more than that, actually, the amount of times we've seen him did score. But my transfer budget is 81 million. Got a nice little wage, though, because my squad's quite small at this point. Been getting rid of players here and there, but that's not too bad. Let's have a look, then, at the points after season number 3. Season 3 points are Omega Luke with 14, Dad with 4, Aaron with 10, and Robbo with 2. Meaning the total points after season number 3 is Luke with 32, Dad with 23, Aaron with 30, and Robbo with 9. Alright then, season number 4. Let's have a look at your transfers at the start of the season, Dad. With the smallest budget, you still managed to have a decent year, I would say.
Yeah, not too bad, yeah.
£63 million Dragerson going out to Manchester City.
Yep, wouldn't use him at the moment, so yep.
Brought in Shemi Kaliksoy, a decent striker. Yes. Another striker.
Well, where are we going with this one then?
Where are we going, I wonder? Because he hasn't got a trophy for a couple of years.
Yeah.
It's season 4. You know what's coming. Milinkovic-Savic on a free transfer. That's not too bad at all from Al Hilal.
I thought it was a good free transfer. You just got to grab these guys when you can, really.
Yeah, and Christopher Ayer from Brentford. Very versatile defensive midfielder.
He plays in all 3 positions, like Aaron said, in the spine, so yeah, I'm quite pleased with that.
Tactics. Take a guess at what we're about to look at.
Here we go. Here's the tinkering
Of course,
starting.
it's the 3 up front.
Yes, this is my favourite tactic, this is. So look out now, guys. I'm playing my tactic that wins.
Well, we'll see. That's fight talk there. Shemi Kaliksoy's already got himself 3 goals and an assist in the first 4 games, locking him into that DLF role.
Yeah.
So, well, let's have a trip to Arsenal then, the other side of North London, and see what's going on there. £99 million out. We've sold Leroy Sané. Calafiori's gone, as well as Vanderson. I've spent big on 2 players. £68 million to kick things off. Because Gabriel as well, by the way, has gone to Manchester City. Lois Openda from Leipzig. £68 million. Another striker. I'm taking a leaf out of Dad's book here. There's at least 3 good strikers. And Eduardo Camavinga. Another Real Madrid talent for £200 million. I'm building a squad here. That's a big
Real Madrid
signing.
squad, both of it.
Yeah, and he's still young as well.
That's a massive signing, lads. We're in trouble with this.
I don't know how he's doing it. What's Ancelotti
I
doing?
think he's taking my spending plan, to be honest.
Has he got that pen top right? Is that editor enabled or something? I'll throw accusations, mate.
Yep.
This is...
Oh, keep them coming. Keep them coming. I'll just whoop you anyway. Tactically, I've also gone 3 up front.
Hey.
4-3-3. Mine looks a little bit different to yours because I play with 1 DLP in there. And I also play with 2 DLS on the outside of an advanced forward. It's slightly different structurally, and in the game you'd see it play out differently. But that front 3 of Vlahovic, Vinicius Jr. and Martinelli, who has turned out to be an absolute baller, by the way. Very different to what he is in real life. And it also puts Odegaard in the DLP, which, to be honest, I'm not mad at. We've got an unbelievable bench with the likes of Openda, Zaire Emery, Tony Smith, those types of guys down there. It's looking quite good for the Arsenal. Aaron, Chelsea, you had a nice budget. How much have you stretched it?
Do you know what? It has been... That sounds a bit mad, that, by the way, how much have you stretched it? But it has been quite a quiet window for me, to be honest. By my standards, we've sold Sanchez, he's gone. We've pulled about 18 million quid in for that. Brought in a left back. How do you say this? David Raum, is it? Ram?
David Raum, yeah.
David Ram, there you go. Yeah, he's come in at left back. I don't think Purvis has really done much in the past couple of seasons, so I'm going to get rid of him to the bench. And then we've brought in a bit of backup there in Joelinton and Fausto Vera, I think it is, some Argentinian kid here. Looks decent, defensive midfielder. Just for a bit of backup, because I had a couple of injuries last season. I don't know who's going to retire on me mid-season anymore. I don't trust anybody. I'm not having that again, so I want players to cover if somebody does decide to sack it off and call it a day halfway through the season. And tactically,
Not even halfway. 8 games.
Tactically, guess what I've done?
Oh.
I've also gone for 3 strikers.
What's going on here?
A pressing forward, an advanced forward, and a target forward. So it's a bit of everything. A little bit of something for everyone up there. We've got a defensive midfielder, a ball-winning midfielder, and an attacking midfielder. I'm locking in that Scalvini because he didn't play many games as I wanted him to last season. I think they started playing Colwill, so we are going to be locking him in. So when you look at me best team now, we've got Calvert-Lewin, Nkunku and Dovbyk up front and Cole Palmer sitting in just behind. Chouameni and Caicedo in the middle. That is a solid midfield, that. Roman James, fullbacks, Diomande, and it'll be Scalvini. It's solid, that. I'm fancying something this season.
Well, yeah, it's not a bad lineup. Robbo, let's have a look. What have you got, mate?
I think it's the best transfer window of the whole rebuild, if I do say so myself. I knew something had to change. It's been 3 years, of course. I am on 9 points. and some of you boys are on 32. So it's probably about time something changed. We'll start off with the first transfer in. We got a lot of money in the summer. I had £106 million, and like Aaron said, I have made it stretch. First signing, Elise Ben Seguir, a world-class attacking midfielder, in my opinion. He's kind of my Asensio replacement. I probably should have done it in season 3, but I brought him in. So many 17s, 18s. He's only 21 as well, still got room to grow. He is an unbelievable attacking midfielder. I'm very excited to see how him and Bruno are going to play together. If we go on to the next screen here, I brought up a backup cam in Samardzic. It's this time on FM where you get them free transfers coming in, and Samardzic on a free, just going to be backup, but he's a great player, bow-footed, can play either side in the number 10 positions, which might leak what I've done with my tactic a little bit there, but he comes in on a free. We also brought in one of your favourites, Luke, up front. Samu Omorodion.
He's a beast.
Now, I've seen the videos. I've seen the experiments. 18 off the ball, 18 pace, 17 jumping reach, goals. This guy is going to be going up front, and I think he's going to be one of the people who are a catalyst for me turning myself around in this rebuild. I'm very excited to see how he does. We've also brought in a world-class left-back in Theo Hernandez. This man's very pacey, 18 pace, he's 6 foot as well, he's quite physical, the type of fullback I like, so we're excited to see what he can do. And finally, the last signing for 116 million was Castello Luke Aber, one of the best left-footed defenders on the game, in my opinion. He's pacey, his mental stats are brilliant, he's good on the ball, he is going to be a great partner to De Ligt. If I go over to my tactic as well, we have changed. Now, I have used this tactic before. It is called the 4-2-2 Rose style, because if any of you boys know Marco Rose on this game, he is the greatest manager to ever exist in world football. He is unbeatable. So basically what I've done is took inspiration from him and moulded a tactic similar. We've got the pressing forward, the advance forward. We've got Fernandez and Ben Seguir, who are going to be in behind Højlund and Omorodion. I think you gents have to worry this season. I think you should all be quaking in your boots. It's time for Robbo to turn up in this rebuild.
Well, it'll be about time, mate. It will be about time. That's also, with Theo Hernandez, that's what were you, season 4? I think that's either your 3rd or 4th left back that you signed, first choice left back.
Yeah, well, we had kind of Coke Luke Shaw at left back, and we know his tendencies, so he's not the type of personality I'd have in my dressing room. So we've been trying to find the right replacement. I think Theo Hernandez is going to be the one, though.
Yeah, he's class. He is absolutely class. Some big signings, though, this summer. We've all had massive transfer windows. And, of course, we've got 3 free up fronts and a 4-2-2. Yeah, let's have a look at your schedule. Starting off with Robbo's. We've got a loss to Palace at the start of the season.
Crystal Palace are a world-class team. Said it season 1. We beat them season 1, and now the world class of Crystal Palace has come back to haunt me.
Nice little draw at Anfield, though.
Yeah, we'll take it, but we should be winning by this point. Look, God's gift at Football Manager, 4th year, I should be beating everybody. It's a decent start to the season. I don't mind it.
You're in Europa League, of course. You're trying Aaron's tactic, and if we're looking at the teams in there, I think you should feel a little bit hard done by with the teams that have joined you, because Aaron had it quite easy in terms of some of the teams that was in there. You've got Juve, Leipzig, Leverkusen, Nice can be a pest in there. So can Betis if they're built right. Atalanta, especially if they've still got Gasperini, which I can't actually see the manager there at the minute, but whoever's there, they can be an annoyance as well.
It's only as easy as you make it. Only as easy.
Yeah, no, you're right. You've got to beat the best to be the best. And with me on 9 points, I should probably apply that quote to everything. But
I might pop back in there next season. I'm not too keen on this Champions League. I might pop back down there next season.
It's nice in here, isn't it? You feel a little bit more comfortable looking at it.
Might have another go at that conference. Might have another go at that other one.
Yeah, that Leverkusen could be a tricky game. All right, let's have a look at Aaron's fixtures. We've also got a nice little draw against Liverpool at home there. You've also beaten Real Madrid in the UEFA Super Cup.
That's nice. Do I get a point for that?
You don't, no. But
it's nice for the manager history, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Did beat Palace, did beat Wolves and Newcastle, and you've drew Arsenal in the EFL third round.
Ooh, that's points for one of us then.
Over to Dad's schedule at the start of the season. 3 wins out of 4 and a draw to Villa.
Yeah, I'm happy with that start. Quite good, yeah. I mean,
beating Man City too.
Yeah, I mean, that's even better, isn't it? So a draw against Aston Villa is not a bad result, I don't think. So
no.
I'm going to take that as a good start.
And we mentioned Kalik Soy, you're one of your signings. He's got both goals there against Manchester City and the only goal, the winner, against Fulham. So I mean, he's already gained you 6 points.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a bit disappointed, really, with going 3 up front, I haven't scored that many goals.
No, that is true.
It's a bit alarming, really.
Yeah, that is true. Champions League fixtures, you've also got Arsenal.
Ooh.
So we've got another point in there. So again, this is where I think I've been good with points so far, because although I had that great season where, of course, I won the cup, last year, or
Yeah.
2 cups, but almost Champions League. Not a lot of you have been knocking me out or beating me for me to be losing the points, and that's where I think I'm doing quite well in terms of points so far after 3 seasons. Schedule though, let's have a look at mine. I've drew to Wolves, which is a bad result. Outside of that, we are looking quite good. So got battered in the Community Shield to Liverpool though. That's fine. But hey, I'll take it. Season number 4 we're into now. It's getting crunch time for all of us. Let's see what happens. Right, season number 4 then, and it's Arsenal who are Premier League champions. But what I gotta say is it's all 4 of us.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
good.
That's a good top 4.
Good race.
The top 4, yeah, we've done well there. But Dad, you are bottom of it, so you don't get the point,
Look at
unfortunately.
the finish right at the end. I lost 2 and drew 1 out of my last 5 games. I'm chucking away at the end of the seasons.
Yeah, you're 3 points behind Chelsea and Aaron, but there was 3 points again behind Manchester United, and then 13 points behind my Arsenal side. I've done very well there
Nowhere near you.
at the start of the season. Lost 4 times, once to Manchester United, once to Tottenham Hotspur. That's annoying.
Get in.
Drew 4 games, didn't draw against you though, which means I'm picking up some wins as well, boys. 5 losses for Robbo, 1 of them was against Arsenal, but that is the only one, which is a good sign for you.
Yep.
7 losses for Chelsea, both times against Arsenal.
Yeah, you've done me this
So I've
season.
beat you both times
Yeah, you
again,
have.
Aaron.
I didn't beat hardly any of you, did I? You
Well,
all beat me, look.
Yeah, we all beat Dad.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you didn't get many points there at all, Dad. You picked up some draws. You got 8 draws in total. 1 of them was against United there. So some bad results there for you.
Yeah.
Past positions, because we've got quite a close one at the top of the league. Was it close throughout the season? I think in terms of you 3, a lot of the time you were flirting with each other in there, but I think I must have just had a few points more.
I chased you
watch it
for half
all
the season,
unfold.
by the looks of it.
Yeah.
And then just fell off.
You've got 96 goal difference. How many goals was that? 132 goals in the Premier League. That is
Yeah,
mental.
that's a joke, that.
The 3 up front. And if we're looking at the player statistics, Rasmus Højlund and Rashford was the Golden Boot winners with 23. Then the 3 underneath it is 3 of my strikers, and they dominated the average rating alongside Michael Coyote as well. So that's quite an interesting thing to see, because how well both of your strikers did, and you had a 47 goal difference.
I mean, like I said
Must
before,
just be leaking goals.
I mean, performing miracles though. Imagine Marcus Rashford and Rasmus Højlund getting 23 Premier League goals each.
Yeah, that's
And
mental.
there's just a quick other stat I want to point out as well. Average attendance, 10k more than any other team. It's for the fans. It's for the fans.
United.
United.
Get in. Bruno Fernandes had the most assists, 19 there. However, I have just noticed he is leaving the club.
Yeah. Might have been a little bit of a technical difficulty with the upstairs staff. Of course, as a world-class manager myself, I would never let something like this go under my thumb. Obviously, the upstairs forgot to give him a contract. I'm absolutely devastated. I actually can't believe it. Just as I got him ticking as well, top assister in the Premier League. That's a bad one.
Yeah. Competitions then. Let's have a look for this Arsenal side. Did I win anything else? Oh, it's a Champions League, the first one of the video. And it's a 5-0 win. Jesus, against AC Milan.
That's bad news for us, lads. Bad news for that is
Should we just grab our jackets,
it's a
lads?
lot
or-
of points.
I think it's time now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm absolutely cooking with this Arsenal team. But runners up in the Carabao Cup. And that is because Robbo beat me.
Get in!
3-1
Robbo's
in
won
the
something.
final.
Go on,
Hey.
Robbo.
You got to beat the best
Big
to be
win,
the
that.
best, and he could not beat the best. Come on, the Carabao.
Cracking win, mate. And let's
Yeah.
have a look at your competitions next then to see how else things played out. Because it's not just the Carabao Cup you are lifting. You've had an unbelievable season and also done the Europa League.
Yeah,
You can only
my
keep
tactic.
you can only keep a dog down for too long, and I am so back. What a season! I mean, if you were to tell Manchester United in 4 years from now they'd be second in the Premier League, Europa League winners, and Carabao Cup winners, beating Arsenal by the way in the final too. Don't forget that. I think they'd be very pleased. We're doing it for the fans.
Yeah.
I'm buzzing.
Semi-final of the FA Cup as well. That's good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which means
Nearly went
Liverpool
all the way.
is in there. Do one of you guys beat him in that final? Well, let's have a look at Aaron first and his competition page. There it is.
The FA Cup. 4 seasons,
FA
4
Cup.
trophies for me there. 2 FA Cups, a Conference League and a Europa League. We're winning every season. We've also won the... What's that? Is that the Club World Cup? That? I think it is. I don't know what it is actually. I've won something and the Super Cup as well. They don't count for points, but it's all good.
It's trophies in your cabinet,
That's
mate.
it.
That's the main thing. You did lose, unfortunately, in the 3rd round of the Carabao Cup.
I did.
To Arsenal.
Yep.
And it was a 7-2 win.
So you've done me twice in the league as well this season.
That's a big win. I'm definitely your bogey team.
Yeah,
mate.
you're
I
just
can't
having all
remember
the
you
points
actually
off me. I'll just give you them.
Liverpool beat you in the knockout playoff round, so it's nice that you got your revenge in the FA
Yeah,
Cup
the
there.
FA Cup final,
That's
yeah.
good.
All the cups are
All
gone.
the cups
Just
are gone,
carry
Dad.
on. Just carry on. Let's go to the next round.
Competitions in the semi-final, you lost to Arsenal of the Carabao Cup. I beat you
Just as well,
4-3. But I do think, off the back of
I
that,
get a point there.
you get a point because
Yeah.
you beat me in one of the... Oh, no, it's a draw. It's a draw. So sorry, you don't. Never mind. It's 1 point to me and 1 point for knocking
Give it
you
to me in
out.
one hand and take it away from the other.
Yeah, that's it.
Did Dad stop playing after season 1? Or
I think I
It
have.
looks like
Yeah,
he has.
I've done
Yeah.
a proper Spurs here, haven't I?
Yeah, he's really Spurs there. He even put in the 3 up front, and it still hasn't worked for him.
No.
Quarter-final of the Champions League. We got to look at the Champions League because, of course, we played each other in the league phase. Now, there was 3 of us in there. Tottenham, you were the only one to finish in the top 8. Don't get any points for it, though. You lost to Real Madrid, which means you did beat me in the group stage. You got some points there. Chelsea finished down in 11th. Lost 3. I don't think we played each other, no. And then, of course, I finished down there in 14th. I beat Rennes, though.
Beat Rennes, yeah.
Get in.
Well in.
Let's have a look then at the squad. Now, we'll start off with Dad. 27 goals for Rafael Leao. Even Brennan Johnson's getting 20.
Yes.
What happened to Kalik-Soy? He
I
did
don't
really
know.
well at the start.
I mean, you go 3 up front, you expect to get a lot more goals than that, so that really didn't work for me this season, did it? So
No.
it might be a bit of tinkering going on again.
Oh, yeah, wouldn't surprise me. You would have won the Champions League and tinkered. £43 million, though, to spend in the budget. Not too bad. For my Arsenal side, we got 36 goals from Vlahovic, 29 for Openda. Vinicius Jr.'s chipping in. Martinelli is surprised me the most, though. 23 and 28. And I've got £72 million, with a very nice wage budget, too, to spend some more money. Aaron's Chelsea, 22 goals, 21 goals, and 20 from the 3 strikers up there with Nkunku, Jackson, and Dovbyk. Calvert-Lewin's dropped off, mate.
There's not many of us chipping in either when you have a look down the list. People getting 3 here, 3 there. I need more goals from the midfield there.
Yeah, by the looks of it, you do. Now, transfer budget, you got £51 million, but we know the wheeler dealer that you are.
Listen, it is the final season. I am going to cripple this club financially because I'll be gone at the end of this season. I'll stretch that as far as I possibly can.
You might as well put a 0 after that one
Yeah.
because there's £500 million going to be spent easily. Robbo, we looked at yours, didn't we? 42 goals from Marcus Rashford and 36 from Rasmus
That is
Højlund.
mental.
I'm going to start asking where the statue is going to get made. What I am doing at
must-
this club is
He must be happy, though, because you made him vice captain as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
There we go.
the thing is, though, for my squad there, losing Bruno there, 52 goal contributions, and I'm losing him on a free. It's an absolute nightmare, but that gives someone else some room to step up, hopefully, so hopefully leading into a big season 5.
By the way, I spent £35 million on Joe Linton for backup. Do you know how many games he played?
How many?
0. Didn't even get on. His morale is abysmal. He absolutely hates it here and he hates me. I've ruined him.
Robbo, you got £34 million, mate, even after that such great season.
We absolutely bust the bank, but hey, look, 2 trophy wins for what has been a dark and dismal rebuild for me so far. I've got to take it.
Well, it does mean a lot of points.
It does.
Let's have a look at that points tally after these 4 seasons. Season 4 points, Omega Luke with 26, Dad with 2, Aaron with 6, and Robbo with 14. Meaning the total points after season 4 is Omega Luke with 58, Dad with 25, Aaron with 36, and Robbo with 23. Final season then, Dad. You had a bad year, so let's start with you.
Yeah, there's a couple of big signings here to help me out, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even Isak has left the club, by the way.
Yeah.
Just £24 million going out.
Well, I'm going to do a bit of tinkering today, so I don't need him now.
I like this as well. Signed Milinkovic-Savic for £0 from a Saudi Arabian club. Sell him back there.
Yeah.
For $40 million a season later.
Aaron, learn from that, my friend.
Yeah. That's how you make bigger transfer budgets.
Yeah.
Nico Williams coming in for
Yeah,
171.
this was the main reason why I sold quite a few players, really, just to get this one player in. This is the one I was hoping that's going to do the damage for me, really. So, yeah.
Jarrell
This one-
Hato.
And this one is to sort of get my defence being a little bit better. I'm a bit disappointed in my defence at the moment.
Okay.
So that's a bit more stronger there as well.
Valentino Carboni. I do like a signing of Valentino Carboni.
This is sort
Bit
of just
a
sort
backup
of
for you.
helping the sort of getting sort of players in just in case I get any injuries or decide not to play for me anymore and
Retiring.
retire.
Yeah. Pashko Gross for 900k.
It's a bargain, really, isn't it? I mean, I know he's 36, but he's still got it.
Don't ask him to accelerate.
His natural fitness is 17, so
Yeah.
it's just another one just having the background, really.
And then another player that left Robbo's club, Lissandro Martinez.
I couldn't believe
I don't know if you knew about it either.
What's
Robbo.
going on? What's going on here?
He's on a freebie, mate. I'm going to take him in every day of the week.
Dad's got Martinez.
Dirty little snake.
Another
But-
Judas!
He signed the 25th of July. He was out of a club for like 25 days.
I'm telling you, them lot upstairs are getting fired. I'm going to have a word with the new owners. They don't know what they're doing. Clueless.
So, yeah, I didn't know whether you knew about that. That's
I
quite
didn't-
funny.
no,
that
I didn't.
This is how you found out.
Wow. Yeah, mental. Dad, terrible from you. Can't believe it.
He said there were a bunch of Muppets back there.
Whoa.
What, and he joined Spurs?
I know.
Tactically, you switched it up. 4-2-3-1 with a dropped right midfielder.
Yeah, I put it back to sort of. I didn't win the league with this the formation, but I've done a little bit better than I have done with playing three up front. So I've gone back to playing one up front and sort of being a bit more stronger in midfield and all that. Sort of. Hopefully this will work. I need a few points, so that hopefully this will get me.
Yeah.
I could do with winning at least one cup. Just give me one cup.
Speaking of cups, I've had quite a few of them. Let's have a look at my transfer budget, or the transfers that I've done this season. Just the one signing. I sold a few players, and I brought in Hakimi. I think, looking at my side, I was still using Ben White at right back. There isn't a lot of options. Coyote's normally my go-to. He was already snapped up. So I went for Hakimi. £190 million it cost me, but he only played 22 games last season at PSG. So I think it's worth bringing him in, giving him some football, putting an arm around him, and see what he can do in an Arsenal shirt. And I haven't changed it from last season. Of course, Champions League winners. Had to keep it there. Hakimi goes straight in my starting 11. So I'm liking the look of what we've got so far. And if we're looking at just ability-wise, like my starting 11 has so many 4.5 and 5-star players. It's disgusting. Right, let's go over to Aaron.
Right.
You had an okay budget, mate. Let's have
Yeah,
a
it was a
look.
nice little bit of a budget, but obviously I've made it a lot bigger. As you know, I like giving an old player a last chance, like I did with Messi. It come back to bite me on the arse on that occasion. But I found Joshua Kimmich without a club, world-class centre mid there. I think he'll just bring a lot to the middle of that pitch. We've mentioned it a few times in this video. The spine of the team is very, very important. So with him and Tchouaméni in the midfield there, I don't see how it gets much better for me. I've spent all my money on one player. Victor Boniface, £105 million. Now, he is my sort of striker. Just look at the man, 6'3". You know, he gets up. He's not slow, he's quite quick. I think him, Calvert-Lewin, who else have we got up there? Dovbyk.
Nicholas Jackson.
There'll be some Nicholas Jackson. Yeah, they keep playing him, don't they? But there'll be some goals there between them. Tactically, I've switched it to an inside forward this time. I've still got like the 4-2-2, but I've moved him slightly wider to have an inside forward, to give Cole Palmer the position that he wants, really. Because I think I've been pissing him off over this rebuild. I've been playing him out of position, putting him places he doesn't really want to be. Locking in Scalvini, Tchouaméni and Boniface, because I don't think a couple of them was in. No, they wasn't. So yeah, it's green lines all over the place here. Reece James and Cole Palmer there. It's putting Jackson in again. So that's what is it? Is he good on this game or something?
No, that's the worst thing about it. I mean, he ain't bad, but the 11 off the ball puts me off.
So yeah, I've had to swap it over and put obviously Boniface up there in that position. Kimmich and Tchouaméni in the middle, but I'm up for it. This is the season. We've gone for broke. We've spent all our cash, probably all next season's cash, and probably all the season after's cash. So this is it now.
Right, okay, Robert, let's have a look at your final season at Manchester United, who you brought in.
So, transfers out. We had two major transfers out. We had Vitinha going to Al Ittihad for 71 million and Skamaka going for 60 million. So I managed to raise 130 million because my budget was absolutely shocking. Now, I had the impossible task of replacing the best attacking midfielder in the world, Bruno Fernandes. And I brought in a bit of a legend on my channel, Alex Scott. Now, Alex Scott at this point looks absolutely unbelievable. There wasn't too many options left out there, and he was the best that I could get. Physically, he's great. Mentally, technically, he's great. I'm hoping he can have the same impact as Bruno Fernandes, but it's huge, huge shoes to fill. So we're going to see if he can do it or not. And we only made one other signing, a release clause signing. I was surprised to see him actually still available. Alessandro Bastoni, a left-sided defender. He looks absolutely immense at this point. He's a very consistent player. He's got yellows or greens. I'm not sure what colour you have it. Absolutely everywhere. He looks unbelievable. If we look tactically, the only thing that I have done is actually lock in Amad Diallo. Now, this is a little bit of a risk, but I looked at Amad's stats and I thought to this season, as a United season ticket holder, who gave me the most wow factor? And it was Amad Diallo. I'm going to trust him. I'm going to listen to the fans. They want to see Amad play some football. He is now in the team. He does look class as well. to be fair. Lots of great stats, but I'm keeping the same tactic, the 4-2-2. The last season by far was my best season, so I'm hoping this season we can just kick on again. The team are now familiar with the tactic. I've got a settled squad, a smaller squad. I think we're going to have a great year.
All right. You also sold Rugery in that as well, which gave you a bit more of a budget, I did notice, in that £61 million for Rugery. So that's giving you a little bit more. Go for broke, mate. Final season. In the schedule, you started off very well because you did beat Aaron 2-0 away from home. His first game of the
Stamford
season.
Bridge.
It's probably about
you've struggled
time.
there. Yeah, you're coming into it now.
Maybe this is a turning point, but then, the next game... so...
It's only the Super Cup, mate. It's only the Super Cup, but
Yeah.
it's 4-1 against Arsenal. But then, it's been 3 wins in the Premier League and an 8-4 victory against Aaron's Chelsea.
I mean,
in the
Yeah,
EFL
I think
Cup.
this Borgie team thing's finished now.
I mean, listen, I am looking at this and I am a giddy monk. I am absolutely ready for this season. I genuinely do think this might be my year.
Not a bad season whatsoever. Right, let's have a look at Aaron's start of the season. Then we know he's got the 2 losses to Manchester United, but he also lost in the Community Shield to myself again. So, this is the thing. You
giving you
guys are
points
not
at the
beating
start
me.
of every season.
Yeah, and it's giving me points. But you have lost a Premier League game to Villa, as well as that Manchester United one, and Crystal Palace and Bournemouth with victories.
Yeah, it's a rocky start for me here. And I've just looked down and I've noticed I've got to play you in the league phase of the Champions League as well.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
At Arsenal as well. So that's the tricky one.
Yeah, it's not a good start for me, this.
Dad, let's have a look at your schedule at the start of the season. You have also played me in the EFL. So I've played everybody at the start of the season.
That's another cup I'm not going to win, then, isn't it?
6-1. I battered you there.
Terrible, isn't it?
Huge
Down to
win.
10 men as well, but I've got a good league start.
Good Premier League.
I'm scoring more goals with being 1 up front than I was when I had 3 up front. Unbelievable.
But there we go. Now that leaves my start of the season. We know a lot of the results already. I have lost, though, to Manchester City at the start of the season, my very first game. But outside of that, it's looking really good. And this is the first year, I believe, where I haven't started the season as top. That's Manchester City, who's got 4 wins from 4. But will it stay that way? It's the final season now, season number 5. All points matter because nobody wants to finish bottom. And I think somebody's going to have to do a miracle if they want to finish top. Well, it's another Premier League win for Arsenal. 90 points there. Dad finishing in 3rd, but Robbo in 2nd place again. 88 points, just 2 points behind me.
I cannot believe
at the
it.
top.
I cannot believe it. So
That
close.
is some doing. With compared to where you started, where you finished, mate, it's actually really impressive, to be fair.
I'm devastated, Luke. I'm devastated.
Chelsea, unfortunately, Aaron, we're not playing Europa League next year.
No,
So
they've gone for
you
that.
can't
tactic
use that
again, haven't
tactic
they?
again.
I finished nearly 30 points off the top of the league there. I don't know what's going on. I've been nowhere near a league title. I've been the Cup King, I think, in this rebuild. Season 5 is my first... I've struggled there.
Aston Villa have actually crept into the top 4 by the looks of it. They've done quite well, 74 points. But look at the profile of the league. The Golden Boot goes to Marcus Rashford, who also has the highest average rating and has the 3rd highest player of the match. We're looking at, obviously, how good Man City and Liverpool are. They've got like the likes of Jamal Musiala. So...
Yeah.
There's
Player.
a reason why they are still really good. Karnaseki with the most clean sheets, 19 in fact, massive. That's half of the games across the season. Managed to keep somebody out from scoring, which is really impressive.
He is he's such an unbelievable goalkeeper. Putting faith into him. The fans, told you, listen to the fans, look at that average attendance. There's a reason why we're 13k ahead. Unbelievable.
Unfortunately, you don't get points for attendance.
No,
but
you don't.
yeah, still impressive, yeah.
He must be the only person who looks at that.
yeah.
Hey, all stats matter. Stats don't lie.
Let's look at the league games then. So, losses for Arsenal. Manchester United defeated me 4-1 at Old Trafford. But again, nobody else managed to beat me there. 6 losses for Robbo against 1 for each team.
Yeah, that's
So
poor.
that's
That's it. Kind of,
giving away
finishing
3 points.
Yeah. So you look at the season in second, and I think, wow, I've actually done really well there. But if I'm losing to you boys and giving you points, it doesn't actually benefit me as much.
No, we still get the 2 points, obviously, for finishing second
Yeah.
out of us 4. But Dad with the...
2 losses against Arsenal. That's the ones that don't me.
Yeah, that's Ideal, happy days. And this is where I'm racking up points because I'm not only I'm winning the league, but I'm getting the highest amount plus games against you. Chelsea, 13 losses.
That's a lot of losses. That's the most losses that I've had. That's the most. It's nice, but isn't it, Robbo, when you're not in this position?
I'm just waiting for the scroll joke to come out from Luke.
Yeah, go on.
I'm just waiting for that. I had it for 3 seasons.
Yeah, we can't see the other 3. We're going to have to have a look.
There it is.
See the first 10.
Yes.
Both Arsenal games are on there, though, Aaron.
Yeah.
Have you beat? I can't quite remember if you've knocked me. I think you knocked me out of a couple too.
Yeah, I don't think I've beat you in the league in 5 years, to be honest.
No. Ipswich, they're breaking headlines again. Look, they've won something, which means we might not have won something. We'll have a look. Now, we're on Arsenal competitions. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a double cup win.
Oh, well, lads, that's game, set, and match, isn't it, I think?
Honestly, lads. Lads.
It's a domestic treble for the Arsenal, a Premier League, an FA Cup win against Fulham, and a Carabao Cup win against Crystal Palace. You got to beat the world-class teams.
True. That is very true.
Quarter-final by Inter Milan in the Champions League. There's still a Champions League there for you boys to win. Let's have a look at Dad and his competitions at the end of the season. Semi-final by Fulham.
Close again.
Quarter-final was Real Madrid.
That's twice they knocked me out.
Yeah. Is that consecutive seasons?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
It might be. Aaron, competitions in this final year.
Yeah. It is.
Round of 16 by Real Madrid.
Yeah, it's my first empty-handed season, and do you know what? It doesn't feel nice, this.
Obviously, we knew about United knocking you out in the Carabao Cup, but Forest knocked you out in the 4th round of the FA Cup, so at least it wasn't.
At least
one
I've
of
not
us.
been knocked out by one of you boys to give more points away.
Yeah. Which leaves Robbo. And if we're looking at Robbo's, the Champions League was there to win, and he got all the way to the final. Inter Milan.
I'm heartbroken. You know, if I would have ended this video with only 2 points behind the Premier League and a Champions League win, I would have been more than satisfied. I am absolutely devastated with that final. Terrible.
You battered Bayern Munich in the semi. 7-2.
I know. And if you, I'm just having a look into the final here. Rashford got injured at half-time. A few players just didn't turn up in the big game. Amad Diallo didn't turn up. We just had a poor final, and we were so good all the way there
You'd
as
have won
well.
that if you had Bruno.
I'm heartbroken.
Yeah, if you had Bruno, you might have won it.
Exactly. Maybe the difference maker.
Knocking out Barcelona in the quarters as well. Quarters,
Yeah.
semi-finals, really good results. Barcelona and Bayern Munich.
You don't get anything for finishing second, though, do you? You got to beat the best to be the best, and I've come runners-up in the league, runners-up in the Champions League. I feel like I'm on the edge of being at the top, but we're out of time, aren't we? 5 years are done.
We are indeed, yeah. The league phase, we had a couple of fixtures against each other. Dad, I know, it was Chelsea. I beat Aaron.
Yeah, it's not really surprising.
Wins out of 8, 3-2, yeah. Finished down in 17th though, mate. Still qualified from that.
Yeah.
You didn't get knocked out in the league phase like the first time.
I managed to get better than that, but yeah.
The other 3 of us actually managed to qualify in the top 8, which is quite impressive actually for 3 of us to do. Dad managed to do it by only winning 4 games. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I didn't lose, though, did I? So
No. All right, for the final time then, let's look at the goals. It was 43 for Marcus Rashford, which is quite mental actually. 27 for Rasmus, a good amount in there. Aaron, we've got the final
What has
season,
Boniface
29
been doing?
goals.
Nicholas Jackson again, look at him. Am I doing it wrong, this locking in?
Oh,
Because Nicholas Jackson started 35 and Boniface, who was locked in, has started 13 games. He scored 13 in 13 as well. What's he not playing? I'm putting a lot of this down to the assistant.
And Kunku did all right though with 18 assists, 13 goals.
he's done
but
well.
yeah,
He's
been robbed
the
there.
assists.
Dad on that final season, 24 goals from Victor Gyökeres.
not good enough.
No, very low.
Yeah.
Very low indeed. And my final season, 34 goals from Vlahovic, 32 from Vinicius Jr. Martinelli again with 22 and 24.
That's really neat. You can understand why you've won the league when you see that, like, goal scores like that.
Yeah.
The amount of goals you scored.
Yeah. All right, then, let's wrap the points up for the final time and see what the final outcome is. Season 5, then, 23 points for Omega Luke. Dad, 3 points. Aaron, 1 point. And Robbo with 7. Meaning the total points after all 5 seasons is Omega Luke with 81. Dad with 28. Aaron with 37. And Robbo with 30. Well, there we have it. Dad, you finished last.
I started like a star, and just went backwards from there. Typical Spurs.
That is classic Spurs. Robbles managed to pip you at the post there with that 7 points in the final season. Massive win at the end there to make sure he wasn't finishing last. Fair play, mate.
I mean, I think them first 3 seasons, I think I was on 9 points at the end of season 3. And I mean, that is just, I mean, that's got to be an exodus from the channel in future. That is awful. But I think the last 2 seasons, I've saved a little bit of pride. Not much, but just a little bit. I think, obviously, that Champions League would have been nice. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Enjoyed it.
Now, and Aaron, thank you very much, mate. 1 point at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great, is it? But I've did the job earlier on. I'll take a second place. Nobody was catching you. What did you win it by? About 50 points in the end?
That's mental.
I would have finished third as well if it weren't for Inter Milan beating Robbo in that Champo, I think. So, yeah, I've got to thank Inter Milan a little bit for that second place.
Well, boys, thank you very much for coming on. Really do appreciate it.
Yeah,
and
thank you,
I'm
lads.
sure
It was very good.
we'll have you back on
Well
again
done.
at some point. As I said, Aaron's coming down this weekend. I'm sure you've seen all the stuff about Daisy Hill recently, so make sure you're giving their Instagram posts and TikToks a good follow, because it's very interesting to see what you're doing at Daisy Hill. It's been quite fun to watch, even in its early stages.
A lot more work than I thought it was going to be when I first took the job on, you know. You don't realise what goes into a football club.
Well, we've seen you doing the pitch and everything, mate. We've seen the
Yeah.
vlogs. We've seen that you've been putting the work in yourself. It's great to see. So up the cutters, and hopefully can do well. But yeah, I'll see you on the weekend.
Yeah, I'll
when
see
we
you
meet
there,
in the
mate.
wrestling
I'll
ring.
give you an RKO.
Yeah, I'll look forward to it, mate. Make sure you're checking out that on Aaron's channel. That video is going to come out. And, of course, make sure you're checking out Robbo's channel. And if you haven't done so already, he's putting out some unbelievable rebuilds. And, of course, his Twitch channel is absolutely flying. Within the last year, you kind of come out of nowhere, mate. And you're taking TikTok and Twitch by storm. And it's good to see.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I love the Football Manager community myself. I think it's a very good balance of community where you have like a bit of banter, but you also have people who are really interested in football. So you have some good conversations. So if you're interested in FM and things like that, yeah, sure, check out the Twitch. And again, it's been an absolute pleasure being on the channel with you, Luke, and you, Dad, as well. Sorry about the 4th place, though, Dad.
I can take it. I'm a Spurs fan, and I.
He's used to that. But he's actually going, God, 4th place. I did quite well there, haven't I?
I mean, when you look at it as well, over the seasons, I didn't finish that bad. I was in the top 4, like 3 of the season.
Yeah,
4 of the seasons. So I haven't done that bad, but just I couldn't win a cup.
You managed to get a trophy with Tottenham. He got a trophy with Tottenham.
Yeah, to
He's
be
a winner,
fair,
isn't he?
yeah. He's going to get a statue for that, I think.
Yeah, might as well. Yeah. But let me know if you managed to get all the way to the end, the Season 5 club. Let us know down in the comment section. Thank you very much for watching. The video on screen right now is there for you to click, because I think you'll enjoy that one too. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time. For this rebuild, we are heading to the Netherlands for a fight between the big 3. And for the first time, my mate Tom FM is joining Dad and I to challenge. He's a creator who certainly has all the credentials to make this triple threat incredibly interesting. So while we remind you of the points, get yourself comfy, because this one is an all-time classic right to the very end. Right, here we go then in the Netherlands, and we've got ourselves a very tricky triple threat on our hands.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Dad and I are being joined for the first time in a rebuild versus rebuild by Tom FM. Welcome, mate.
Welcome, Tom.
Thank you very much for having me. I've been looking forward to this, and I'm excited to get started.
Oh yeah, and we've got a good one as well, I think, because in the Netherlands, the upcoming rise of both PSV and Feyenoord in the last couple of seasons, I think have left a nice little tasty rivalry in Football Manager as well, alongside Ajax. Because too long it was just Ajax kind of dominating, but I think now they're three very equal sides. So this is going to be a good one. And Tom, you've been given Ajax through the randomness of AI just selecting 3 between the 3 of us.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, to be fair, because I think out of all of us, I've got the easiest start at least. I think Ajax will have a slightly higher reputation, so I might be able to get some better players in to start off with, and I think I should have more money than you guys as well, so I think I've been quite lucky.
Absolutely. And you got Jordan Henderson.
Yeah, that's it then, isn't it?
So
challenge over.
We'll see. I'm not quite sure how much will be used.
All right, we'll kick things off then with the transfers of Feyenoord, which is the team I was given. Just the one player coming in, and that is a striker, Yohan Boni. Of course, this season, they lost Santiago Jimenez. They've got a couple of players in there, but none that really replaced him, unfortunately. So I have brought in Yohan Boni from Parma. He's only 19 as well, so maybe if he develops quite nicely across the 5 seasons that we are rebuilding, he could be an absolute baller by the time we finish things off. But for 10 million, he's got 3 goals in 4 games already.
Running already.
Yeah, so he's coming, he's firing on all cylinders here in the Netherlands. But tactically, I'm setting up with a 4-2-3-1, but with a dropped right winger, which tends to be Calvin Stengs, who's, of course, A bit of a favoured Football Manager wonder kid of the past. Some good players in there. The Timber, obviously. Trauner, who Dad always says I look like. I think he looks miserable, if you ask me. But he's in there. Hanko and Hartman, two very good left-sided players. And, of course, Bijlo or Bijlo, the goalkeeper. Also very good as well. So some cracking players to kick things off here in the Netherlands for me at Feyenoord. Dad, you were given PSV Eindhoven, of course. And again, just one transfer coming in.
Transfer, yeah.
Left-sided centre-back.
Really, usually quite hard to get order, so I grabbed this one while I had the chance, really. He's a good one as well.
Yeah,
Only
Valentin
20.
Gomez, only 20 again, youngster from Velez. Only paid £5.5 million as well. Seems like a bit of a steal. But tactically...
Yeah, I think I've gone a bit sort of reserved there. I'm sort of like making sure I don't lose many games here rather than attacking and seeing I'm one of the top teams in this league. So, yeah, hopefully I can hold a good defensive line and maybe catch people on the break.
All right, we got Serginho Dest as well being locked in at right back. And you mentioned being conservative. What we have discovered from these three-way / four-way rebuilds that we've been doing is the points that you get, the amount of points that you get beating each other or just simply not losing against each other. Can really make a difference in the long run in terms of the points tally.
One of us having a good cup run and knocking both teams out and winning the cup is hell of a lot of points in it. So
that's it. And when you're the three best teams in the league, that can happen quite a lot.
Yeah,
so Tom, let's have a look at your transfers, mate, or transfer that you've done this summer, and talk us through your tactic.
Yeah, just one player coming in this summer. It's Facundo Medina for me, left-footed centre-back. I just felt we needed a bit of cover there. I felt the defence was maybe the weakest part of the team. So we brought Medina in from Lens. £17 million. He's nothing standout about him in particular, but he's just solid across the ball. You know, he's pretty fast with 14 pace. He's pretty decent at marking with 14 marking. He's pretty decent with heading at 13 heading, and at 184 centimetres should be able to win a few decent headers. I'm hoping he scores once or twice from a corner. If we do need a bit of cover, he can play left back as well. So we've got a few options with him here, because this season we're playing a 4-3-3 with a defensive midfielder in there. Medina slotting in as our starting left centre back. We have some really good young talent in this team. We've got Brian Brobbery starting up top for us. We've got Jarell Harto at left back, of course. We've got Yuri Regier at the CDM spot as well. So there's lots of young talent. Kenneth Taylor as well, actually starting in centre midfield. Ajax known for developing youngsters, so I want to try and lean into this a little bit, but we'll see how things go across a few seasons if we try and match, trying to develop youngsters but also trying to win. So hopefully like Harto and Sergio are going to get forward and help Berghuis and Traore and Brobbery in the attack, and that's the way we're going to try and score goals. Try and have almost like a front five in attack essentially, with those guys pushing really far up the pitch. So I'm hoping for a pretty decent season.
Lovely. Well, you started the season quite well as well. Only dropping 2 points there to NAC. You had to qualify for the Europa League, of course, because of Ajax's bad finish, possibly the season beforehand. But you're in it. You're in Europa League Group D. And outside of that, another 3 wins there with so many goals being scored, by the way.
A lot of goals.
Game that you dropped points is only because you conceded 3, because you scored 3 as well. But 8-1 against Go Ahead Eagles. Unbelievable stuff at the start.
Yeah, with Berghuis scoring 5 of those goals as well. He's been very, very good to start the season off. So we'll have to see how he develops across the season. It might just be a bit of form at the start. He is, how old is he now? He's 31 years old. So for me, I'd be thinking he's getting towards the twilight of his career. We'd maybe looking to try and replace him with someone a bit younger and better later on in the video. But if he keeps scoring goals at the rate he's scoring goals, then I think, you know, his starting spot is nailed down. And yeah, hopefully with a great start in the Europa League as well. We've got a pretty nice group as well at the start of it, with Kiev, Bratislava and Stilkeborg. So we should be topping that with ease.
Lovely stuff. Right, Dad, let's have a look at your starting fixtures, how you've kicked the season off. Because we've played each other and you've beaten me, which means Dad has picked up the very first point of the rebuild. 1 point. It was only in the Community Shield, but it's still a result against each other. Nice little 2-0 win there for you.
Not too bad. I haven't lost the game, so I'm pleased with that, really.
But you have dropped points.
Yeah, that's the problem. But yeah, I still haven't lost, though. So, I mean, apart from you playing you in that cup, which is, it's a friendly, really, isn't it? At the beginning of the season. Apart from that, I haven't played anybody sort of like, I would say, it's going to be an hard game to test me at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you're great at home because you've scored 9 goals at home.
Yeah.
But it's the 2 away fixtures where you've dropped points.
Yeah, and I thought the tactic I set up was more for being away, really, so more of a defensive role. So yeah.
Champions League group though, you got PSG and Inter, so probably in the Europa League.
Europa League next season, then.
Yeah. Well, actually, we've still got the old format on this first season, so if you do drop into the Europa League, it's not such a bad thing.
No, I'm pleased with that.
I think I'm also in the Champions League. Let's have a look at my starting fixtures. I've actually lost a game, but it was against Rangers, but I won the second fixture, which means I am also qualified for the Champions League. But again, I've dropped 2 points, well, 2 points in 2 games on top of that, because I've drawn to Utrecht and drawn to Heracles, have beaten Go Ahead Eagles, only scored half the goals that Tom did against them, though. Only got 4. So, but Willem 2, another win against them as well. My Champions League group, I've got the other Milan side, Monaco and Arsenal. Everybody is going to be wearing away shirts because everybody plays in red in that group. So there might be some kit clashes going on. But an interesting start to season number 1 with Dad being 1-0 up already. Let's see what happens at the end of this first season. Alright, that first season then, and Tom picks up the league title.
Yeah, well done, Tom. We lost 2 games. Well done, mate.
Yeah, I can't believe
that
that's
is-
a really, really impressive stat there. Only 2 losses. They were both to you, though.
Yeah. So straight away, there is a couple of points that we have managed to claw back despite the 4 for winning the league. But look at the goals that you scored, the 118 goals being scored. Miles more than either of us down in the 80s there, the mid-80s. But points-wise, winning the league by 7 points in total. So a dominant
Not
first
even close.
season with me and Dad finishing in 2nd and 3rd place. If we're looking at the rest of the results that we played against each other, I lost 5 games, 1 against each of you. So again, you both pick up a point there. Tom actually beat me 4-0 when I went to Amsterdam, so that was a big one. No, a 2-1 against Dad's Eindhoven side. But then Dad, you lost
Just the
5
one.
games, but just the one.
Yeah.
Did not lose to Tom this year. However, when you did come to Rotterdam, I sent you back
Hammering.
in with a 4-0. Lovely stuff. The profile of the league, though, the top scorer was Johan Bonny. So, came in, not a bad little pickup for me. Got 24 goals. The highest average rating was Stengs. That's because he had the most player of the matches. And I had the most clean sheets. It's amazing how far I was behind Tom.
Yeah.
Considering I topped quite a lot of the statistics there. Because even in the assists, I had 3 of the 5 in there. Not bad. And Tom's top scorer was Burgess, who is 3rd place with 19, although you do have 16 clean sheets with Mateus as well, who is up there with Vilo, the Brazilian goalkeeper there. Is that the one from the Portuguese leagues? Yeah, it was Braga. I feel like, do you know when you play Football Manager so many years that you just come across these names and you just think, you've used him so many times. He has popped up
I
there.
probably have.
Yeah, you know it's goalie, yeah, so many times.
And there's so many times where there's a player as well that I'll be sure this guy played like 5 years for Sunderland, for example, and it turns out he played 5 years for Sunderland in Football Manager, but he's been there so long for me in game that I just think he's there in real life as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that always happens. So, interesting start to the season. But we're on Feyenoord here. Let's have a look at the competitions page. There's obviously a cup to win. And it has... Oh, I've done the Europa League! Oh,
Tom, that ain't good for us, mate.
did indeed drop into the Europa League. I was on the same points as Monaco, with a better goal difference. So it must be down to results against each other. I lost 2, did lose to Monaco and drew against them. But I went and beat Dortmund in the final. Picked up a double because I also won the Dutch Cup. Beating Dad 2-0 in the final, which is another point as well. So that's 4 for that, 5 for winning the Europa League. It's a cracking start here at Feyenoord, despite obviously Tom pinching the league title. Lovely stuff. Well, to save it, the only thing that you boys would be able to do is win the Champions League. You just got to hope, Dad, you didn't get knocked out. So let's have a look at PSV. Obviously, we knew you runner-up. You stayed in the Champions League. You didn't get to the final, though. The final is being held against Bayern Munich and Manchester City, which means, unfortunately for you, Tom, as well, you dropped into...
Quarterfinal.
Well, you were in the Europa League,
Oh.
sorry, already. Manchester United in the Europa League quarterfinal. And an early exit in the Cup.
Yeah, it's frustrating. That loss to Man United 4-3 in aggregate is really tough, because I think if you've beaten Feyenoord, if you've beaten Dortmund, I think we could have beaten them as well in the semi-finals and then gone through to have a Dutch final, which would have been really good fun. But yeah, if we go to the Cup here, 3rd round exit in the Cup to FC Eindhoven, not even a top division side here. That is really frustrating for us. If you look at their schedule, yeah, they beat us 3-2. They scored in the 94th minute of that game to win it. We missed a penalty as well. It's all a bit up in the air.
I love a late goal.
So it's a frustrating game, that one. We didn't even rotate much as well, looking at this. It's a pretty decent starting lineup there. There's a bit of rotation there with a few youngsters playing, but again, we've got Satalo Medina starting at centre-back as well. Harto's playing in the team as well. There's at least 4 or 5 starters in there, so... frustrating to lose that one, of course, and obviously miss out on some big points by being knocked out ever so early in the Cup. So, although we won the league title, which is great, not great in other areas.
The only, good thing about that is you'd rather lose to a team in the 2nd division than lose to one of us.
Yeah.
Because that's extra points that you would lose.
That's true. That's true.
The cup final itself, I scored in the 9th minute and the 32nd minute. So it was 2-0 at half-time. You never really came back after that, Dad.
No.
Player of the match, though, was the goalkeeper. So that does tell you quite a lot of what happened throughout the game. Tom, we're going to have a look at your player statistics here. The top scorer throughout the whole season was Bertrand Traoré, the right midfielder. He also got 13 assists. You've got 3 players with 23 goals or more, though, which is quite promising.
Yeah, the front 3 there have just worked so well all season. I'm actually a bit shocked, actually, by it, to be fair, because I didn't expect to see all 3 of them with 23 plus goals. And Kenneth Taylor from centre midfield also with 19 as well. Like, that's really impressive. But Traoré only started 25 games. Came off the bench 10 times as well, but he's been phenomenal, his hit rate. So he is someone that we maybe have to think about keeping in a team a little bit longer. Same with Berghuis as well. Like, he's been really good. I was thinking at the start of the season, maybe they need to be moved on a little bit, get some youngsters in who have got some high potentials to surpass them, but they're doing really well. So I feel like I'm being a bit harsh if I push them out of the team next season, so maybe I've got to rethink my plans.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the squad's chipping in with assists. There's like 4 or 5 players. Well, actually, there's way more. There's about 6 or 7 players with double figures in terms of assists, so that's always a good sign, including your fullbacks as well.
Yeah, again,
so that's good.
Serge Aurier was a player that I was thinking, he's 31, he's probably not the greatest anymore, need to think about moving him on, replacing him, but 15 assists and 4 goals is not a bad return at all. His average rating is sky high as well.
Transfer budget, you got £26 million in the summer, but of course, the Dutch league is never really known for a lot of money, so that's actually quite a good budget. Let's have a look at Dad's PSV Eindhoven side. 25 goals from Joey Viet. That's your centre midfielder. Yeah. With 18 assists.
He's good. He's a good player. I mean,
he is very good, yeah.
It just goes to show. I think I've got to change the tactic up and maybe go a few more players up front to if he's my leading goal scorer. But
he scored 9 penalties across the season, which helps.
There you go. So that don't really. It doesn't help me though, does it? I'm not scoring goals, am I really? So
Noah Lang, I think, had your best performance across the season. Yeah. He has got a really good average rating, as well as 19 goals and 14 assists. So if you take out obviously the penalty goals scored, Joey Veerman probably isn't anywhere near as good as the Noah Lang performance. The 24-year-old, that's quite good. And your transfer budget £20 million as well. So
I'm happy with that. They're supporting me, so that's good.
Not too bad. Over to final then, the squad. 35 goals from Johan Bonny in that first season, so that's not bad. 20-year-old. Calvin Steng, 19 and 23, very much like Noah Lang as well in that performance. We've got a loan of Osman, who got 14. Of course, he got the goal in the cup final as well. I've actually loaned in quite a few players and loaned out 3 as well. So a few names will be changed in the squad, but I have been given £31 million. So just slightly more than you guys, but I guess getting to the final of the Europa League has helped in that regard, as well as playing the Champions League football in the first place. The finances are looking pretty healthy, over £100 million. But all right, good season. Let's have a look at the points. Season 1 points then, Omega Luke with 11, Dad with 3, and Tom FM with 5. I'm about to go on holiday for 2 weeks. However, I've still got to take my laptop and set up the videos that are coming out while I'm away, but I'm going to be absolutely fine because I've got NordVPN. Just opening NordVPN itself automatically connects me to a virtual private network, already securing my browsing stuff on the internet. But then if I need to make sure it looks like I'm back in the UK for any reason, or maybe I just want to check out the Netflix that I know and love, I can just, with a click of the button, arrive virtually in the United Kingdom, as simple as that. There are plenty of other reasons why you can use NordVPN to help you while you're away, and I'll explain a few more of that in a second. But if you are looking at getting yourself a subscription, if you go to nordvpn.com/Omega Luke, I'll leave a link in the top description, get you an extra 4 months on top of a 2-year plan, which is already really good value for money. To be honest though, you want to feel safe wherever you're browsing the internet, even at your own home, and NordVPN can of course help you with that. They have plenty of software on there which can really help you, such as a malware scanner. You can see some things that I've downloaded in terms of kits for Football Manager, etc., using the Sky Sports app when I want to watch Sky Sports on my PC instead of going into my living room and watch it on the telly. It's always scanning and always looking to see if it can find threats. It's also really good for when you just browse the internet and all those ads that pop up all the time in front of you. You have to click the X to get just out of the way when you're searching for stuff. Look how many ads it is, disruptive ads it is blocked for me. 484. That's worth the subscription alone, in my opinion. There's obviously a lot of fun advantages of having NordVPN, especially when you go across the Atlantic and connect yourself to somewhere like the United States. I mean, Premier League football is really cheap if you're watching it from the United States, if you understand what I'm saying. As well as like really good Netflix shows that maybe aren't available in the UK anymore. Even just browsing stuff from the US Netflix is kind of fun, and other countries too. Just going to like Australia, seeing what they are up to on Netflix. I've actually used that quite a lot when I'm being on my PC. Just be like, well, I'm bored of the shows that I've got at my disposal now. So if you are looking at getting yourself a NordVPN subscription, again, nordvpn.com/Omega Luke, you can get yourself an extra 4 months on top of a 2-year plan. And I think you'd be quite surprised at the value of how much a 2-year plan is compared to how much it will help and protect you when browsing the internet. Your internet daddy is here to protect you once again. Thank you very much to NordVPN for sponsoring the video. Again, there's a link at the top of the description or in the pinned comments. All right, going into season number 2 then, I've took the advantage, but what have I done in the transfer market? Just 2 players come in, no players, first teamers at least, gone out. Free transfer, and I've loaned out Shaquille Van Persie in the hopes that he turns into as good as his dad in the latter stages of this rebuild. That would be beautiful. But bringing in Alan Velasco, an Argentinian player who can play on that left-hand side or in that centre attacking midfield spot. Can fill in other positions as well, but very good attacking type of player. And he's young again, only 22. But this is, I always feel like the Netherlands is the perfect place for young South American players to go there. And history obviously suggests that with the likes of R9 and Romario coming across to Europe for the first time. Anel Ahmedhodzic, though, £25 million, a very good centre-back to bring in. His only downfall really is he gets forward whenever possible. It's like, calm down, Anel. Let's not do anything silly, shall we? But a very good Bosnian centre-back to add to my Feyenoord side, because I did feel like centre-back might have been my weakest option on that right-hand side with the guy who looks like me. But we're sticking with the same tactic. We won the Europa League, we won the Cup with it, and we've just added better players. So hopefully we can challenge for the title this season. That is my plan. But Dad, you've had a very busy window.
Yep.
We are looking at potentially a lot of installments to bring players
probably,
in.
Yeah, I was taught by Aaron Hunt how to do all that. So,
So you, looking at it, you got Oscar Wilhelmsson who's come in there for £5 million.
Yeah, just strengthen up a bit more up front. Like I said, I don't think I scored enough goals from my striker wide. So
yeah,
got one in.
then we got Bruno Tabata for £12 million.
Yeah. It'd be a good sort of injection from the left hand side.
Or the right, you play
Or the
both.
right, yeah, play the both, yeah.
Luis Suarez, £17 million.
This is the guy I'm sort of putting a lot of money into, so yeah, hopefully this guy can sort of score the goals for me.
Yeah, because you
really.
didn't score enough last season, so requirement up front was definitely needed. And then Okamura, Daihachi Okamura.
Yeah, good centre back.
Decent centre back.
Whether he could strut into the team, I mean, he's 2-footed as well, so he can play both sides at centre back as well. So yeah,
He is slow though.
that's the problem, isn't it? But then at your centre back, do you need a centre back to be really quick? So if you've got one beside him that is quick,
They're good if they have good positioning.
Yeah.
This man has 11 for positioning.
yeah,
So we'll see if he's out of position and he's not quick.
yeah, that's the problem. Isn't it? So hopefully the guy beside him helps him out a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But a few players did go out. Ricardo Pepi, £4.8 million. We got a couple of players who have left for a few million as well. And of course, you needed to switch the system around.
Yeah, so I got Gomez sat in beside him as well, so
Yeah.
Gomez will help him. So I locked him in there.
Tabata coming in off that right-hand side.
Yep, and then I've got
Gomez
the
left foot.
2 up front then. So obviously I have changed it around a little bit, and hopefully I can score a few more goals.
All right. Tom, what happened for you this summer, mate?
It's been busy, to be fair. And the biggest out you'll notice, or the notable out, is Bertrand Traore. He's gone off to Al-Tai, who play in Saudi Arabia, for just £4.1 million. But there was some thinking behind this, and there was some method to the madness. Obviously, he was very good for us last season, but he's coming towards the end of his contract, and it's either renew his contract or let him go. Now, last summer, we brought in Facundo Medina, centre-back. But we also put a bid in for Teas Magno, who is a winger on the left wing at New York City FC, young Brazilian. And we did agree that £12 million, but he wasn't going to join until mid-January. So we actually signed him technically last season in January, where he played a few games. And we couldn't really drop Traore too much because he was playing so well. But with Teas Magno now in the team, on paper is a better player. We thought, okay, let's not renew his contract. Let's sell Traore, get him out of the club, and he can earn a lot of money over in Saudi Arabia. So actually, Teas Magno comes in, and he's going to be starting on the left-hand side for us this season. His finishing could be a little bit higher, given that I like to play with inside forwards, but I think overall he's a very good young player, only 22 years old, still got room to develop, which is nice. So that explains why he's gone. We sold a youth player to Chelsea, David Calacoa, I think it's how you say his name, 8.5 million. And then we also got rid of Chuba Akpom as well. Wasn't playing for for us last season as a striker. And obviously, because he's English, has the English tax on him. So Aston Villa have come in and they paid £13.5 million for him up front, and then 16.5 down the line, or an extra 3 million down the line, essentially, to take it up to 16.5 million. So we had lots of money to spend, and I've ended up spending around 30-ish million or so. We started off with Mario Pasalac. Just wanted an extra body in midfield, some experience in there because it's quite a young midfield. So he's come in from Atalanta for just under £5 million. Feels like a bit of a steal bringing him into the team. Also wanted to replace Serge Aurier at right back, or at least get someone in who's a bit younger and be able to challenge him. So Juliel Rosas, he's Spanish. I'm not quite sure how you say his first name, to be fair. Rosas, though, coming from Sporting Gijon, where he's been there his entire career so far. 5.25 million. I believe that was his release fee clause, actually, which is why it was such a good deal, because he's already valued double that here, despite playing in a lower rated league, essentially. So that must have been his release fee clause. So he should be quite good for us. A very physical player for us down that right hand side. Did want to improve the backup on the right hand side of the attack. So Hakon Evjen's come in from Bodo Glimt. He'll be playing off the right hand side as a backup there. Pretty decent player. Got one cap for Norway till at 24 years old. So I'm excited to see what he can do at the club. I've also brought in a youngster in Asan Ouedraogo, I think is how you pronounce his name. Only £3.5 million from RB Leipzig. Now, he's only 18, but I know in Foot Manager he's got big potential. Whether he's going to reach that potential in the time frame that we've got, I don't know. But I thought for the money that I had left over, we'll bring him in. And I also had a plan to bring in a new goalkeeper because who's the keeper normally? It is Remco Pasveer. He's 40 years old. We had Matthews last season on loan from Braga, but we weren't able to bring him back this season. So I wanted to bring in a new permanent goalkeeper. So the plan is to bring in Alexander Nubel. Had a low release fee clause, I think, at Bayern Munich, thinking, great, this guy's going to be amazing this season for us. And then I realised he's not joined the club yet. Like, what's going on here? Turns out he's got a 2-season loan at Stuttgart, so he's not going to join us until the start of season 3. So then I start panicking, and I'm like, oh no, I've not got a first choice keeper now. I need to find someone quickly. Look on the loan list, who's available for loan? And guess who's available for loan? It's incredible. We have managed to bring in on loan Mamardashvili from Liverpool, because he's obviously not going to start ahead of Alisson, and they want him out on loan apparently. So we've actually got maybe a better keeper than Nubel on loan for the season. That's the transfer window this season. It's quite a lot, but I think we're going to be quite good.
Yeah, busy one, mate. And sticking with the 4-3-3 from last year as well?
Yeah, sticking with the exact same formation. There's no need to change it, I don't think. We were dominant in the league. I think we got unlucky in the Cup and in the Europa League. So I think sticking with what we knew works well. We'll go with it.
Lovely stuff. Well, start of the season, it's 5 wins from 5 and 2 victories as well against us.
Yeah.
So that's 2 points straight away that you're picking up immediately. A 4-1 win against Feyenoord in the Super Cup and a 1-0 home win against Dad's PSV Eindhoven in the league, as well as 3 other victories.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, particularly with Brobbery starting really strongly as well, getting 4 goals in those 5 games. So that's pretty good to see the youngster still developing. If he scores 30 goals this season, I'll be very happy. I want to see that improvement from him as well. But also some of the new boys helping out a little bit here as well, with the likes of Hakon Evjen getting a goal there as well. But also bringing Carlos Borges into a team this season. I think he was out on loan last season, and he's come back this time around, and I'm hoping to start him a little bit as well. So we've got loads of movement on the wings, essentially, with our players this season. We've got quite a lot to see what we can work with.
Yeah, Champions League fixtures, there's a couple of tricky ones in there. Man City and Barcelona, I've noticed. But the rest of the teams are sort of like on the same level as Ajax, so it stands a good chance of possibly a qualification through in that regard.
I'd like to think so. We're not going to get top 8 based on those fixtures, I don't think. But I mean, they're all pretty tough. Bodo Glimt should be an easy win, but actually, you know, Roma Benfica are going to be quite tough. Villarreal Valencia are going to be quite tough. I mean, Villa Barcelona Man City. I mean, to be honest, we may not actually make the knockouts based on those fixtures. I reckon it might be a bit of a struggle.
All right, we'll see. Dad, let's have a look at your fixtures at the start of the season, because, of course, we already know about one league fixture which you lost. You also dropped out of the Champions League, losing to Benfica.
Well, they gave me a right brushing, didn't they?
Yeah, you got absolutely knobbed in that second leg, 6-1 there.
Oh, dear, dear, dear.
But it does mean you drop into the Europa League, which isn't a bad thing now, because you can't do that anymore in the new format after the first season.
Next game against you as well, so...
Yeah. Some wins in there in terms of the league, the rest of the fixtures in the league.
Yeah,
so
not too bad.
Other than the loss to Tom, it's not a bad start whatsoever. And Europa League fixtures that you've got, I would say you should be able to go through. I mean, AC Milan's in there. That's quite tricky.
Yeah.
Galatasaray are probably looking for revenge because you knocked them out early in the Champions League qualification. You've got to play them again and away from home.
Oh, going to hell.
Yeah,
oh,
so
dear.
that's a tricky
Suarez has started scoring a few goals for me as well. So, yeah, I'll be happy if he scores 30 as well this season.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. instead of Joey Veerman.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at the start of my season. Other than the cup loss, I haven't started too badly. I have lost as well to Bayern Munich, who won the Champions League last year. So Harry Kane's had a wonderful time lifting the Champions League trophy. But I have won all of my league fixtures, which is a good start, and 5-0 in 2 of the fixtures, which means I currently sit top of the league, but anything can change. Of course, there they are again, the Rats of Rennes. I've got to play them in the first Champions League fixture. They show up every single rebuild.
Tom, me and you got to support Rennes, right, mate?
No, they are horrible human beings, or just a horrible club. Do you know about my hatred for Rennes, Tom? Are you aware of it?
I'm aware of it, yeah. I'm aware of it. I think most people are probably aware of it at this stage, I think.
Yeah. I like the fact that I still get comments go, I know Luke hates Rennes, but I still don't know the actual reason. And I think that's like quite cool. Just like a mythical thing. Like, nobody knows why. There's only a few that does, but yeah.
I like the comments that comes through as well. So I got beat by Rennes, so I'm with Luke now. I hate them as well.
Yeah, honestly, I reckon about 4 or 5 times a week I'll get tagged or sent something about people beating Rennes. I love it, so thank you very much for that. Season number 2 then. Let's get things underway after I took an early lead and see if the other two can start pulling some trophies and points back. Alright, season number 2. Feyenoord are your champions and unbeaten season as well.
Good season.
0 losses across the season.
That takes some doing. Well done, mate.
Yeah.
Only actually conceded 19 as well.
Yeah, that's why you won so many.
Yeah. Disappointing season for you, Dad. Dropping down to 4th place.
Yes, what happened there?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. I got more attacking and I'm thinking, gets worse.
Although I did notice we now have 4 teams, qualifying for the Champions League in this. So obviously the Europa League win last year and doing well in the competitions in Europe in general has allowed for the Dutch to have an extra position, which is good for us, to be fair. Let's have a look then at the other losses, because we know I didn't lose any, so there's no points gained on my behalf. But Tom, you lost 6 fixtures in total. 3 of them were against us, dropping 3 points there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a frustrating season. We're 4 points worse off than last season. I think we've not scored as many goals as well. Robbery's top scorer in the league with 20, but he got 25 in all competitions this season, so only a slight improvement on the previous campaign. It's just not been as good, and it's a bit frustrating because I felt like we did strengthen the team, but I guess letting go of Bertrand Traore was a bad idea in hindsight, maybe.
Yeah, he was the key. That's the lesson you've learnt there, Tom. He was the key for Ajax's success last season.
Not me at all. Especially because Teres Magno has not done as well either. Magno with his 10 goals, 7 assists, nowhere near the levels that Traore got last season. So maybe a mistake.
Couldn't even clean his
out
boots,
the
mate.
Play with a youngster.
7 losses for yourself, Dad. Only one of them though was against us. So 1 loss there to Ajax, which we've seen at the start of the season, of course.
Yeah.
You drew 7. Those were the other 3 fixtures, of course, that we've seen. Whereas Tom, of course, lost against you in the other game. So not too bad. But yeah, we're looking at the player statistics. Brian Brobby is top of the with Sidney van Hooijdonk, which is obviously his dad was a player as well.
Yeah, good one as well, yeah.
Calvin Stengs and Johan Bonny up there, 19 and 18. Average rating is dominated by Ajax and one Feyenoord player up there as well. Ruben van Bommel, who's another son of a cracking player. Marco van Bommel, he always turns out to be good on this as well, Ruben. And then Carlos Borges actually had the most player of the matches because of that 25 league assist season. That is mental, by the way, Tom.
Yeah, I'm impressed with him. Like, he came out of the woodwork, really, because he was on loan at Wolves last season. Yeah, he did okay at Wolves, nothing impressive, but I thought, let's bring him into the first team this season, see what he can do, and yeah, he's now the first name on the team sheet. Also, hearing you say Brian Brobby rather than Brobbery has just made me realise for the first time in my life there's not an R in, like, after the B, Brobbery. That's what I've been saying forever. It's Brian Brobby, isn't it? So I've said his name wrong forever, and I've learnt something today.
Well, there you go, mate. Don't worry, mate. We do exactly the same thing. I was adamant I could say Kravitskalia's name correctly last year. I was like, all of you chumps who keep saying I'm saying it wrong. Yeah, I was saying it wrong.
Yeah.
I'll probably still do now.
The comments are really kind, though. The comments are really, really nice all the time, saying, oh by the way, you've just accidentally said his name slightly wrong.
Yeah, they are never nasty about it either. They never take offence by it, and it doesn't bother them that much. They just kindly remind you of them saying it wrong. It's never in like a vindictive way. Clean sheets, 18 for Justin. Bilo, who's, again, one of the names we are definitely nailing and getting that correct. He got 18, which is obviously really helped the fact that we've stayed unbeaten throughout the season. Scored the most goals. I mean, Feyenoord's names here is quite a lot if you're looking at the team overview on statistics.
Yeah.
Fewest conceded, only 19. The most dribbles as well. Clean sheets, we've done very well this season. But what about in the other competitions? Because this points is won and lost in cup games where you have to face each other. Competitions for Feyenoord, and we were knocked out of the quarterfinal by Dad's PSV Eindhoven. And unfortunately, I got all the way to the Champions League semi-final before Manchester City eliminated me. So,
Good season, really. Then.
yeah, gutted. Let's have a look at your competitions page, Dad, and see how PSV Eindhoven runners-up in the cup. Oh,
no.
That's left it wide open there.
That's twice I've lost the cup final.
Yeah, 2 seasons in a row.
I'm losing a lot of points tonight.
Quarter-final by Galatasaray. I told you they'd get their revenge. I told you they'd get their revenge.
they'd get their own.
Yeah,
Got
I
their
mean, we
back
can
on
have a
me.
look at the Europa League because I think me and Tom was both in the Champions League. They beat you 8-4. What a tie that was.
Yeah.
Unbelievable in the quarterfinals. Round of 16, you knocked out AC Milan, and the second game was a 5-5 draw. Unbelievable stuff there. You played in the knockout playoff round, eliminating Olympiacos, and in the league phase itself, finished in 19th there, 1-3, 7-4 against Basel. Nice there. Like two draws there. Again, Galatasaray beat you when you went there.
Yeah.
So knocking them out was probably the worst thing that you could have done because they've really ruined your season in some ways. Tom, though, looking at your competitions page, there isn't a cup win.
No, it's been a poor season, really. It's frustrating. Obviously, second in the league, another third-round exit in the Dutch Cup as well. So that's to FC20 this time, who are a top division side. So yeah, at least we're losing to a team in our division this season. But the frustrating one, the one that's really got to me, is knocked out the knockout playoff round in the Champions League by Feyenoord Rotterdam. It was 5-2 on aggregate to you. So it was a pretty decent first leg, actually, 2-2. But then Johan Bonny's come in and scored a hat-trick to win that one for you. So that's really frustrating, actually. If I look at my entire Champions League, actually, we didn't beat Bodo Glimt. That was the one game I thought we'd win, but we lost 2-0 to them. But we managed to beat Benfica, Man City, Villarreal, Valencia, but then it's Feyenoord that ended up being too strong for us. So that's frustrating. Again, knocked out a little bit early on, maybe after we got through to those knockouts. We thought we could have gone a bit further, but coming up against you there, at the moment, you're too strong for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm annoyed that Rennes has finished highest. I've lost one game. It wasn't to Rennes. I lost to Aston Villa, but I did draw against them.
I was going to say, I know it was they didn't lose the game at all. So.
Yeah, drew against them. So and that's better than losing. But I won 4 games, beat Inter Milan, which is kind of nice. Obviously, knocking Tom out of the knockout playoff round, but then the round of 16, I eliminated Barcelona. So I had a good run into the semi-final because then Inter Milan was next. Beat them twice in the season, and then beat them twice across both legs there because I beat them 4-1 in the second leg and 2-0 in the first leg. So 6-1 on aggregate, absolutely destroying Inter Milan, and then unfortunately losing 7-4 on aggregate to Manchester City, who lost to Real Madrid in the final. So I'm actually really happy with that season because although obviously I only won the league, but I didn't manage to pick up the cup. The cup was won by AZ Alkmaar, who beat Dad on penalties. Huge opportunity missed there for your dad.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
But,
I don't know.
Yeah, you still picked up some points, though, for victories in other fixtures. Tom, Brian Brobby, or Brobbery, as you were nailing it, 25 goals, was your top scorer this season. But yeah, the highlight was definitely Carlos Borges with 18 goals and 28 assists in just 41 games.
Yeah, he's been the standout star for me, and a player that I wasn't expecting to be all that good, sort of on the periphery, coming back from loan, but no, he's come in to be the main man. Again, Kenneth Taylor, really strong season with 21 goals from a central midfield. Really pleased with him, but it's just the drop-off in productivity from other players around that just hasn't quite worked out. I mean, Sergio Aurier's not been playing this season. He's been playing behind Rosas, who's got 13 assists, to be fair, so it's only 2 less than Aurier got last season, so I'm okay with him being in the team and things like that. But just across the board, a drop in productivity, I think, and it's just not been quite as slick as it was season 1.
Well, you've got £18 million to correct that, and of course the arrival of Alexander Nubel in goal. So there's a chance there to pull things back. We're looking at PSV Eindhoven now, and 28 goals from your new striker, Luis Suarez. players.
Good start to the career at PSV, yeah, so pleased with that.
Marcus Leonardo was a good loan deal as well, 18
Yes.
goals and 5 assists.
Yeah,
But the
that
trouble is
definitely
with
worked out
loan
for me.
deals, you have to give them back.
Yeah, I know that's the problem because I can't afford 94 million.
At 17 goals and 19 assists from Bruno Tabata, which was very good as well. And Joey Veerman
done well again for me
still,
as well.
yeah,
15 goals and 11 assists. That's really good from midfield, yeah.
Not
Pleased
too
with that.
bad.
My transfer budget's definitely going to help me out this season, is it?
No, the minor £6 million
Yeah.
budget, meaning you have to sell £6 million before you even have a zero budget, which also includes free transfers. We learnt the last time this happened. You can't sign a free transfer with a minus budget. You have to sell players. So your hand is being forced
Yeah.
immediately there. But let's have a look. Hopefully I haven't been given that. 25 and 15 for Calvin Stengs, who was the top scorer for the season. Johan Bonny was 24. Although he's still scoring, he's not getting any better. That's 2 seasons now. He's played almost every single game, and he looks exactly the same as when I bought him, despite scoring so many. Ivan Yusek's done all right, as well as Ezequiel Ballord, who was a loan player, or a player who was loaned out first season. I have £14 million, but I don't have much of a wage budget, so I think I'm definitely going to have to sell players if I'm wanting to bring anybody in, because that's not really going to give me a lot of budget either. But all right, let's have a look at the points then at the end of season number 2. Season 2 points are Mega Luke with 8, Dad with 3, and Tom FM with 2, meaning the total points are Luke with 19, Dad with 6, and Tom FM with 7. All right, season number 3 then. Once again, Shaquille Van Persie going out on loan, and AZ Alkmaar are paying me money to loan him as well, which is always good, getting an extra £2.6 million out of them for that. But unfortunately, I did lose David Hanko. £41 million was spent on the Slovakian, who can play left back and centre back. He's gone to Al Ittihad in Saudi Arabia. Quite a lot of money brought in though, and I did have 100%, which has allowed me to spend all £65 million worth. So Mateus Sule was the first name that I brought in. £22 million, could play attacking midfield or on that right hand side. Very talented young Argentinian player there. Omar Marmoush, who was very cheap and transfer listed by Manchester City, was the second pickup. Just £11 million there, so not too bad at all. Of course, he was very good at my my beloved Eintracht Frankfurt. So Maro Perkovic, though, was the replacement for David Hanko. Plays exactly the same 2 positions. I arguably think he is a better defender, though, than Hanko. I think Hanko's better going forward, but Perkovic as a defender and as a centre-back, which is what I need him for, I think he's a better player. Although now I do have both centre-backs with gets forward whenever possible. That could be a problem.
He's very good at crossing, though, so just
yeah.
tell him to stay back.
9 ain't bad for a centre-back. That's like Harry Maguire levels.
Yeah.
Sorry, Harry Maguire's a 20, of course, in crossing. Finally, we got Fausto Vera for £11 million again from Atletico Mineiro. Not a bad midfielder to bring in to sort of be a bit of an all-rounder, a ball destroyer, somebody who's good on the ball as well, can hit a long shot, kind of good at everything. And I've got a lot of Argentinians, I've just realised, in my side now. So tactically, we are going to a 4-2-3-1. I've pushed the inside or inverted winger up a position because of that Sule introduction, because now him and Calvin Stengs can sort of play both there. And I'm locking in Velasco, which I'm very curious to see how he does in that attacking midfielder role. Vera's also in there, as well as Johan Bonny. So not too bad to kick things off. Let's have a look, Dad, at your transfer window. After having no money whatsoever, forced to sell a couple of players.
I had to find a club that was sort of like be bribed, giving me a bit of silly money, and I found
your beloved Arsenal.
And I found one team that I can just love taking money off. 12 million off Arsenal for this player. I thought, what a bargain that is.
Yeah, I mean, they're buying him for wonderkid purposes. You're happy to oblige.
Yep.
But that's allowed you to sign 3 free transfers.
Yeah, that's all I could get in, really. So I got another striker in 2023, so I think he's quite good. Hopefully he'll score a few goals. And I was a bit weak on the right, but I signed this player quite a lot because he covers both sides. So
yeah,
I think it's a good signing, really.
Kyle Walker-Peters, and then finally Vutsov.
Good keeper. You know, like I got DTs when I don't start trying to keeper, so I managed to get one in, and what a good one I've got in as well. Only 23, and I think a keeper at 23 being that good, it's a bargain.
Yeah, I mean, it took you 3 seasons, but you finally brought in a goalkeeper.
Got him on free as well. That's a hell of a sign, isn't it?
Yeah. Tom, what happened for you this summer, mate?
Yeah, the context this summer is I'm getting rid of big earners. So Remco Pasveer, he has retired. David Klaassen, Steven Berghuis, they've left the club at the end of their contracts. I've also finally been able to sell Jordan Henderson Henderson. He was a thorn in my side, trying to get rid of him since day one, essentially. He's finally gone off to Saudi Arabia for only 1.5 million, but it gets rid of about £80,000 a week in wages, which is big. Serge Aurier, quite a big earner as well, and then Medic and Sosa also left for some decent money. They were just sort of players that weren't ever being used. So that allowed obviously Newball to come in, but he was obviously pre-arranged signing. So I spent £16 million on Mads Biestrup, wanted a better player in there than to obviously backup, replace Jordan Henderson as backup player. So in comes Mads Biestrup for £16.5 million from Red Bull Salzburg. Looks like a really solid player in that position. So I'm really excited to see what he can do this season. I think he'll be underrated. Brought in another centre-back as well. It's a right-footed centre-back in Marcel Ratnik. He's sort of a backup at PSG, or never really got into their first team particularly. But at 21 years old, still can develop a little bit. Only cost £15 million, and I feel like he's going to be quite an important player for us this season to help in the depth of the back line. But the context of getting rid of all those expensive players was I had tons of wage money to spend. So when I looked at players who had contracts expiring, Dominic Calvert-Lewin at Everton wanted to leave the club for at the end of his contract because he wanted to move to a bigger club. Turns out Ajax are a much bigger club than Everton in his eyes. So we've managed to sign Dominic Calvert-Lewin to the club on a free transfer, but he's on £155,000 per week. And we could only do that because we got rid of so many big earners before. Maybe he's on a bit too much money, but at 28 years old, all his experience, he's a bit meta in Football Manager as well. I'm hoping he's going to come in and just blow the competition away and fire us back up to the top of the table. We have tweaked the tactics slightly. We're still in the 4-3-3, but we've gone with Carlos Borges onto the inside forward on attack this season rather than support. And I've moved both my fullbacks onto support as well. I feel like maybe we were just pushing too far forwards last season, and that's why we ended up losing a few more games than we needed to, particularly in the cup competition. So just being a little bit more sensible at the back, but making sure we've got a bit more attack maybe with Carlos Borges this season after his incredible start last season.
The changes have definitely worked because you're top of the league after the first 4 fixtures. We have played each other though, and it was a 2-2 draw. However, you might see it as a bit of a loss because I was down to 9 men.
Blimey.
Yeah, that is
You
frustrating.
did score 1 goal there.
Particularly when you've been sent off like fairly early on in those games as well. 49 minutes and 62 minutes. Like that is really frustrating. To let you back into the game, but not to capitalise on that at all. It's really annoying.
Because you went 2-1 up and I actually equalised with the 9 men. So I don't know how. No idea how, but Beelin scored in the 86th minute, and I'm guessing at that point I wasn't even playing a striker. But outside of that, bad result possibly. 3 wins, and you are currently top of the league. Champions League fixtures, you've got PSG in there. Salzburg, of course, you just pitched probably their best player in Biestrup. But you've also got a trip to Inter Milan. Young boys in there, Arsenal, Manchester United, Sporting and Fenerbahce. Some tricky fixtures in there.
It is tricky. I want to say it's maybe slightly easier than last season, but they're still pretty difficult fixtures. Again, we're not going to be anywhere in the top 8, I don't think, but I'd like to think we can qualify for the knockout stages this season, particularly if Dominic Calvert-Lewin is the guy firing goals.
Yeah, if he's banging them in, sure thing. Schedule for Dad, a little bit different. Well, lots of different colours there, Dad, which is never a good sign at the start of a season.
The one red making me laugh again. Galatasaray done me again.
Yeah, they are loving playing against you again.
Yeah,
They've knocked you into the Europa League. They might have done you a favour.
Yeah, probably have this time, yeah. So I'll take that. So thank you very much, Galatasaray.
Drop points against Willem 2, though.
Yeah.
That's not great.
No.
But you are currently 2nd in the league, which suggests I'm having the worst start of the season so far. Bodo Glimt, Basel, Atletico Madrid.
That's going to be an hard game.
Yeah, Monza's done well to get to the Europa League. Fair play to them.
Rennes.
Rennes
do me a favour, though. They'll do me a favour.
Of course they will. Ararat, Armenia as well.
I would like to think I'm going to go through at least the knockout stages quite comfortably now.
Yeah, I would think so too. Let's have a look then. Where am I situated in the league table? 3rd place, and that is because I've also drawn a game as well as the one against Tom and his Ajax side against Camber away. A 0-0 there, so that's not good considering how many goals we were scoring last season. But I did get 7 in the other 2 fixtures against RKC and PEC Zwolle. So not too bad. But the Champions League fixtures that I've got, 2 German teams to start things off, Bayern Munich and Leipzig. Omonia, which is, I believe, is it Cyprus or Greece? It is Cyprus there, so a nice little trip to Cyprus. And then
you're going to hell.
I'm going to hell as well. Galatasaray, after knocking you out, I've got to face them.
Then
I'm going to let them win
Madrid,
because they'll also just come back and haunt me. But yeah, I've got Real Madrid, Dortmund, who of course I beat in the Europa League final, Marseille and Celtic to end things off. 2 home fixtures. I think I could qualify, definitely, and after finishing the semi-finals last season, who knows how far I can take it. But all right, season number 3 then. Let's see see what happens as we simulate this season. Season number 3, and whatever I can do,
Come
Dad,
on.
you can also do.
Happy with
Unbeaten
that.
season with PSV Eindhoven.
Scoring goals as well this time.
There you go. Is that
That's
your first trophy in the... I think
Yeah,
it is, yeah.
I've lost 2 cup finals, haven't I?
Yeah.
Up to now, so
There
yeah,
we
it's the
go.
first one in the bag.
3 seasons in, and all 3
Unbeaten.
of us have
Get
won the
in.
league.
Yeah.
I don't think that's happened yet. So well done. And unbeaten, yeah. Drawing 7 fixtures, finishing on 88 points. Ajax there finishing in 2nd place. Tom's Ajax lost 4 fixtures though, Tom. Both against Dad's PSV.
We'll get in.
I know, if we just drew those games instead, rather than lose 1-0 and 3-4, then the title's ours instead, sort of thing. So
Yeah.
it's really
how it
frustrating to
swings.
have dropped those points there. And yeah, congratulations, Dad.
I don't think anybody has only ever lost 1 fixture and finished in 3rd. But somehow I've done it, and I lost only to AZ Alkmaar, so I didn't lose
I
against
mean, when you look at
anybody
that,
else.
2 seasons, you lost 1 game.
Yeah.
That's some going, really, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and again, I mentioned at the start, not losing against each other in these
Yeah.
fixtures is really important. Managing to pick up these draws is really crucial. So 4 draws for me this season, not a lot of points gained in terms of league fixtures. Keeping on the league though, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, he is loving it in
wow.
the Netherlands.
35. That's 15 goals more than last season, mate.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Like, he's just come in and just been incredible straight away. So I'm delighted with how well he's played this season. And if we just scored 5 more, maybe we would have won the league title.
He is also really enjoying Carlos Borges, I reckon, because he's got himself another 19 assists. Dominic Calvert-Lewin with 9 player of the matches, the highest average rating. Kenneth Taylor and Magno's also there. Clean sheets, 21 clean sheets for Bilo. Reminder, there's only 34 games in that league, so there's only 13 games where Feyenoord conceded a goal. So
And you still didn't win the league.
yeah, I still come 3rd. 3rd, didn't even finish in 2nd, didn't even get the runners up, 3rd place, and only conceded in 13 different games. But there we go. Nubel's up there, he's enjoying his time with 18 clean sheets as well. 8 more than Dad's PSV title-winning goalkeeper, Walter Benitez. So that's how things can change in this. But I want to see the past positions in this season because of how tight it was. You were dominant, Dad, and it was only me and Tommy kind of switched positions twice.
Yeah.
You stayed up there for pretty much the whole time since we left.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with that. So we've done something in the cups. I need the points.
Well, yeah, Feyenoord, let's see how I've done in the cups. And it is no wins whatsoever, and unfortunately a quarter-final exit by Tom's Ajax. Ooh, so there's a couple of points there picked up for Tom. Dad, let's have a look at your competitions page. Oh!
I'm getting fed up to seeing this runners up. How many cup
Runner
finals have
up.
I got to lose in?
In the Europa League and 3rd round exit in the cup.
Lads,
by
if I won
Feyenoord.
the cups, I'd have been walking this challenge so
Yeah.
far, haven't I?
Well, who beat
3
you in the
cup
Europa
finals I've
League
lost
final
to.
then?
Oh, you're having a
Friends!
laugh.
Get in!
Well, I did say I like Rennes, but I don't anymore.
Oh, I love them now. Yeah, my favourite team.
Oh, you're
The
having a
Rats of
laugh.
Rennes.
Come on, Rennes. You're
Europa
supposed to do me a
League
favour, yeah?
winners. That is absolutely perfect. Sometimes Football Manager writes for itself. Tom, competitions page. Surely you have gone on and won cup
We have
winners
done.
after
We have done.
knocking
We've
me
won
out.
the cup, which
Yeah.
is amazing. Finally, a trophy this season. I felt a bit nervous last season after not winning a trophy, but to go through all of that, beat Dad in 3rd round, Luke in the quarterfinals. We managed to smash Utrecht 5-1 in the semi-finals. And then we've got Almere City FC in the final. 4-0 winners there. They are just about in the top division, but they've just finished 13th. So does that mean
Yeah.
they just avoided
Former
relegation or
Ajax
so?
manager is in charge as well, Alfred Truder.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's good to have that win there. Obviously, beating you both in there is really good for those points as well. So that felt very important, having not won the league title this season. Also got to the quarterfinals of the Champions League as well. Lost to Liverpool
look at it, mate.
in the Champions League, which is frustrating.
Some big teams in that as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I
There
think
are.
they knocked me out the round of 16. Yeah, they did. They knocked
yeah.
me out 3-0 the round of 6. So we would have played each other, but you knocked out Bilbao in that round.
Yeah, we got pretty lucky, I think, maybe knocking out Bilbao and stuff. But we lost 5-1 our group to Liverpool, so we were never going to beat them. We're not good enough to beat Liverpool just yet. But it's the furthest I've got in the Champions League so far, so that is an improvement, which I'm happy with.
And you qualified in the top 8 with 5 wins and some big wins too in the league phase. Beating Arsenal, Inter, and Sporting 7-2 away from home. Only lost 3. You did lose to Manchester United, PSG and Fenerbahce, but yeah, finish in the top 8. Very impressive.
Yeah, I was quite surprised by this actually, to see big wins against Inter and Arsenal and things like that. So that was really quite surprising to actually have 3 losses but still finish in the top 8. You know, that feels a little bit, I guess, could we won the other 5, right? So that's enough points really to sort of get you through. But yeah, that came as a surprise to me. Didn't think we'd be that good. So maybe we are better than I'm thinking we are.
I made the mistake of beating Galatasaray, so that's me doomed now. Dad, let's have a quick look at your Europa League run then. The league phase, you finished in 10th place. You did lose to... You lost to Rennes in the group as well.
Twice.
Brilliant. Couldn't write this. Knockout playoff round. Beat Legia Warsaw in the round of 16, knocking out Genk on penalties as well. Quarter-final was a 3-2 win against Monaco. That's a good result. And semi-final, Stuttgart.
I mean, I
Not
will
too
say,
bad.
Atletico Madrid being beaten by Rennes, so Rennes, they deserve to be into the final. I'm just
Never say that.
disappointed.
They don't deserve anything.
Just disappointed they had taken me on and beat me there, so...
All right, Tom, let's have a look at your squad then. Dominic Calvert-Lewin.
Wow.
What a player. 46
What a first
in
season.
46.
It's insane, that, isn't it? 46 goals in 46 games. I can't believe how well he's just landed and just dominated everything. He's done so well.
Worth the 150k a week now?
Definitely. I wish I could pay him more, actually, at this stage. He deserves every penny, I think, at this stage. So he kind of makes up for the fact that no other player has got more than 16 goals in the team. Obviously, season 1, we had 3 players with 23 goals plus, but Dominic Calvert-Lewin has taken over the scoring reins and maybe is allowing other players to play with a little bit more freedom around him to try and just focus on their games a little more and lead the goal scoring up to him. Good assist numbers from Carlos Borges once again, 23 for him in 41 starts and 1 substitute appearance. Tez Magno starting to play a bit better this season as well. Kenneth Taylor a bit more productive from the assist side of things as opposed to the goals where he had been scoring before. Mads Biestrup, by the way, playing as a ball-winning midfielder.
Yeah.
14 assists. Where's that come from?
Corner taker, maybe? I'm not quite sure. I know only 11. Probably not.
No, I don't think he is on set pieces at all or anything like that. So whether he's just making searching balls over the top for Dominic Calvert-Lewin or something like that, I don't know. But he is amazing. So I'm very happy that we brought him in as well.
Trans budget, £31 million for the summer, so with a good wage budget as well.
Yeah,
so
really good.
lots of money to spend.
Yeah, they put loads of money into my wages every season. I don't know why they're not giving me more transfer budget. 'Cause I've got 143 million in the bank. Like, give me 100 million to spend on players, please.
So Calvert-Lewin.
Yeah, yeah.
He's worth 100 million now.
Yeah, Dad would buy him off you with his minus £8 million.
Come on.
Unlucky Dad.
I've just won the Mingin League for them.
Unbeaten, winning the league, minus £8 million. I mean, your finances, you got 21 million in the bank. I don't understand where this is. And you haven't got any debts. The transfer debt, though, is 16 million. So maybe it's all the installments that he did season 2.
They don't trust me now.
Which is coming back to bite you.
Yeah.
They seeing you coming. But a good league win nonetheless. 27 goals from Luke de Jong.
Yeah.
So he's still
Very
going.
surprised.
35.
It's very rare. I've got a 35-year-old in my team.
Yeah, I think
so-
you didn't have your glasses on. Because if you realised that was a 3 in
He'd
his
have
age instead of a
definitely
2,
gone.
you would have sold him.
Yeah, and he's not worth much now, so
No.
I'll just keep him now.
Luis Suarez, though, 24 and 12. Still good.
Yes.
And then Malik Tillman, who's come into the lineup, 19 and 15 there. Eddie Salcedo, 19. Yeah, a lot of people scoring goals.
I've got to be happy with that because we won the league unbeaten. So, yeah, it's a great season.
Yeah,
Just
looking
disappointed
forward
with
to
the
the new
cup.
tactic you're going to switch to
Oh,
next season
definitely,
when
yeah.
you tinker,
Yeah.
which is, of course, exactly what you normally do. Johan Bonny was the top scorer, 27. Again, hasn't got any better. If anything, I think he's got worse.
He
But he
does definitely look
continues
like
to
it.
score goals. It's weird. Every single season, he's got at least 18 league goals. But his attributes have just stayed exactly the same. It's so bizarre, but fair play. Mateus Sule's had a good year as well as Ivan Jusek. Marmouche came in, got 14 goals, 13 and 16 for Calvin Stengs. Not too bad at all. Shaquille Van Persie, could he break into the lineup next season? Who knows? I've got £32 million to spend, which I'm actually quite surprised with, considering how bad of a season I did have. But there we go. All right, let's have a look at the points. Season 3 points then are Omega Luke with 2, Dad with 6, and Tom FM with 5. Meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 21, Dad with 12, and Tom with 12. Right, going into season number 4 then. Now, couple of losses, unfortunately, to my team. One of them being Hartman for £36 million going to Newcastle. I felt like it wasn't a release clause. I felt like the money was too good to turn down because I could replace them quite well. Now, Hartman is a very good defender, but I think Yilmaz, his replacement, is better going forward. That dribbling, first touch, and crossing ability with passing as well, and he's not bad defensively. I would argue he's a better player. I don't know. I've brought in Yilmaz as a replacement, as you can see, for Hartman's loss, but half the money spent as well in comparison on the two. So there's a couple of more players that have joined, though. We've got Rota, who's a free transfer on that right back position. Looks like he's had a trip to Turkey at some point. Looking at those teeth, lovely stuff, well done. And then Diogo Dalot, which I don't really sign very often. He was at Arsenal. So Manchester United binned him off to Arsenal. I then signed him £17 million, half as much as what they paid the season before, which is kind of mental, to be fair. But he only played 4 games from Arsenal, so 17 fixtures.
It cost him a lot of money per game, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. £17 million he cost me. He played the exact same amount of games already, and we're at the start of the season. And then I've gone for a striker, Dion Belgio. Very talented player, left-footed, big lad as well, 6'5". Of course, the Omega Luke injury thing, he isn't too bad, to be fair. I've avoided it so far, but the curse of getting an injury in August still reigns supreme on my channel. Tactics, switching things up a little bit. Of course, I did have only 1 loss in 2 seasons, but I need to go for it, to be fair. I need to make sure that I'm winning these cups instead of seeing other people lift them instead. I'm doing well avoiding the losses. That's the main thing. So we're going with a 4-2-2, basically moving a centre attacking midfielder further forward. Now that I've got Belgio, Marmouche, of course, we've got a couple of other talents, Johan Bonny, who's been scoring goals as well. Now, Dad's just won the league title, Invincible as well, and of course, he has decided to change his tactic.
Yeah.
With your minus budget, though, Dad, you did sell Noah Lang, who was very good for you a couple of seasons ago for 16 million.
Yeah. He's a winger, and as you've seen from my tactic already, I'm not playing a winger, so I got him out and get me a little bit of money to come in, just to sort of help me out a little bit.
Well, because you can actually sign somebody.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Boulaye Dia was the first one, free transfer.
This is another striker, which, so he's quite good.
And then we've got Lucas Toro.
Centre midfield, defensive midfielder, so that'll help you in that position, really. I mean, signing these sort of type of players is what made me sort of change my mind with the tactic, to change the tactic.
Jacob Modder, who I didn't realise was leaving my club.
He wasn't very happy. He said it wasn't like bringing a bunch of puppets there, so he said, I'll come with you anytime.
Yeah, he said, I can't believe we only lost 1 game in 2 league seasons. I'll leave.
So I've gone to that tactic, and I'm losing cup finals. I'm losing important games. So I've got 3 sort of good strikers now, and I wanted to get them all into the team. And this is how I think I can do it. And the defensive midfielders now, I think they're really good. So going forward, I'm hoping that I'm going to be a lot better this season. So it's a big chance that I'm taking, because like you said, I didn't lose any games last season, but I need to go forward and score more goals. I can't afford to be losing these cup finals. When I get into these big games, I've got to have a team that can win it for me, and I feel this team can do it.
Okay, well, Tom, how are you lining up this season? Still got Dominic Calvert-Lewin, have we?
He is still going to be starting up top for us this season, but a lot of change has happened. I asked for £100 million last season, and obviously the board weren't going to give it to me. So I took matters into my own hands, and I sold Kenneth Taylor to AC Milan for £74 million, and Rossas, the right back, to Al Ali in Saudi Arabia for £46 million. So that's an extra £120 million I've been able to spend this upcoming season, and I have spent it. We started off with the signing of Sudakov for £26.5 million from Shakhtar Donetsk. He comes in to kind of replaced Kenneth Taylor in the centre of midfield. Young Ukrainian player, very good, got high potential in the game. Maybe at 24 years old, he's maybe, not going to develop too much from there, but he still looks very, very good, particularly with 17 passing and 16 vision. So I think he'll be a solid player for us. Because I sold so many players for a lot of money, and we always seem to have loads of wage budget to be able to spend as well. Gabri Veiga left his contract at Al Ali in summer, and we've signed him on £140,000 per week on a free transfer. So he is an incredible centre midfielder coming in here. I'm so excited to see him play with his 17 vision, 17 work rate, 16 off the ball, 16 passing, 16 technique. Like, those two are going to be a formidable duo in the centre of midfield. So that's a really big improvement for us. We've signed a backup keeper from Austria for £5.5 million. A backup right back from Troyes for £5.25 million. We are maybe thinking about replacing Tez Magno, who's not quite lived up to the hype, with Brian Aguirre. We've signed him for almost £20 million from Boca Juniors over in Argentina. He's got 14 finishing, 13 composure, 17 dribbling as well. Very strong on his right foot to cut inside from the left-hand side of the pitch. So he's going to be competing with Tez Magno this season. We have spent quite big on David Affengruber, another Red Bull Salzburg player here. Wanted a centre-back for a very good cover but can play with both his feet. So he's got strong left and right feet there. So he can play on the left or right hand side. Whether he starts or not, I don't know, because we did bring in another big player as well. We have signed another right back to replace Rosas, who's leaving. That's Sergio Carrera. He's coming from Sevilla. He looks actually maybe slightly better than Rosas in some areas. I think he's got better crossing and dribbling. Maybe not quite as physical, but I think he should be able to maybe put balls onto Dominic Calvert-Lewin's head a little better, potentially from crosses. But for £46 million, I had a big hole burning in my pocket still. We've managed to pick up Ousmane Diomande from Sporting over in Portugal, and obviously we know
One of
how
my favourite players.
We know how elite this guy is, right? Absolutely dominant. And so the fact I've been able to pick him up and get him into this team. He's only 22 years old still as well, so still got room to develop. He's on a big wage of £130,000 per week, but somehow this Ajax team can afford it because we just have so much money. We've still got £200 million in the bank account. I don't understand where this all comes from and what we do and how we get it. I don't know. I don't get it.
Jordan Henderson's wages, they're saving on it.
Literally that must be it. So I'm not changing my formation or tactics at all this season. I think we did improve last season in terms of European football. So I'd like to think staying with this kind of shape and with much better players in the midfield and the back line as well, with Diomande and Carrera coming in to start this season, I think we should maybe do a little better against Liverpool. Maybe not lose 5-1, maybe it's like a 4-3 instead. But this team now, for me, far and away the best team in the Netherlands. If I don't have an unbeaten season like you two have had now, I'm going to be furious.
Well, you started off the season losing to Dad in the Super Cup, so that is a point dropped. However, your league form has been almost perfect. A lot of goals being scored. 6 in one, 8 in the second. Pexwold 2-1, FC Emmen 4-1. Obviously not the biggest teams in the Netherlands, but still dominant wins. However, you are still signed second, so one of us, or somebody else, AZ maybe, is doing better. But Lyon, Manchester United, Arsenal in the Champions League, Zagreb, AC Milan, Manchester City, Salzburg, who, let's face it, Tom, you've basically bought 3 of their players, I think, already, so they shouldn't be troubling you too much. And Shakhtar, who, of course, you just picked Sudakov from as well.
Yeah, and of course, AC Milan, they've taken whatever he's called, offers for £74 million. I don't care about him now. He's at my head. I can't remember his name.
Kenneth Taylor.
Yeah, Kenneth Taylor, that's the one. Yeah, you can say goodbye to him. He's long gone in my memory now, so we'll see how he does against us in the Milan game, yeah.
Okay, well, let's have a look at Dad's fixtures at the start of the season after switching from his invincible tactic in Season 3. You have started the season very well, but again, you've won every single game and sat in third. True. And AZ Alkmaar was one of the teams you beat. Yeah. So maybe it's me who's top of the league at the start.
Definitely looks that way, innit? And scored quite a few goals as well myself. So
yeah,
it looks like the slight change I've done might be working for me. So yeah, I'm pleased with that.
You've also got to face AZ in the Champions League. I hate it when that happens, but still. Real Madrid as well, away from home. Inter Milan, away from home by Leverkusen. Barcelona.
Come on, what's going on here? I mean, Benfica gave me an absolute tanking last time I played against them.
Yeah, some tricky
That's not looking good.
In the Champions League.
Europa League for me, I think.
No, you can't drop in.
Oh, they stopped that already, are they?
Yeah.
All right. That's me finishing.
Just out of it completely.
I'll just to win the league and cup double.
Always next year. Let's have a look at my fixtures at the start of the season. I think, yeah, it's me who's top because I haven't even conceded a goal yet. 7-0, 4-0, 3-0, 3-0. Again, against not the best Dutch teams, though. So I think Dad had a more impressive start because of the win against like AZ Alkmaar. But Champions League fixtures, I've got Manchester United, AC Milan, Ghent is in there. Away to Galatasaray. Oh, God. I beat him last year as well. It's not going to be good, is it? They're going to cost me. Liverpool's in there, Juventus, Celtic, and the Rats of Rennes. I've got to face them again. So I reckon I'm going to get knocked out of this Champions League because I'll lose to Rennes, Galatasaray, and probably Man United. But there we go. All right, we are 4 seasons into this now. Points are becoming ever so precious. Let's see who picks up the most in season number 4. Right, season number 4, and Tom FM and Ajax is back on top. Not unbeaten, but still a very good points tally of 89. Well done, Tom.
Yeah, I'll take that. It's not quite unbeaten, but at least I get the points for winning the league title as well. So, yeah. And I didn't lose to, well, actually, no, I did lose to you, Luke, actually. I was about to say I didn't lose to either of you, but I lost 3-1 to you at one point. So, obviously, not ideal, dropping some points there to you. But I think winning the league title there, with 103 goal difference, by the way, is insane. So, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, mental. 89 points, which was more than Dad's unbeaten season last season. It says something, doesn't it, about the amount of draws. I lost 4 games in total, lost 1 to Ajax, which means Dad, you haven't picked up any points against us.
No.
However, we have picked up points against you. 2 for Feyenoord, 1 for Tom FM and Ajax.
It's cost me the league.
So yeah, that's hindered your chances there.
Yeah.
Profile of the league, though, it gets better for Dominic
God
Calvert-Lewin
almighty.
because they only play 34 games in the Netherlands. However, Dominic Calvert-Lewin has picked up the Golden Boot with 46.
I'm just laughing. This is insane. I cannot believe
46.
the average rating in 8.18 as well. I've never seen the likes of this before.
I feel so sorry for Dion Drenna-Beljo. Imagine scoring 27 goals and still being 19 behind the Golden Boot winner. Clean sheets again was won by Justin Bilo. He's been fantastic for me. Newell was right behind him with 12. But yeah, somehow Luis Suarez had the same amount of man of the matches, Dad, which is quite impressive. Dominic Calvert-Lewin.
Yeah.
How he hasn't got as many man of the more man of the matches. Just 11 when you're scoring 46 goals.
That's
mental.
bad, yeah.
Carlos Borges again with 23 assists. The guy loves putting things on a plate for Dominic Calvert-Lewin, but it looks like Aguirre, Bidstrup and Magno are all chipping in as well for Tom in what seemed to be a very lucrative season in terms of the goals. If we're looking at the past positions, you were dominant throughout, to be honest, Tom. Final, I stepped up into that second place, and Dad's third dropped down after that, and we just stayed as exactly where we are.
Yeah. Average season for all of us, really.
Yeah. Goals-wise, as we've seen, Tom did score the most. Fewest conceded was Feyenoord with 27. Speaking of Feyenoord, let's have a look at my competitions and see if I did manage to pick up any other trophies. No. Oh, and it's a very bad season because Tom FM and Ajax have knocked me out of the Champions League semi-final,
So
which
you're
means
definitely
Tom
in the final, mate.
is definitely in the final, and he might have also won the cup because I was only runners-up in that too. But let's have a look at Dad. Your competition. Was it you who beat me in the cup final? It was indeed.
I finally won a cup. Get in.
2-0 against Feyenoord in that cup final. Quarter-final in the Champions League
Well, I'm happy
by
with that.
Juventus.
Didn't think I'd get that far, so I'm a bit disappointed I've lost to Juventus, but
Did
I'll
Tom
tell you
win
what,
it?
So all three of us were in at least a quarter final then, weren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, great for Dutch football. But Tom FN,
has he
does
done
he
it? Has
take the
done
trophy home? He does! With a 2-0 win against Dortmund. Tom FM with a Champions
Tom.
League win.
I knew this team was decent with all the money that I spent, but not good enough to win the Champions League. I cannot believe I've done that. I mean, that is insane that this team have done that, and quite comfortably against Dortmund as well. We had 9 shots to their 5 shots. They had none on target. We nullified them really well.
They had the higher possession as well. They're 57% possession, so
I just can't get over it how we've done. So the route we had through, in the round of 16, we beat Newcastle 3-1. We absolutely battered the Rats of Rennes 7-1 in the quarterfinals. And then it's a ridiculously close semi-final with Feyenoord. I'll get it up on my screen actually because it's ridiculous how close this semi-final is. It goes to extra time in the second leg, and in the 102nd minute, Luke, you've got the lead there. And then Josep Satalo scores in the 113th minute to bring it back to 5-5 on aggregate. Facundo Medina then gets sent off with the 115th minute for me, and then a minute later, Brian Brobbery scores in the 116th minute to take the win and win 6-5 on aggregate. I mean, that's an insane game. Imagine actually if that was real. Imagine that. That is just insane.
Oh my god, that would have been clipped as one of the best semi-finals of all time. What a thing for Dutch football as well. Unbelievable. But yeah, you got the better of me on the night, mate, and went on to lift the trophy. And you get 2 points, of course, for beating me in one of the fixtures and knocking me out as well. So
I'm delighted by that. And we got to the semi-finals of the Dutch Cup as well. We did actually lose to you in the semi-finals of the Dutch Cup, which is frustrating. But yeah, I'll take a Champions League over that any day.
Yeah, fair play to Helmond Sport, by the way, who got to the semi-final there, who are in the 2nd or 3rd division. Done very well. Have some crazy kits. I love that home kit.
Yeah.
The gradient of black and red there. But yeah, that's a couple of points there for me salvaged in the Dutch Cup, but Tom definitely picks up a lot of points this summer.
Yeah, you got the big one.
This season because of the 2 big ones, the League and Champions League. All of us picking up some good points this season, though. Let's have a look at Tom's squad and see how many goals Dominic Calvert-Lewin got. 64 in 47 games.
This is just stupid. Dominic Calvert-Lewin is not this good. I don't care. There's something broken in the game here. There is no way
Yeah.
he's scoring. Right, I need to see if he's won like the Ballon d'Or at this stage. Like, surely not this
Next
season.
season
at
he
least.
might have.
Oh my word, I can't believe that.
I'll tell you what, he'd be so disappointed if he didn't, would he?
Oh God, yeah. Imagine
he-
getting that many goals.
He was the
and not.
leading goal scorer in the Champions League with 15 as well.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
So
Exactly.
he should have won the Ballon d'Or for this season.
Yeah, just the achievement alone for Ajax as well. Obviously, not being the most dominant European side as they are, but that would warrant enough for Dominic Calvert-Lewin to win the Ballon d'Or, which is something I never thought I'd say in a video. But
Yeah.
there we go.
And he's still only got 22 caps for England. I don't think he's played for England since he signed for me either.
Oh, mental. He wasn't the only one who had a great season for you, though, Tom. Talis Magno, Sudakov, and Carlos Borges, who had 47 goal contributions in 40 games.
Yeah, he's been insane. He's just like gone under. I didn't expect him to be a big part of this team. You know, I didn't think he'd ever
No.
really be part of the rebuild. Looking at the team when I started this save off, so yeah, so impressed by him. Magno finally coming into his own as soon as he brings someone in to actually challenge him a little bit, because Brian Greaves did pretty well there with 11 goals and 16 assists. But yeah, Magno has decided to now step things up. Now he's got some actual competition and has delivered well.
Solid season from you, mate, and you got £40 million to spend in season number 5 as well. So a
Wage
nice
budget.
little budget. Dad, let's have a look then at your statistics. We've got 28 goals there from Luis Suarez. Malik Tillman, arguably the best season for you, though.
Yeah.
Great average rating, 21 goals, 15 assists.
I'm pleased really with the amount of goals that was sort of shared around as well. There's a lot of players there scoring a lot of goals. Veerman's still doing it for me as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, really pleased with that season. Really.
Cracking player he is. But again, for the third
They're
season
not
in a
going to
row,
support me though, are they? I mean, I'm winning.
minus
I'm
10 million.
I'm bloody winning leagues for them. I'm winning cups for them, and they're still screwing me up. What's the matter?
Because you got £37 million in the
Come
bank.
on, I've got one season left. You should have given me some money to sort
That
of make
is
it a bit of a challenge.
Harsh, very harsh indeed. But let's have a look at my Feyenoord side. 40 goals for Beljo, who's very much still living in the shadow of Dominic Calvert-Lewin, despite having a great season.
Rookie numbers.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Marmoush putting in 29, Mateus Sule 20 and 16 as well, so some good seasons there. And Yilmaz, who I brought in at left back, 17 assists, I'm happy with as well. But I have also been given a minus budget of £11 million. So yeah, I don't know what Feyenoord board is up to here, but we've got £119 million in the bank, and they are giving me a minus £12 million budget, and only 80% of the transfer revenue.
We've been screwed over here, haven't we?
That is
Tom,
absolutely
have you got
abysmal.
connections, mate, that we never knew about?
I refuse to divulge any of that information.
That is crazy, because I don't even have any debts or loans or anything. So, all right, season number 5 is gonna be a massive one. You do not want to miss this, because here is the points going into the final season. Omega Luke got 5 points, Dad with 4, but Tom FM got 14 points, meaning the total scores after 4 seasons are Omega Luke with 26, Dad with 16, and Tom FM also with 26. Well, going into season number 5 then, joint
Tight.
points very tight at the top, with Dad trailing 10 points behind. But we've seen if you win your games against each other and you
Yeah.
pick up a couple of trophies, anything can potentially happen. We are now in season number 5, so if you are part of the season 5 crew, let us know down in the comments section. We really do appreciate you making it this far. But let's have a look at this transfer window. Of course, I had to cash in on some players if I wanted to bring anybody in, and I have done that. Omar Mamouche has gone to Al Nassr, £36 million, letting go of the 28-year-old after he had pretty much one average season for me and one very good season for me, so happy to do that. And Fausto Vera, I was a little bit apprehensive of letting him go, to be honest, but there was a couple of players that I thought, right, I could replace him with this man. So £40 million going out for Fausto Vera is not too bad, and that is because of Nicholas Sievald coming in for £15 million, who I think is very similar type of player and play a similar role in my side. So that's allowed me, of course, to sign some extra players and bringing in some free transfers from the Premier League. Nonetheless, we've seen how well it's worked for Tom, so I've brought in Mateus Cunha, who stayed at Wolves for the first 4 seasons and has finally decided to leave, and I have got him on a free transfer. Of course, he plays centre attack midfield, but up front as well. Not enough people use him up front. I've used him in the past up front, and he has actually been very good, so I'm hoping I can replicate that. Jean-Paul Van Heck, 4 names he's got instead of 2, the greedy so-and-so, but from Brighton on a free transfer, a cracking Dutch centre-back.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Yeah, so if we look at career statistics, he never really played for a big Dutch side, so it's quite interesting to see where he came through. Now, he's finally got his chance here at Feyenoord. And then two more players. We've got Morten Hjulmand from Sporting, £30 million for the Danish player. The Omega curse of getting injured, though. There it is, 2 weeks out in August. Good player, though. And then Ebere Eze, not bad
Good
for a
signing.
free transfer.
Yeah.
He was without a club on the 19th of July, so I snatched him up.
Yeah, just won the best trophy in the world.
Yeah, the
I feel.
FA Cup. Yeah,
Yeah.
congratulations,
Scored the
Crystal
goal
Palace.
as well. Yeah, congratulations, Crystal
And
Palace.
Ebere
Brilliant
Eze.
result.
I was really much enjoying that result.
Yes.
Tactically, I switched things around ever so slightly because now we have gone to a 4-2-2, but with a defensive midfielder and a ball-winning midfielder a little bit further up the pitch. Beljo and Matheus Cunha up front. Can they replicate what Marmoush and Beljo did last season in living in Dominic Calvert-Lewin's shadow, or will they overcome that shadow? We'll have to see. But let's have a look, Dad, at your PSV Eindhoven side because a few movements have been made, including the selling of Luis Suarez.
I got a good offer for this. I mean, he's not on the Dominic Calvert-Lewin level, so I've just thought I'd cash in on that sort of thing, really.
How weird is it we talk about Dominic Calvert-Lewin like he's God? Yeah, it's crazy, but there we go. Luis Suarez.
It get me a bit of money in just to see if I could do something, because I wouldn't have been able to do anything, really, so
Yeah.
I had to try and make something of it. So
You've replaced him with John Kennedy,
yeah.
who is Brazilian, by the way. All right?
Of course he is.
Yeah, if you couldn't gather that by his name, obviously he's Brazilian, John
So
Kennedy.
that's my replacement, so I'm quite happy with that. He's quite good. Hopefully
Cheap as well, £11 million.
Yeah, that's a good price for that, so yeah.
From Dinamo Zagreb,
And
though,
this is probably where I
£35
spent
million.
all my money on. This
Luka
guy here.
Vrancic.
Good, strong sort of midfield player as well, yeah, so hopefully he'll supply the goals, or supply the ball for the strikers to score the goals.
Yeah, he's very good going forward.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
And then finally, we got a loan signing, obviously, after selling Luis Suarez.
That was part of the deal, I think
Yeah,
it was, yeah. It was sort of
definitely.
I'll give you Suarez and you give me a bit of a centre-back that I needed, so yeah.
Left-sided one.
Yeah.
Tactically, switch
Yeah,
things
so
up ever so
I've just
slightly.
changed it slightly. I'll put the centre midfielder from defensive midfielder, just slide him into that gap where he plays naturally, so hopefully he'll sort of still be good to sort of block that midfield area there, but I'm happy with that.
Okay. Tom, have you cashed in on Dominic, or is he still at the club?
No, he's still at the club on a new contract as well. So he's on £200,000 a week now, I believe, which is insane money for this division, but we can spend it apparently. We did sell a couple of fringe players this past summer for actually about £30 million or so, which is not too bad, to be fair. Only spent 28 on two players and got 2 free transfers as well. This summer for me, given I just won the Champions League, I don't want to radically change everything, so I'm just trying to improve the depth of the team essentially. So the first bit of depth improvement is Curtis Jones signing on a free transfer from Liverpool, which you might think is insane, and he's a very good player, but actually at Liverpool he's barely featured at all in the last 4 seasons or so. Had a loan spell at RZ in the Netherlands, where he did pretty well for them actually a couple of seasons ago, but only played 4 times off the bench in the Premier League last season for Liverpool, and they let him go at the end of his contract. So I thought, yes please, you can sign for me. So in he comes. Bradley Locko signs on a free from Brest. Had to have a backup left back because we lost Owen Windle. He refused to sign a new contract because he was just stuck behind Jarell Harto, so had to get a new backup left back in, and Bradley Locko was available on a free. So in he comes, which is great. Wanted to just improve the depth at this ball-winning midfielder role, so I signed Santiago Heze from Olympiakos over in Greece. He won't start for me, but he's going to be a good backup to Mads Biestrup. And then whilst I was looking through their team, I noticed a young striker, Costa Luas, and he actually looks like a very decent young 20-year-old striker, and he's done pretty well for Olympiakos. He's got 14 finishing, 15 composure, 16 dribbling, 17 first touch. He's pretty pacey as well. So if Dominic Calvert-Lewin for some reason gets an injury or is suspended or just isn't playing very well for some reason, I think this guy actually could come in and do a pretty decent job. So again, they're all sort of backup players, but they do bring up the floor of the squad quite nicely. They improve our squad depth pretty decently. So I'm thinking we can have an even better season this time around if things go to plan. No plan to change the tactic or anything like that. We just won the Champions League, so I don't want to touch anything and ruin things. So we're sticking with what we know works.
Yeah, fair play. Well, the start of the schedule, you can see it's starting very well for you. You have 2 wins over Dad's PSV side as well, which is 2 points.
Give me an hammer in the first one.
Yeah, I mean
the
the Super Cup is incredible Dominic Calvert-Lewin with a hat-trick already, so he's showing that he can keep scoring goals. But Costa Lubas also
his name is everywhere, by the way.
Oh, it's
he's
insane.
scored in every game other than Sparta Rotterdam.
Yeah, he's having a great start already. He's played 4 games, 1 off the bench in the league, and got 6 goals there. So 10 already in 6 starts and 7 appearances in all competitions. So he's off to another great season.
Actually, that's an average season for him now. He's done it 3 years in a row.
True, yeah.
Both Milan sides in the Champions League you got to face, Bilbao as well, and Real Madrid.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how we'll do against Madrid and Inter and AC, but I think at this point we should be comfortably beating Shakhtar, Sturm Graz, Athletic Club, and things like that. Maybe Marseille as well, actually. So I think we should qualify comfortably. It's just if we're going to be able to match Real Madrid and Inter and things like that.
Should be beat Arsenal, shouldn't you?
Yeah, and try and at the Emirates as well.
Yeah.
To see if you can retain. Okay, let's have a look, Dad, at your fixtures on the schedule. You've dropped points, of course, to Ajax, but you have also drawn a game against Sparta Rotterdam. However, you qualified for the Champions League after beating Porto and Sparta Prague. So you'll be joining us in the Champions League this season.
It's not a bad start. I'm quite happy with that, really. So, yeah, I'm in the Champions League, so hopefully I can do what Tom done last season and go all the way.
Yeah, okay. Real Madrid's
the
there.
points.
Milan, Dortmund as well. Bayern Munich. You got some bad fixtures.
Easy ones there.
Oh, fair enough. Confidence, I like it. Schedule for Feyenoord. We have started the season with a draw at PEC as well, but the rest of the fixtures are all wins. Haven't played anybody massive as of yet. Nice little 5-0 to kick things off. 2 4-0s as well. But Champions League, I have got both Dortmund and Bayern Munich to kick things off. Liverpool is in there with Celtic, Hammarby IF, Milan away from home, Hoffenheim and Nice to end things off. So I've got a nice Hammarby, Hoffenheim, Nice end there with Milan in between.
Should comfortably go through there, shouldn't you?
Yeah, along with the Ajax result, along with a Celtic win maybe, I might be able to qualify in the top 8, I'm predicting.
Yeah.
If I get those 5 wins, we'll see. Tom, you've just overtaken me if we're going by live points after those 2 wins against Dad. By 2 points, Tom FM is leading as we sim into Season 5. Let's see what happens. Alright, well, Season 5, and the title is won for the 3rd time by Tom FM and Ajax, and only losing 1 fixture, which was against Feyenoord.
4-0.
4-0, so I do pick up a point there. Well done, Tom.
Yeah,
Another
well, Tom.
league title win, another 4 points from
105
there.
goals against, and Dominic's going again.
Yeah, Dominic's probably getting a lot of goals. What I will say is against goals, though, I've still got the least there with only 19.
Yeah.
I've lost 3. Haven't lost against either of you.
Yeah, that is
Right, it's
huge.
big.
That's going to be decisive, I feel, isn't it, coming into this?
The results against each other always plays a good part. Dad, you've lost 5 games, lost twice to final, which means I do pick up 2 points.
So there's a lot of
1
points
to
here, Tom.
Ajax.
He's picked up 2 against me and 1 against you already, look.
Yeah,
A
so
lot of points.
although Tom won 5 points for the league title win and the point against Dad, I've won 3, so that's cut the result down to just 2 points gained. Profile of the league: Dominic Calvert-Lewin is the top scorer, but he's only got 30.
Yeah,
Oh, what
that's
a
a
scam.
terrible season. I think I need to sell him at this point. He's past it.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no point having him around.
Absolutely lost it. It's like in Space Jam where they lose all their powers, isn't it? That's so awful. Mateus Cunha and Belgio right behind him again, and Sule, to be fair, with your backup striker Castulas getting 18. So that's quite good for the youngster. Calvert-Lewin with the highest average rating. Belgio just behind there, who also had the most player of the matches. Curtis Jones came in, another free transfer, and picked off Carlos Borges' most assists in the season, getting himself 15. So he's had a good time there. Bilo and Nubel both getting 18 clean sheets. Looks like Bilo's won the Golden Glove. I guess if they played every single game, I don't know what that goes on. Minutes played, maybe?
Yeah, it must be, yeah.
In terms of the past positions, though, Tom was winning throughout the whole season. Me and Dad traded places a couple of times, but it stayed pretty much as it ended. So, Omega Lucan Final. Let's have a look at the competitions page. Winner of the cup. But how good is that going to be? Will that make a big difference? In the final, also defeated Tom's Ajax.
Oh,
so
man.
That's an extra point.
Oh, Christ, Tom.
Just
That
added
is a bad game to lose.
Yeah,
Oh,
especially
it's
conceding him
worth
in the
4 points.
96th minute.
Oh, when was it?
Calvin Stayings, you equalised in the 93rd as well, and I had 10 men. Diogo Dalot got himself sent off. Thought you'd make it interesting, but 93rd and a 96-minute winner. I do have home advantage, though. Of course, the Dutch Cup is always played in De Kuip, which is in Rotterdam, which is Feyenoord's home stadium. But yeah, how much will that play effect into it? But I didn't get any other trophies, and I lost in the semi-final of the Champions League. I was ever so close to reaching another final, or reaching the final. I haven't done that yet. I think it's 3 semi-finals I've had in the Champions League. Yeah. Okay, Dad, not a great season for you, mate, I don't think. Especially because Feyenoord knocked you out in the semi-final.
Sorry, Tom, I tried to do it for you.
Get a couple of extra points there as well. Picking up these points. Barcelona in the round of 16, but it all comes down to Tom FM's final season, and he didn't win the Champions League. And unfortunately, Tom, it was a quarter-final exit to Feyenoord.
I know. I saw that on my screen, and my heart sank. My heart sank when I saw that.
You do win 1 point.
You was 2-0 up
in one of the legs. Yeah,
you 2-0 up.
It's just,
probably the first leg.
I can't believe it. You know, fine margins, isn't it? Fine margins. Let's look at this quarter-final as well, because it's... oh, my word. We had a 2-0 lead in from the first leg, and it goes to extra... It goes to extra time. You score on the 121st minute. No! Oh, man.
121st. This stadium is cursed for you.
Oh, man.
That is a very late one. Well, we'll have to see how much that affects the points. So we'll have a look at your Champions League run in full. Manchester City won the Champions League, beating Newcastle 4-0. Tom, you topped the group. You lost to Inter Milan 3-4, but you won 7 games. You beat Real Madrid, Milan, Arsenal.
It makes it even more painful to know that I've not gone on to go back-to-back here. I beat Inter again in the quarterfinals, the round of 16, convincingly. 2-1 in both legs. Curtis Jones with the brace in the second leg there. And it all could have gone so perfectly if we just didn't concede in the 121st minute.
What I will say, though, we've done very well because the 3 Dutch sides all finished in the top 7 of the league phase of the Champions League. We've all done ourselves proud there. Yeah. Dad lost once to Real Madrid, drew to AC Milan away from home, but then won 6.
That was 2 seasons, really, because we all got to the quarter-final last season.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it was 2 good seasons,
very
really.
well. Beat Bayern Munich 4-1, Dortmund 3-0, Roma 5-0. I won 5 fixtures. The 5 that I thought I would win, I won 4 of them, and also beating Bayern Munich away from home, drew to Dortmund, and actually lost to Milan and Liverpool. So not too bad at all from us all. But yeah, we went into the round of 16. Tom's knocking out Inter Milan. I'm knocking out Celtic. Dad, unfortunately, faced a very good Barcelona team and beat them 7-2.
Yeah.
Of course, quarter-final is where we met, and then I'm eliminated in the semi-final. Right, let's have a look. Player statistics before we check the points. Dominic Calvert-Lewin has not played as many games, Tom.
Yeah, I'm struggling to think if maybe he's got an injury. I'm just looking at his injury history. No, nothing major this season. So clearly it's been a case of the youngster coming through and replacing him. And to be fair, has done a very good job. 26 goals in that time as well, where he's been playing. So obviously not a bad player at all. 10 years younger as well. So he's got much higher ceiling potentially, which is great. Carlos Borges once again just chipping in with all those assists. 26 again, but 18 goals too is insane. Curtis Jones feels like an inspired signing with 14 goals and 19 assists as well. One player that's let me down, I feel, is Jarell Harto. He's never quite really got into this. You know, he's always meant to be like the big wonder kid, but he's never really been up there in terms of assists or anything like that, compared to the fullback on the other side, for example, and things like that. So
I did notice his value was above 100 million for 3 seasons. I'd have sold him.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I should have done based on all of this. I just always had the faith that he'd always just turn in. I think in Football Manager he's got an insanely high potential ability. Maybe I've had a bad look of the dice here and it's not been quite so high.
Low professionalism
kind of thing. But yeah, I think, you know, I can't complain too much about all of that, really. Well, I can, because he's got 20 less goals than last season, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, so I can complain.
Yeah, but he came off the bench 19 times, so it was 19 games that he might have started. Could have been an extra 20 goals.
That's true. He didn't win the Ballon d'Or either. I did check that. First thing I did was check that. It wasn't even top 3, so he wasn't considered.
That is crazy. That just shows how much of a scam the Ballon d'Or is on this game.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's very difficult to win. It's basically done by word of reputation, I think. I'm sure.
It has to be, yeah, it has to be.
Dad, with PSV, let's have a look at at your squad, 22 goals and 17 assists from Eddie Salcedo.
Yes, I'm quite pleased with that, really. It's a good little signing. So, and when you look at that, I've scored a lot of goals and disappointing season.
Yeah, nowhere near in terms of everything
I've
else.
won leagues with worse record than that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you still, for the 4th season, would be in a row.
Well, they obviously
Got the minus budget
They
if
just
you carried on.
bent me over and just spanked me, and
Yeah.
they just don't like me. I might as well just leave now. I
Yeah,
think.
I would if I were you. And then finally, Feyenoord, 35 goals from Belgio, 26 and 8 from Cunha. Mateus Sule was very good. I think he was one of my better signings. Alan Velasco also chipped in with quite a good season as well. Actually, he was given a budget this year with £31 million. But it's all down to the points. So let's see what happened. Season 5 points then are Omega Luke with 10, Dad with 0, and Tom FM with 7. Meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 36, Dad with 16, and Tom FM with 33. Well, Tom, the comeback in Season 4 was massive.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think that 120th minute goal
Literally.
has just
late
played
goals.
a part.
Late goals done you, mate.
Yeah, the late goals in the cup final as well. The cup final, if I'd won that instead, victory's going to me. But it was a hard-fought battle. Two titans of the game just at each other. Then I talk about this like they talked about Wenger and Sir Alex Ferguson, I feel, in 50 years'
Yeah,
time.
that's it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Dad's Kevin Keegan.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. But thank you very much for coming on, mate. Really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, thank you, Tom.
That, because it's so close, that means you have to come back at some point and try and gain some revenge and see what Dominic Calvert-Lewin can do at a different club, I guess.
I'd love to. Get me back on at some point, and me and Dominic Calvert-Lewin are going to win this thing.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Tom. Make sure you're checking out Tom's channel. I'm sure you've gone over and seen a few of his videos at the very least and loved exactly what he's doing because he's always smashing it, including your Champions League stuff. Have you managed to get yourself a ticket to the final yet?
As it stands right now, the answer is no, not yet. But I'm still trying, still working on it.
Well, best of luck, mate. I hope you managed to get there because I've been enjoying the videos to see all the different atmospheres that you've been going to. It's been
Yeah,
great
you've
to
had a
see.
bit of luck going, mate, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The games you've been to?
we've been to
God,
some
yeah.
really
God
good games,
almighty.
yeah. Particularly, excuse me, the Inter Milan Barcelona semi-final.
Oh, wow.
That was just insane. That was insane.
Yeah.
Because one thing about the Inter Milan stadium is the metro afterwards is just rammed. It's horrible to get out of. So when it was like, what was it, like 92nd minute, we've got 2 or 3 minutes of out of time. I'm thinking, right, I'm going to just start making way towards the exit now in case anything. You get out quickly and get to the metro. It was pissing it down with rain as well. And then suddenly, as I'm just about to get up, Inter score that equaliser, goes to extra time. It was pandemonium. It was amazing.
Love that, mate. Well, thank you very much once again. And again, yeah, we're going to have to bring you back on and see
Definitely,
what happens. But thank you for watching. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Let us know if you did manage to get to season number 5. You're part of the season 5 crew. And of course, check out this video here because not only did we have Tom on recently, but we also had Aaron Hunt and Big Robbo 14 back for a massive 4-way rebuild in an alternate universe in France. So check that video out on screen. It's about time Dad and I were challenged by another creator in a versus rebuild. Stepping up in today's triple threat is my good friend Clates. And he's decided that we'll be heading to the Bundesliga to manage RB Leipzig, Borussia Dortmund and Bayer Leverkusen. So as I remind you of the point system, get your predictions down below in the comments who you think will be the winner between the 3 of us after 5 seasons. Right, today we have another 3-way rebuild and we've brought another friend of ours onto the channel. Clates, welcome in, buddy.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Mate.
How exciting.
I know, a 3-way rebuild, which is always quite exciting anyway, because it just adds like a little bit of extra contest for me and Dad, instead of just us barking at each other. We've got somebody else to compete against now. We allowed you to sort of pick the leagues.
Yeah.
We've went with the Bundesliga, 3 very big teams in the Bundesliga, but also given us Bayern as sort of like a 4th thorn in our side,
Yeah,
which I kind
definitely,
of
yeah.
like that idea
Yeah.
of.
I think you've pretty much summed it up there. Having Bayern as like the thing that we all have to overcome and deal with, as well as having, I think the 3 teams we've chosen are quite evenly matched with, they've got different things going for them. So I think it's quite a fun one. I like them.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of stripes in each team. By the way, before we get on to the action, congratulations on, I know it's a bit Been a bit of a while now, but on a lot of life changes for you. Going full-time, obviously, being quite a recent one for you. So it's nice to get an extra full-time Football Manager guy in on the scene. That's great, and you're smashing it, mate. So
Thank you very
done.
much.
I'm moving down
Thank
to
you.
our part of the country.
Yeah,
Exactly, yeah.
Welcome, mate.
Dangerously close, I'd call it.
that's true. Yeah, almost stalkerish, if I say so.
Yeah.
I know where roughly you live now.
Right, okay, so to kick things off, the point system pretty much is exactly the same. The only one we don't count now is if you are a position higher or if you finish higher in the league. We take that one out for the three-way rebuilds, but the rest of the points is still as they usually are for versus rebuilds. Leipzig is Clates' team. Dad is with Dortmund. I am with Bayer Leverkusen. So let's kick things off with Dad's Dortmund side. You've brought in 2 players at the start of the season. We've got Nicolas Romero here at centre-back.
Good centre back, yeah. Probably
Left-footed.
more of a squad player, really. But yeah, left-footed, hard to get out of, so get him in early. Only 19, so it's a good start for me, really.
And then you spent £30 million on Juan Foyth, ex-Spurs player. So that's unlike you. You're normally going for the Arsenal
Yeah,
talents.
that's right, yeah. Good right back, so and a centre back, so good for 2 positions for me.
Tactically, starting
I'm
off with
rocking
a
that.
bit of an asymmetrical.
Yes, I've just looked at the players that I had there, and that was probably the best sort of formation I can get. I sort of like I have a look at the players first and see what I can get. But my left-hand side is absolutely lethal. You know, the front 2 with that guy on the left-hand side.
Bit of Julian Brandt.
Yeah, I'm sort of like
That guy. I like that guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That guy there.
Yeah.
Dad avoids saying a lot of names because he
no,
will say
fair.
them wrong and offend people.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Fair enough.
So that guy there would be good for me.
deliberately, And then everyone corrects you in the comments. So engagement.
Yeah,
Come
good
on.
engagement bait.
Yeah.
So I made a career out of that, if I'm honest.
Exactly.
Not a bad start. We'll have a look
No,
at your
there's
fixtures in a sec.
There's a few sort of positions that are a bit weak, but we'll work on that.
Yeah, sure. We'll flick over to Bayer Leverkusen then now. Money-wise, I think I had the least amount of budget out of the 3 of us, but I still spent it. I still brought in Lucas Garnu Duarte. Here we go. There's a bit of engagement bait because I don't know how to pronounce his last one. But he's French CDM. Kind of one that's good for the future, but with £15 million, I thought just gives me a bit of extra legs in there for 16 million. It's not too bad at all. And my tactic, I'm kind of rocking a 3 at the back with 4 across that DM line, so 2 wing backs, 2 in behind Victor Boniface up front. And I'm kind of going for very much what Leverkusen was rocking last season under Xabi Alonso. We've got the strength of Florian Wirtz there, of course, who's
Not a player.
Yeah, hopefully I could keep hold of him for the 5 seasons. Victor Boniface up front almost had his move to Saudi, but he was gutted when John Duran took it instead.
Yeah.
Quality player who can obviously score a lot of goals. They've got a lot of really good centre-backs in the side. We've also got one out on loan in Kasunu. So I think using a 3 at the back and utilising all 3 of them to begin with is, with 2 very attacking wing-backs is something I was more than happy to do. The evolution of Granit Xhaka I'm quite enjoying in Leverkusen shirt as well.
And he played well since he's been there, though.
He has, hasn't he? You would definitely say that, praising an ex-Arsenal player.
Love them.
Clates, let's have a look at your Leipzig side, mate. Talk to me.
So I think I had the most budget, to be honest, at the beginning of this, which I don't know how wisely I've spent it, but I've gone for 4 players, and I've sort of done the opposite of you two, really, in that I've picked my formation. You've kept your Leverkusen one and then kind of stuck with it, and then Mega Dad, you've kind of gone for like fitting them around the players that you've got, right? I've picked my formation. I've gone for a 4-2-4 because I've used this basically throughout FM24, and I just know that it kind of, if you buy any player, you can sort of fit them into this system. I've gone for my 4-2-4, and I had a look at things, and I realised that I've got Xavi Simons this year on loan for this season. I think I'd love to sign him permanently, but we'll see. I'm going to play him on the left-hand side, and then I wanted a right winger who was left-footed. So I had a look around, and then there was no one really that took my fancy within my budget, except for Pedro Neto, who was available on loan from Chelsea, which I'm not sure why they're loaning him out, but I'm going to snap that one up. 1.3 million the loan cost for him, and I think he's great to play on this right-hand side left-footed. So I'm going to loan him, and then I had a look at the squad then from there. I realised they didn't have a left-back. I had Benjamin Henriks was like the only real player that could play left-back, and he's right-footed. Or maybe you play like Lukaber out there, but I want to play him centre-back. So I've signed a left-back for the future. I've just gone really quite big on Miguel Gutierrez, 30 million to play left back for basically the entire save. And then I just looked at depth, really. I've managed to pick up Edison for 23 million defensive midfield, very mobile. I think 23 million is just a good price for him from Atalanta. And then I went for one of my big favourites. I've signed. It's actually not even in my squad at the moment because FM don't rate him, but I do. It's Vinicius Tobias. I'd love to hear your thoughts on whether this is a good signing or not. But every time I've ever used him in any FM, any save, he's just outrageously good. So I picked him up for, what is it, £12 million. I'm going to start him at right back because he just gets amazing average ratings every single time, without question. I think he's my favourite player that I've used in this year's game. So he's going to come in.
Yeah, he's very much like, I don't know if you remember if it was FM 23 or 22, Yusuf Poulsen, again at Leipzig. Looked awful on paper. Like, attribute-wise, didn't look that great, but for some reason was just incredible in the game.
It must be something to do with their like attribute makeup somewhere along the line there, because Poulsen was one of them, and Davy Selke was the same in the Bundesliga. I think it was just big, tall, and pretty fast. That kind of just works, doesn't it? But yeah, Tobias, he's my Alex Telles from last year's game. I'd play him. Cool. He's my right-sided version of him. Sort of. So we'll see if he replicates that in this save today, but hopefully.
All right, well, let's have a look at the schedule for your team at the start then, because you've played 3 games. None of the big teams yet, but you've won all 3 so far. Werder Bremen 2-0, Wolfsburg 1-0. So that's nice and easy. You've got a Champions League group. We're still using the old format for the Champions League in Season 1. Real Madrid's in it, but Celtic and Bologna shouldn't give you too much of a trouble, really. That should be fine. You should go through there.
Hopefully, yeah.
Dad, let's look at your fixtures at the start of the season. We haven't played each other, as you can see, but you've played Mainz and Augsburg. Haven't conceded a goal.
Definitely pleased with that.
League. Yes. Not too bad at all.
Early days still.
Yeah, the Champions League group. You're in Group C. You've got Atalanta, who've just lost Ederson, of course, for Clates, PSV Eindhoven, and Aston Villa's in there.
There's 3 teams fighting for 2 places there, I'm afraid. So hopefully I'm good enough to keep in my job.
I think you're the best team in that group.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if I didn't finish first. Put it that way.
Then finally, the schedule for this Leverkusen side: 3-1 and 3-0 against Hoffenheim and Werder Bremen. So all 3 of us so far has won every single game. So this is going to be exciting, isn't it? How we're eventually going to cross paths and see what happens here. So I'm in Champions League Group A with Barcelona and Galatasaray.
Oh, you've got to go to hell.
You also did win the Super Cup, so you've got a trophy under your belt already.
Oh yeah, I didn't even realise that, because I thought that was just the DFB Pokal, but I don't play the first round until later on, which is against a Leipzig team. Lokomotiv Leipzig. I don't know whether that's the team that Leipzig took over and they created the team after. I can't remember my history on Leipzig's the side, to be fair, but
comments, you have to let us know. There you go.
That's right. Super Cup, nice little win there against Stuttgart. So, good start there, but season number 1. Let's see then who gets the early advantage in season 1, picks up the most points, and gains the bragging rights. Right, so season number 1, Leipzig, champions. And by the looks of it, on the final day of the season as well. Congratulations, Clates. What a win that is.
By a point as well. It's actually, I was like, 85 points, that's sort of all right. And then you remember that Bundesliga is a 34-game season.
Yeah.
So actually, that is a very healthy points total. Just 4 draws, 3 losses. I will take that as a first season. Not too shabby.
No, right behind you is with Bayern Munich. So Harry Kane still hasn't won a trophy. That is hilarious. Unless, of course, they've won the DFB Pokal, but we'll find out. If we're looking at the actual profile of the league, Victor Boniface and Openda, both with 21 goals. Shesko in there with 18 as well. Guirassy down there with 13. Dally, disappointed you haven't got a player in there?
I'm disappointed because my defence has done the job. I've got a clean sheet.
Guirassy only 13.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed with that.
Average rating is dominated by Clates' players.
Yeah.
4 of the top 5 he has, with Guirassy in 5th position.
Very good.
Really good. Gutierrez up there, of course, which was a new sign. And Xavi Simons, who you highlighted earlier on, that potentially bringing him in. That looks like, if you did manage to get that deal over the line, would be a smart decision after how well he's done. But assist-wise, Clates, Gutierrez, 16.
I know, yeah. Well, I've always had like a weird thing where with my left back always gets the most assists, just generally.
Yeah.
And usually it's because of set pieces, whereas this time he's got 8 free kick taking and 12 corners. So I'm not even sure it's that.
Take them.
I'm sure he's taking them, but it's not even like he's got really good ones. He's just so solid, isn't he? Like, he's so well-rounded.
And crossing, both 16.
Exactly, yeah.
Fantastic, yeah.
Get him in the position he will, put it on a plate for the strikers. And I've got good strikers from the off, like Sesko. Having him from the beginning is a bit of a luxury that you usually have to go out and sign a striker as good as him. And then Openda's not bad himself either, he's got attributes in the right place for this game. 17 pace and 17 acceleration. Your striker has that, you'll score goals anyway, regardless of the other things usually.
I agree. Just gets into the opportunities to have shots rather than
exactly
being clinical when he gets them. But no, good start. I mean, the clean sheets, all 3 of our keepers are actually the top 3. Which is quite surprising, so that's good. I finished down in 4th place, Dad, which was 6 points behind you in 3rd. So we were some way off of the top there. You were 6 points behind Bayern Munich.
I mean, look at the goal difference as well.
Yeah.
Like Clates is saying,
73.
His is way better than anybody else's. So
yeah, it's pretty dominant first season. I say that. I've only dropped points in 7 games there, and I've only won the league by a point. That's what we're up against with Bayern.
Yeah.
Like, hopefully, it should get better. Like, we should be building and making our teams better now as the years go by. I'd like to see us 3 above Bayern at one point. I feel like we would have done our... I don't know which order that will be, but can we just dismantle them? That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, without them ever winning a trophy.
Yeah.
That would be good, yeah.
Brilliant. You had 3 losses in total. One of them was against Bayer Leverkusen, so I do gain a point for that one. Bayern Munich and Wolfsburg, so Dad didn't beat you there. By the looks of it, you beat Dad twice, and you did. And I also beat him once as well.
That ain't good for me then, is it?
Taking a lot of losses there earlier on, Dad. But you did beat me in one of the games.
Yeah.
As did Clates, beat me 5-1 away from home at his place. So you both get a couple of points for that. But 4 points on the board for Clates for winning the league there. What about the cup? Well, we're on Bayer Leverkusen, so let's see how far in the competitions I managed to get. And it was, I dropped down into the Europa League. And then of course I was knocked out by bloody Spurs.
Get in.
Galatasaray won my group somehow with 12 points.
Oh, there you go, mate. It's
So
an hard
4
place to go,
wins.
isn't it?
Yeah.
They are a strong side.
Drew 2, lost 2 as well, which isn't great, which meant, of course, into the Europa League. None of you two are also in the Europa League, which is good to see for you guys, not for me necessarily. But I only made the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal. So let's switch to Dad. His competition page, and it was... Oh, you were also at Europa League. You didn't even get to the round of 16. No. You give it all the mouth, and he was knocked out by Porto.
I did say there were 3 hard teams in there, didn't I?
Yeah, you had like the hardest group, but with like not any of the elite clubs.
Yeah.
It's like all the clubs you just... But knockout playoff round by Porto. But in the second round, you unfortunately come up against Bayern Munich.
Yeah, that's it. That's the problem. You've got to try and stay away from them, yeah.
Which has led, obviously, the DFB Pokal wide open for Clates. And has he won it? He has indeed.
Yeah,
the
not
double
bad,
in the
that,
first
is it?
season.
I was like,
Well done, mate.
I was staying quiet here, just waiting for you to say it. I'm just staring at it on my screen, like, yep, there it is. Look, still got in the finals, quite a nice one. But then I did beat Bayern in the semis in extra time. Look, Willy Orban, the 101st minute. So yeah,
you got the
nice one.
You got the hard way. They might have beaten them.
When you needed Willy, he was there for you, mate.
Exactly. You can't ask for much more than that, can you?
Exactly. So congratulations. That's another 3 points on the board, which gives you a very good tally to begin with. A good advantage. If we're looking at your statistics across the season, Openda with 32 goals, Sesko with 29, over 60 goals from just 2 players.
Yeah.
But the lone signing of Pedro Neto, I think, was your best.
Yeah,
performance-wise, and for the value for money, that is incredible.
Yeah, I think I ended up paying 1.3 mil for that loan, and I do now have the option of signing him. It's 56 mil, which is obviously a lot, but I do now know that he will form in this team, so it's one of those that I'm like, let's have a look around, see what else there is, but if not, I can sort of rely on that.
It always seems awkward to buy a player that you've loaned, isn't it? Because it's not like having a new player, is it?
Exactly. You haven't improved your team, have you?
Yeah.
You sort of you would weaken your team if you didn't sign him though, because he'd be going back. So you feel like you're parting with money and not getting anything for it. But
Gutierrez for 23 assists though, that's solid.
Yeah, really solid. I was just looking, by the way, at my Champions League run. I was sitting pretty. I was like, oh, you guys dropping into the Europa League. I did go through in my group. I drew at home to Real Madrid, lost 6-4 away to them. Outrageous. And then went through, knocked out Atalanta in the round of 16, went out in the quarters to Liverpool. I've massively bottled it, though, apparently.
Yeah.
4-1 up in the first leg.
4-1 up.
Battered 6-0 at Anfield. Nice.
Being a Spurs fan, mate, I know how you feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
PSG went on to win it.
Yeah.
Did
Which,
they?
out of all those teams, like I know PSG do tend to win quite a lot in Football Manager, but
look who in
normally
the final.
they beat Villa in the final.
Yeah.
Liverpool and Real Madrid are just like, I always think they're just silly on this in terms of the Champions League. The first couple of years, it's always those two. Your transfer budget, you got £50 million. So where you're mentioning obviously that signing of Pedro Neto, that's all of the budget gone.
Yeah.
And you probably have to make some money up elsewhere. But
I think there will be money to make up though, because I feel like unless I do, like this Xavi Simons one is basically 50 million himself. But if he goes back, it's 99k in wages. There will be some wages to play around with there, I think. And I've also got Veerman. There's a couple more as well that I might be able to shift on. We'll have a look.
It's a big squad as well, so you can definitely sell
huge.
Let's have a look at Dad, your squad goals. You've got Garassi on 15, Adeyemi on 12 and 11. I know you're not going to be happy with that at all.
100%, I'm not happy with that. Not enough goals. If you score a lot of goals, you win titles. Clinks just proved that.
Yeah.
So yeah, not happy with that.
You've got £57 million, a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm pleased with that.
By Leverkusen's side, goals-wise, I didn't have many goal scorers, just one, Victor Boniface, but I think my tactics kind of set up that way because the two, well, Florian Wirtz got 13 assists. Hoffman also played in behind, he got 13 assists. And Grimaldo at left back got 15, so they're just supplying the big man up front. But I've got 83 million, and I don't know how I've got like more money than you two, but there we go. Let's have a look at a quick points tally then before we go on to season number 2. Season 1 points then, Omega Luke with 2, Dad with 1, and Clates coming in with an early lead with 10.
The other day, it was 4 years ago since somebody turned my YouTube account into a cryptocurrency thing because they hacked it through some kind of dodgy malware. But now I sleep easy because I've got the likes of NordVPN at my disposal who have an anti-malware software integrated into NordVPN. As you can see here, no threats found. It's just scanning things without me even having to ask it to do it. It's already protecting me. And as you guys know, I've been your internet daddy and I've been helping you protect yourself while you're using the internet by going to www.nordvpn.com/OmegaLuke because you get an extra 4 months on top of a 2-year plan for basically the price of a coffee every single month. And it's so easy to use. As you can see, I am on NordVPN right now and say there's something I want to go to America because there's something that's on at 3 o'clock that I cannot watch in the UK. That's how easy it was. I clicked, and before I'd even finished my sentence, I'm already auto-connected. My IP address is now linked to the USA. Everything I'm scanning on the internet believes me to be in the US, whether that's Netflix or anything else. Not only that, there's an ad and tracker blocker, which is obviously such a great thing to have as well. You can see just from using Google Drive, Google Documents, and even Google and YouTube itself, it's already blocking things. 3 things there just from YouTube alone, just from me searching. This is what NordVPN is doing in the background. There's also advanced browsing protection as well. Not to mention all the other benefits that you can potentially get from just having an IP that isn't necessarily in the same country as what you're in. NordVPN is also what I trust on my dad's laptop to make sure he doesn't dox himself on the internet while he's trying to download latest databases and etc. for our YouTube videos. So make sure you're heading to nordvpn.com/OmegaLuke and you're getting the protection that you deserve on your safe browsing time. Listen to your internet daddy. Download NordVPN. Use that website that's in the link at the top of the description or in the pinned comment and you get yourself an extra 4 months on top of a 2-year plan. Use protection, guys. All right, season number 2 then. Let's start with my Leverkusen side. We were the worst out of the 4 teams. Spent my money because I had the most on just 2 players. But what I didn't realise is during the January window, I lost 2 players, which is the reason why I probably had the biggest budget.
Yeah,
there you go.
Because I lost Jonathan Tah for £42 million and Jeremy Frimpong for 34. Those are arguably my 2 best defenders.
I actually noticed the Frimpong one. When I was looking for a right back, I was like, oh, Frimpong. And I was like, hang on a minute. Wasn't he beat? And then, so is it Barcelona, right?
Yeah, Barcelona and Real Madrid. The El Clasico sides have stole my 2 players there. That's on me forgetting that they've got good release clauses at the start of the game. But there we go. I think because Kasunu come in, I wasn't worried too much about Jonathan Tah going. But, of course, I've got to replace a right back. So I've brought in João Mario, who I think is just a really good attacking right wing back. He's got a good enough tackling ability. But going forward, the dribbling and crossing, if you're using very attacking fullbacks, it's not much better. I'm kind of happy with that. £30 million is not bad at all. But I've stayed in the Portuguese league because Pedro Gonçalves from Sporting is my other signing that I've picked up there. Can play from the left, can play centre attack midfield. £44 million. Not bad at all. Tactically, I've switched things around though. I'm going for a 4-2-2, but with a shadow striker instead of 2 up front, which I would usually go for. We've got Wirtz, obviously going to that shadow striker role in behind Boniface. Gonçalves, luckily for me, goes directly into that left wing spot, which I kind of like him there. Hoffman on the right. Still got Palacios and Xhaka in there. Happy with the 2 centre-backs, obviously, despite losing one. We still got Kasunu, who can be a good backup, and Belosian as well, who was on loan last season. Very good player. future prospect that we've got. You could play left back or left centre back. So I've still got strength in depth, I think. I'm happy with that. And João Mario obviously slots in quite nicely. Dad, let's look at your transfers for the start of this season. You've gone big, but you've also sold a lot as well. So £25 million on the outs. You went for Samu Omarodion from Porto.
Yep, another striker.
Yeah, we know all about Samu as well.
Didn't score enough goals, so got the big fella in.
Yeah, he is
He's
a
a
monster.
beast.
Great player as well. Good pace and strength. Boubacar Kamara from Aston Villa.
Yeah, good DM.
Champions League finalist, Aston Villa.
Good DM for me. This is one of the positions I'm thinking of playing. So yeah, I've got him in early. Well, I can get him at that price, really.
Yeah, and Francisco Pio Esposito, one of your favourites.
Well, I
$7 million.
had a couple of million left over, and I thought, well, could just do with another striker in the background just in case I need him, because I don't think he'll get into my first team, so it'd be handy just being in the reserve just in case I need him.
All right, well, tactically, you've gone for your favoured three up front.
Well, that's why I needed the extra strikers as well. So yeah,
We all knew it was coming at some point.
it's got to come. I'm chucking it in early.
Yeah.
I mean, after the start, the Clates is done. I've got to go early, so this is it.
You've got to
Yeah,
make
one
it
season earlier.
some ground.
Brought your A game. Yeah, Samuel Morodion being locked in that right-hand side.
Yeah, and I think the rest of the team just picks itself then, really. So you just pick that on there.
If we look at your best 11 pick, Doniel Malin's in there, of course, but he's on loan first season, so he wouldn't have been there last season. But Samuel Morodion in his replacement, and that is a very strong-looking side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at that at the moment, I'll probably say my weakness probably there it's my right back.
Yeah,
that's the position I'll probably be looking at next season. I couldn't do it this season, but I'm happy with what I've got there. That's a very attacking side now.
Okay, well, Clates, over to you, mate. How have you dealt with that transfer window?
So I've gone quite big, to be honest. I've spent 95 million, which I had a budget of 50 million. So there's a few installments here, but nothing too crazy. Basically, I used up my budget on Pedro Neto and then was sort of backtracking from there. I also did actually lose a couple of players in January. Java Schläger went to Manchester United for 30 mil in Jan, and Benjamin Henriks went to City for 22 million. So like you had El Clasico, I've got the Manchester teams taking a couple of my players in Jan. So
funny that.
Yeah. So actually, when you actually consider that, my budget was pretty low considering I brought in 50 odd million in the Jan. Yeah, they only gave me 50 million, but I've shown them by using installments. So I have that board.
Yeah, screw you in the future.
Yeah, screw me in the future as well. Pedro Neto, 50 million, used up that budget. I did sell Yusuf Poulsen for 9 mil to Valencia, but then with that remaining and then the installments, I've got Angelo Stiller in for defensive midfield. I just think he's great. He's German as well, so he's homegrown, all of those things, and he's young, so he should get better.
Left-footed too, which underrated really in that midfield.
Definitely. If you're going to play two as well, having one on that left-hand side be left-footed, I think does make a big difference. And then I've gone back to the loan market because I think it worked. It worked well last year with Neto, so I've brought in Matthias Tal.
Oh, what a player.
Spurs player. His loan isn't too bad. I think I'm paying it's like 500k a week, so it'll work out as about 5 million. But also, again, I've got that future fee of 27.5, which I think is quite low for him. So if you think of it,
bargain,
it will hopefully end up being a bargain. Yeah.
Or you've just Spursed yourself.
Yeah.
Or I've Spursed myself. Again. Yeah, and I've also on the Spurs thing, I've got Timo Werner back this year, which is very exciting. I'm going to really test.
Don't even bring me up on that guy.
I'm going to test my theory that if you've got pace, you'll be good in FM. And really test it to max, because Timo Werner might be the one who's lacking in everything else the most. So yeah, he's going to probably play off one of the wings too. I'll probably still go with Openda and Sesko up front, Neto on one side, then Tell off the left. Potentially Werner can rotate with him there. Still, I've got this Seeveld who's really good in midfield. Also, I've got Ederson, who was injured a lot last year, but hopefully back this year. Campbell as well. I've got a few okay defensive midfielders. And also Geertruida can play there too if he doesn't play at right back. Tobias, and then Orban, who scored that important goal for us last year. Lukeba, Gutierrez, the main man at left back. Keeper, I probably should have strengthened this summer, but it's definitely going to be one for the future because Glashi is now 34. And I'm thinking it might be catching up with him a bit, but he was good last year. So we're going to go again with him and see what happens.
I was just looking at Matisse Tell.
Yeah.
Somebody's played him at centre-back.
Yeah. There's so many times this happens, doesn't it, on FM? You're like, when has that happened and why? Weird. I'm looking now. Is it? I'm going to just check on the form here. I don't think it was me. All teams. Because that would be embarrassing. Nah, at least not recently. Not since this summer.
It was probably in his bio days. It was probably Spurs. They didn't know what to do with him.
Well, they probably didn't have any
like an Archie Gray plays everywhere.
They did have no centre-back. So you have to go alongside Archie Gray at the back. All right, let's start with your schedule at the start of the season. Dropped a couple of points. 4
early.
points.
It's not a
Yeah,
good
to
start.
Frankfurt and Werder Bremen.
I did win the Super Cup, so I have that, and I've gone through in the Pokal, but then in the league, it's not been pretty, really. Drawing away at Frankfurt, we've beaten Stuttgart at home, so maybe home form will carry us a bit. And drawn away again at Werder Bremen. Werder Bremen, I think we beat them early last year as well, but we've drawn to them this year, so not a great sign. I'm already behind you guys in the league after 3 games, which is not great.
I'm just looking at your Champions League fixtures as well.
Whoa.
One, there's a Red Bull Salzburg match, so that's a derby. The Red Bull derby. You got Liverpool away, Arsenal and City at home, but you're also playing Dad away. That is some tough fixtures.
See you later.
Yeah, it's fun that we've got that extra game in the Champions League as well.
Yeah, so that's one that we need to make sure we count in terms of the points as well. If somebody gets a victory there, you get a nice little point there. But the only two, even Celtic away is difficult. You got 2 home fixtures at the end, but there's some tricky games in there.
Yeah. I'm not worried.
Confidence. I mean, he did
like
come
it.
off the back of winning the domestic double last season.
True.
Dad, let's have a look at your fixtures at the start then. We've got some wins. You haven't conceded a goal yet.
conceded a goal.
Yeah, DFB Pokal, you've done well, 5-0, 3-0, 2-0, 4-0 against Bayern Munich.
Get in. Who? Bayern who?
Yeah, that is some win. Garassi and Samu scoring some goals as well. Julian Brandt for the wing. Sabitzer got a penalty against his old club.
Maybe starting
Good
the season
start.
early with 3 up front is worked off for me then.
Yeah, good start. Adeyemi's bagged some goals as well. He's
Yeah.
got 3 in the other 2 games there, so that's a decent start. Your Champions League fixtures, you've got PSG, of course, the current
I got
champions.
Celtic as well.
Celtic as well, yeah. Sporting away.
I've definitely got an easier group there, haven't I?
Oh, yeah, the Clates
I'd be disappointed
fixtures,
if I don't get through there, really.
All right, well, let's have a look at this Leverkusen side. What are we doing at the start of the season? I've drew already to Freiburg, but beat Bochum 4-0, Nuremberg 1-0, and I won very close tie of 15-2 against Rheinfeld in the DFB Pokal.
What is
first
Boniface
round.
scored there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goals from Victor Boniface.
Yeah, really stat padding.
Yeah.
For the end of the season when I go, he's had a good season, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Scored 20 goals this season. Yeah, but 7 was in the first fixture. Clates, we've got we got the upcoming game that's coming up next, so that's exciting. Never really know what to do when it's like a very early tough fixture, but there we go. My Champions League fixtures, I would say they're kind of in the middle of you two. I mean, Dad's had the easiest there. I've got the second hardest. Bayern Munich away, Milan away, Man United at home. That's an easy one. A couple of away fixtures to end with, Lazio at home. Yeah, I think I'm kind of in the middle of you two. Yeah, I think we should all 3 qualify, but I imagine Dad will be in the top 8, and maybe me and you fighting it out in the playoffs,
I
possibly.
don't even know where I'm looking at getting wins. Like the 2 last ones, maybe. Midtjylland and Club Brugge, but it's really rough before that, isn't it? City Arsenal is the first
fixtures.
2. Horrible.
Yeah, not nice. And if you don't get any points then, you're kind of squeaky bum time, isn't it? All right then, season number 2. Let's simulate it, see who wins. Season number 2 then. Bayern Munich have won the league by
we've let 'em do
10
it.
points.
We've let
Let them
ourselves
get
down
between
there.
us.
Clates, what's happened, mate? Because you've dropped off quite a bit there.
Just come to me first, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know. I feel like, what did you get last year in points? Let's just compare that. Because 70 points feels okay to me, but it's a huge drop off from last year. I had
72 last
78
season in
so
4th.
and then I finished 3rd with 70 here. I don't know is the answer. I guess maybe Bayern was stronger. Obviously Dortmund stronger. Omega Dad.
Drew 2
Look at the
games,
results
right?
here. He drew so
That's where
many.
you went wrong,
Yeah.
10 games.
But maybe where I've become a little bit more defensively solid. I don't even know if it's that. I'm looking at the results. I don't look defensively solid for some of the goals I've conceded. So honestly, not sure. Maybe we just need to rethink things. Maybe I need a tactical tweak for next year based on this, because
Your goal difference is like 40 goals difference.
yeah, exactly,
compared to what it
exactly.
was.
And it's not like
Yeah.
I'm not scoring goals. Sesko's top goal scorer in the league. He got 33.
Maybe just conceding too many.
Yeah.
53 this season, whereas Bayern, who won the league, only conceded 25.
I only conceded 25 last year, and this
Yeah.
year I've conceded 53. So I think that's where we've dropped off.
Yeah, definitely. Because Bayern last season only conceded 23.
Oh wow, yeah.
Crazy. They lost 4 games and drew 1, so they lost to Dad, but didn't lose to either of us, Clates, which is obviously where they've obviously gone on and stormed the league. They've only drew to Gladbach as well, so we've lost both fixtures against them.
I lost 5-1 to them. I shouldn't mention this, but I'm just looking at it on the screen now. I lost 5-1 away to them. So
You also lost 7-2 when you came to Leverkusen.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that one. I thought that was a 1. I thought I'd won
Didn't
2-1.
see that one.
Yeah, no.
So nice little point there. So none of us get points for winning the league. We don't get points for finishing high, but we do get head-to-head points. So if we're looking at Dad's games that he has lost, he's lost to both me and Clates in one fixture, 4-1 and 6-1.
Oh, Christ almighty.
There's been some goals in this league,
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. Leipzig's fixtures obviously lost to me, but haven't lost to Dad there, so Dad doesn't get any points there. But he did beat me 3-1, which means you do get a point there. So I think, yeah, we drew the other game, Clate. So
Kind of like evened it all out between us there a little bit, didn't we?
yeah,
There's no like
I
clear
finished
leader.
below you two, but beat you both more, and it
Yeah.
makes no sense. I've
Yeah.
thrown this away elsewhere. I lost 9 games in total, and
Also,
look at
if
the
you-
games I lost with some silly ones as well.
Even if you don't get points for finishing high, you've actually not. It's not damaged you at all. You've actually gained
No.
points on us there. So
Seska with 33, Samu Omarodion 28,
That
so
gets in, that's
5
better.
goals more. Garassi with 19 as
Yep.
well. Marmouche is at Bayern Munich. That's quite impressive. I think we did this before the January transfers, wasn't it? Because Marmouche obviously never moved to Manchester City on this, so that's the reason why he's moved directly to Frankfurt, because we've been planning this for a long time.
31 mil, by the way. It's not even that expensive. It's a good signing.
Great signing. Average rating, Sesko tops that one as well. Not surprised with the amount of goals he did
Yeah.
score. He also had the most player of the matches. But assists, I
I'm
think we've
waiting
got
for you
to
to get
highlight
to it.
that.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to get to it. I don't.
28!
What a ridiculous record. What a man. What a signing.
That is
Yeah.
insane. I mean, did he play, how many games across the season did he play? He only played 30.
30. Got 28
He played
assists in 30 games.
How did he not get the highest average rating? I mean, I know he's third, but
Considering he didn't even get that many last year either, though. Last year he got 9. And I played him in the same position, in the same
Yeah.
system, with the same set pieces and everything.
yeah,
he must
but
have
now
taken
he's
over.
an official Leipzig player.
Yeah.
He put all his effort in.
I think he must have just taken over the set pieces from Gutierrez, because Gutierrez goes from 16 last year to 6 this year.
Yeah,
And
possibly.
He's got better
a good call.
corners, free kicks, so that kind of makes sense. But 28's outrageous. Especially if you actually look, my centre-backs haven't been scoring loads. So it's not like there's loads of headers coming in from set pieces unless Sesko's getting on the end of them.
I was going to say, yeah, Sesko's 6'4".
Yeah.
Good jump and reach. He might have been the number one. It's hard to deny. 28 assists is a stupidly high number in 30 games, especially scoring 8 goals as well. Underneath, Julian Brandt getting 19, you're like, that is a really good assist season. But completely stormed by the 28 by Pedro Neto there. Really good. Even Matisse Tells there as well. Gregor Kobel is the only keeper out of the 5, which is surprising because last season all 3 of ours was in there. Right, I am going to go to Leverkusen then. Actually, let's have a quick look, by the way, at past positions. Were we chopping and changing?
Oh, yeah.
Dab was top of the league for a while. You and Dab were switching positions a lot. I was kind of just waiting in the wings. Oh, no, it was me and
It's
Dab.
you. I've just been.
Yeah.
I've been consistently behind you until right at the end there. Look, actually
Yeah.
look at like
We
where
snatched
we've
third
switched.
place
Yeah,
and stayed there. But yeah, me and Dad was flirting with each other for a while there, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say.
that's a sentence I wish you'd never said.
Right, let's have a look at competitions then. Bayer Leverkusen. Winner of the DFB Pokal. Get in. This has been a good season. And I beat Wolfsburg in the final 5-3. So that's 2 seasons in a row where Bayern Munich did not win. Oh, we've let them win the trophy. I've just realised that. That's
Yeah, I know.
heartbreaking.
We've let
Maybe
ourselves down.
Kane left. But only the round of 16 and knocked out by Celtic.
That's a bad one.
Yeah, not
Could
great.
be
But I'm
worse.
happy with the cup win.
Could be worse. I got knocked out by Manchester United.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that is bad. That is worse than Celtic.
that
I'll
is
give you
worse,
that.
isn't it? Yeah.
If we're looking at yours then, you are also knocked out by Wolfsburg in the DFB Pokal. And Dad, if we're take a quick gander at yours, round of 16 by PSG, 3rd round by Bayer Leverkusen, which means that's 2 points, one
yeah.
for knocking
Points
you
away.
out, one for beating you there.
Yeah.
So you've not had luck with avoiding big clubs in the,
No,
in
I
the cup
haven't, no.
in the early stages.
If you're gonna lose, I'm better off. I feel better if I lose to the big guns rather than losing to someone silly. So,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
you know, like
United.
losing against Man United, you got to be gutted.
Got to look at myself in the mirror and really
Yeah.
reflect on my after that. It's
Shocked you didn't
bad.
get sacked after that one.
Yeah, no, I probably deserved it.
League phase of the Champions League then. So, as we kind of predicted, Clates had the hardest one.
Yeah.
He was
Look at
just
that.
scraped through qualification. 3 wins, Club Brugge, Midtjylland and Arsenal. Draw to Salzburg and a loss to Dad's
get
Dortmund
in.
team. So, it's an extra point there for Dad.
That
A
loss to
loss
Celtic.
to Celtic again, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
5-4 I've lost to them. Yeah, I've really snuck in, haven't I? Because I lost that win against Arsenal's really saved me there. That's the
Yeah.
one you'd maybe say is slightly more unlikely as well. Beating them 1-0 at home.
It's an
Without
easy
it,
team
I
to beat.
Leverkusen, I lost 3 times. Bayern Munich stuffed me 3-0. Milan stuffed me 2-0 as well. But I won 5. I beat Man United. PSV only conceded a few goals there. Not too bad. Dads, Dortmund won 4 games. Nice little win away to Sporting there. Drew 2. 2 tricky draws, actually.
Yeah.
Lost to Celtic. They have been great
I was
in
going to
this, by the way.
say, we
They
talk about
finished 8th.
Celtic. What is going
Yeah,
on?
And
they
I
did really well.
And I lost to PSG there as well.
Yeah.
So
Barcelona went on to win it. Arsenal in the final. Extra time.
well done, Barcelona.
I
Yeah.
beat them as well.
Semi-final was Arsenal beating Real Madrid. Barcelona beating PSG on penalties, so that's as far as they've got. I think we've covered everything there. Let's have a look, Clates, at your goals then for the season. 40 goals in 41 games for Sesko. Solid season.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
Really
not-
good.
Not too bad.
No, Lewis Openda only getting 20. Should be ashamed.
Yeah. no, he's
Pedro
solid.
Neto getting 34 assists across
How
the
did
whole year.
Timo get 10 goals? That's what I
Timo
wanna
got
know.
10. Turbo
Yeah.
Timo.
When we watched him play, didn't even know where the goal was.
Must have been 10 goals by accident because I don't know
Yeah,
how that's
yeah.
happened. Yeah.
Do they count own goals on this? Do they? I didn't realise. Transfer budget, you got £63 million. That's a little bit better. Just double checking. You didn't lose any players this time round in the January. We just got to double check that now after what happened the last season.
To both of us. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Dad, 34 goals from Samu. Solid.
Yeah, really
good
pleased
bit
with
of
that.
development as well, because
Yes.
obviously you're locking him in for a reason.
Yeah.
The development has been
Always
key
helps,
there.
doesn't it? Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
The physical attributes are looking quite
Oh,
scary now.
he's solid, isn't he?
Yeah, really good. A lot of 17s in there,
Yeah.
which is really good. Garassi still putting in the goals as well. Solid signing,
Yeah.
that is. And Adeyemi as well.
I mean, to be honest with you, I've got to be happy with my front 3, definitely there. So it was a good move by changing that up to 3 up front. So,
Yeah, Brandt
pleased
on the
with that.
wing as well, 25.
Yeah,
Nah, to be fair, that front 3 is classic me in a showdown, to be honest. Get the big,
Yeah.
big fast lads and lock them in and just let them score loads of goals.
Transfer budget, you got £55 million, so still a good amount. My Leverkusen side. Is anybody helping Victor Boniface up front? A little bit, actually. 31 goals for him. 16 for Pedro Gonçalves. Martin Terrier's come out of nowhere and got 15. That's not too bad, because I think last season he barely played. Or he played 29 games. He didn't score a single goal in the league.
he was in the doghouse, wasn't he? Wouldn't let him out.
Yeah, good one. I like that.
All right. I'm here all day.
Jonas Hoffman, he's 32 now, but he's still banging in some goals and assists. That's not bad. Grimaldo, 23. Happy with that. My transfer budget, £64 million. But no, I didn't lose anybody in the January window. I did loan out Beloshin, but I did have them on the development list for that exact reason anyway. So, all right, not a bad second season for my Leverkusen boys, considering we're looking at the league. Let's have a look at the points. Season 2 points then are Megaluk with 7, Dad with 2, Clate with 1. Meaning the total points after 2 seasons is Omega Luke with 9, Dad with 3, and Clates with 11. Season 3 then. Let's have a look at this Bayer Leverkusen side. After picked up the most points last year, but still finished the lowest out of the 3. Sold £13 million worth of players there. Not too bad, but brought in £107 million. And one was a free transfer as well in Zakangi from Lazio. Playing off the left-hand side, even though not necessarily using that role this time around, but we'll don't reveal too much just yet. Highlights though, Gonzalo Ramos from PSG. Cracking player, and I've picked him up for what I think is quite a reasonable price of £57 million. He's got 3 and 3 for me already, which was the same amount as what he got last season in total, but he only played 2 games. So giving him game time, let's see if he can actually score some goals. I've got a bit of a Portuguese theme going around my team now. I think that's like the 4th Portuguese player I've got. But Valentin Carboni has also come in. 15 million is quite a lot, but he fills a few roles that I really enjoy using. Plus, he's got good potential, and he's only 20 years old. I mentioned tactics have changed. I've gone for a 4-2-2 narrow. Now that I've got 2 strikers, I think I pretty much need to use and utilize the fact I've got that and kind of not rely too much on Victor Boniface every season. Gonçalves and Bertz in behind's 2 really solid centre attacking midfielders. Keeping my DMs how they were. My centre-backs I'm absolutely fine with, and of course the full-backs that I've been using the last couple of years as well. Hradecki, still in there for now, but I think maybe this might be his last season. He's 35, and kind of like what Clate said with Galashi. Good for now, but how long will it last? He's only 2.5 star. Let's have a look at your transfer window, Dad. You have sold £6.25 million worth of players, brought in 77, and we can see that a lot of it
was spent on Usman Diamonde, 49 million.
I just want to sort of really sort of like make my defence now really hard to beat, and this guy's the guy to do it. I think really, my strike force are doing well, so now I just got to concentrate on my defence, and this is the guy I reckon can do it for me.
I mean, he's got passing and vision of 17.
Perfect for that position, isn't it? The ball playing defender.
Yeah, and then every physical is above 15. It's scary how good he is.
And he can use both feet.
Yeah.
He's weirdly good as a DM as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Clayton. I've used him in the DM position, and he is really good there.
Solid pickup for the 21-year-old. And then Alexander Nubel, 27 million. You've already got Cavell, he's a good keeper.
Yeah.
But I think you paid higher price because he was a Bayern Munich player, but bringing him in is a cracking backup. I mean, he's actually better than my keeper that I've got, and he's your backup, so that's saying something.
Well, I haven't got to worry about the keepers now. I've got 2 really good keepers, so I'm pleased with that.
Tactically, sticking with what you had,
yep,
locking in Guirassy and Sule.
Well, because I bought in the other centre back, Diamonde, I can afford to push him to the right hand side, and I feel that he was better than the right back that I had. So giving him playtime will make him better than what he is. So
it's weird, Sule. Like, you look at him, if you ever seen him in real life, he's 6'5", looks quite lumpy. You think, he's just a really solid centre back. But then attribute wise, he has okay dribbling and crossing for like and he plays right back. It's weird,
and he's quick. His pace is 16.
Yeah. As a right wing back, I mean, imagine being a left winger and you've got Nicolas Sule marking you. He's 6'5".
I mean, I did say that was my weak position, but I didn't actually replace that guy. I just sort of like moved someone across, really.
Yeah, see how that plays out for you. But Clates, talk to me about your transfer window.
Yeah, so wasn't great last year. I felt like I needed to improve, so I've gone big again. I spent 132 mil. Most of it on Christian Mosquera in the centre of my defence. A bit like you were both kind of saying, defence. We talked about it, didn't we, at the end of last season, that I was conceding more goals. So I've gone big on a centre-back. One of my favourite ones, I think. Christian Mosquera. Really quick, 6'3", and great heading. So he's going to hopefully score me some goals from set pieces too. Determination of 18, so he should great. He's only 21 as well, Spanish international. I spent obviously a lot of money, some of it not now, some of it in the future, which might hamstring me in the next couple of seasons, because those installments, if I've used them, I will have to reap the fruit that I sow a little bit, because it might restrict me in future windows. We'll see. But I felt like it was needed at this point. Him plus a new goalie were my 2 big ones, really. So I've brought in Dennis Simon to replace Guirassy, who is now 35 and not looking too great. But Simon is 19. He can just be the keeper for the rest of this now. He cost only 11.5 mil minimum fee release clause. And then I made Tell permanent. He was good last year. I felt like he was worth that 27.5 million. It means overall it's a 35 million transfer, which I think is absolutely fine for him. Finally, I just saw a nice, this is the one, you know, when you're in a window and you're like, hang on a minute, can my budget stretch to this? I shouldn't do this. I probably don't need to do this. But then Rooney Bargy was there for 18 million. And I just thought,
when he pops up, mate, you don't want to lose him, do you?
Exactly. So I thought he might just be really good depth. He doesn't even necessarily need to be a starter just yet. We'll see how he goes. He's in for 18 mil. I sold a few players as well. So Almas went for 15. Andre Silva went for 9.5. Baumgartner for 4. Quite a lot of wages off. I don't think I mentioned it before, but Xavi Simons, we didn't sign him permanently. So we did have all of those wages taken off too, so that helped us. And I'm going to stick to the same, I think, the 4-2-4, hoping that it's more like season 1 than season 2, but I think we've got better defenders now. That defence, for me, Lucaba and Mosquera as a centre-backs, really quick, strong. Tobias on the right, Gutierrez on the left, I think is really good. And then Simon, the new keeper, hopefully better than Guirassy, with basically the same attack in front of them, because I've signed Tell, but he was here last year anyway. So yeah, let's see how they go.
Although Tell will be missing a bit of the start of the season, because he did break his lower leg.
He did, 2 to 4 months. But we've got Turbo Timo, haven't we? So don't worry about it.
That's it. Timo's there. When your luck's out, Timo Turner is available. Let's have a look at the schedule at the start of your season then. We've played, well, I say we. You have played Dad, 2-2 draw at the start of the season. It looked like Dad was going to pinch it after being 1-0 down, scored a second in the 81st. Nice little penalty in the 87th.
Yeah.
But you're yet to win a game,
in
the league.
So let's see how we go. It's not been a good start, has it? I don't really know what's happened, because how can you go from being so dominant season 1 to I guess it's just like, I'm wondering if it's a lot of play. I've got a few unhappy players that I need to either try and shift on because of game time, or just manage that a little bit more with this one. But from here, there might be some fixes there, because I think if I go to my dynamics, my club atmosphere is not amazing, and I did try and rectify it with friendlies. but might be something I need to do a little bit more. We had the club, by the way, we had the Club World Championship. Did you see that over the summer?
Yeah, you got to the final.
Yeah, and lost, which is annoying. But yeah, we played City in there.
Erling Haaland, though, isn't it? He's...
Yeah. It is
Cheat
big,
killed.
isn't it? We've got you next at home, so hopefully we bounce back there.
Yeah, that keeps happening.
Yeah.
That's weird, isn't it?
It does, yeah.
That's 2 years in a row. Your Champions League fixtures, you've got Tottenham away,
Easy.
Chelsea at home, couple of difficult fixtures in there. Inter at home as well, so easier than last season's one.
Definitely.
What's your thoughts, by the way, on the new Champions League format? Are you a fan of it?
I was a big fan of it until Liverpool top that league phase and then get PSG. But I'm also,
I agree with
which just, it feels like a kick in the teeth of it, doesn't it? But also I'm like, that could have happened with a draw like with the old draw. And I kind of want there to be a bit of that. Like I want there to be a draw where you can get a really good team or avoid a really good team, and it comes down to luck a little bit. So I feel like now it's hard to swallow, but kind of still want it to exist. I just like it if it didn't happen to Liverpool.
I've really enjoyed it. I felt that it's really good. It's just, who would have thought at the beginning of the season that Real Madrid, Man City and PSG wouldn't qualify automatically?
Top 8,
yeah.
You know, that's just where unfortunate where Liverpool have got that draw in it, because those teams didn't perform.
Oh yeah, exactly. Next year it could be way more comes down to actually teams, the good teams performing better, and then you end up, it works properly because it's seeded that way. It's just the way that it works.
They'll take it more seriously.
One thing that has irked me, that I just think it'd be such an easy fix, is that the way that they've done the knockout draws after the playoffs, so that if you finish higher you get guaranteed to have the second leg at home, but it's guaranteed for the round of 16, but then it switches for the quarters, and you think surely you're more likely to get an easier game in the quarters and then a harder game in the round of 16 and then a harder game in the quarters.
Yeah,
you don't really get the benefit there. The team that finished lower can have an easy game, get through, and then they've got the benefit of having the home leg second later.
Yeah.
That one doesn't quite, it just makes me think, what are you really working for in the league phase? Which I suppose is how people saw it anyway. It was like, as long as you get through, you get through.
It made for a very exciting final fixtures. That was good.
Yeah, it did.
But it's whether it's like, do you change the whole format, which nobody was ever complaining about the Champions League format.
No.
Do you change that whole format just for that excitement at the end, or to get extra clubs in?
Especially when there's more
really
games being played. That's the other thing.
Right, Dan, let's have a look at your fixtures at the start of the season then. We've got, we knew about the draw already. You beat Cologne 4-0, Schalke 2-0. So that's been a good start to the season. Champions League fixtures. Bayern Munich's in there again. Newcastle away. Arsenal away.
Yeah. Atletico Madrid's not an easy game either.
No, absolutely not. So
Napoli. So I've got quite an odd group there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully I'll qualify, so yeah.
Schedule for me, I lost the first game of the season, but that is because I played against Bayern Munich. Played them twice, in fact, 'cause I played them in Super Cup and lost 4-2 there as well. But I was 3-0 down, so disappointing at home. Schalke away 3-0 though. That's a good result. And then 4-0 at home to Cologne. So positive other than that.
I did notice that Harry Kane scored for Bayern Munich.
He did, so he's still there.
He did win
He
a
has
trophy.
won a trophy.
Yeah. We're also doing terribly at this idea to not let them win anything. They're winning loads.
They're storming it at the minute.
I'll tell you, mate, he gives me so much stick over it.
Well, Harry Kane.
Yeah, not winning anything.
Yeah.
So I just hope that he wins the league this year.
Well, not in this.
No, not in real life.
Yeah. Right. My Champions League fixtures, I've got Milan and PSG in the last 2 games. Man City's in there. But I think it should be okay. It's just those 3.
You got Atletico Madrid and Napoli as well.
Atletico Madrid's away as well.
Yeah. You love going there, don't you?
What, Atletico Madrid?
Yeah.
I can't stand Simeone. It's just one manager I really hate.
Well, we both do, don't we?
Yeah. After the stuff against England, and then obviously I don't know. Sometimes I've tried watching his football. Like I remember Man United drew against Atletico Madrid in the Champions League, and it was 2 of the worst games of football I've ever seen. Because Man United weren't great anyway at the time. I think it was under Oli, and then it was
at the time?
Simeone's football. Yeah, true. And then it was Simeone's football against Man United. It was just it was abysmal football to watch. All right then, season number 3 then. Let's see what happens. All right, season number 3. Dad,
Get
champions.
in. Yes, happy with that.
Borussia Dortmund, 82 points. Bayern Munich finishing 2nd. Leverkusen in 3rd. Leipzig down in 6th, Clates. Dropped down 55 points.
Spent a lot of money as well. It's not good, really, is it? I don't know what's going wrong, but let's spend loads more money again this summer and try and fix it.
That'll solve it.
Yeah.
You're starting to sound like Manchester United now.
Yeah, no, I can see why it happened now. I suddenly feel a different type of way about that whole United thing. Don't really know. 55 points. I peaked early, I think, in this video.
We were just toying with you, mate. We just let you have your glory, then whip it away from you.
Like Liverpool Spurs in that semi-final a bit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
all right. I deserve that one.
Yeah, no,
I love being neutral to that.
Yeah.
Come on, Argo.
To be fair, you can say a lot at the moment. Being a Liverpool fan, I can take a lot at the moment. It could be going worse, couldn't it? So.
Exactly. Looking at the goals, 24 from Guirassy, 24 from Ramos, Seska with 23. So 3 of our strikers are up there.
Yeah.
That's good. Openda with 21 as well. So you've actually got 2 scorers in there, Clays.
Yeah.
And Dennis Seaman got 10 clean sheets. So I don't know how you've dropped that many points.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
If you look at the assists, Pedro Neto is not even he's down
12.
in right. Yeah,
12,
he didn't get enough assists, did he? He got 12. It's a drop off of 16 from last year. That's where the goals went.
Yeah. So Cabell had the most clean sheets, which is Aaron Ramsdale, by the way, is playing at Bayern Munich. That's weird. Average rating those was 2 Leverkusen players, so I'm happy with that. Victor Boniface got 7.5, even though he had a friend up there now with him helping him. I was kind of just sat in third for ages, just chilling by Matt Lowry there.
The highest I peaked was 5th. Then I finished 6th. Like after that bad start where I didn't win in the first 3, it was sort of uphill from there, and it looks like I've really struggled. I was actually 5th going into the last day, lost to Frankfurt and finished 6th.
Let's have a look at the losses then. So Dad, you lost 4. 1 to Leipzig, 1 to Leverkusen. So you get a point for that one anyway. Then 4 losses for me. Didn't lose to either of you. I think at the minute I've had the best head-to-head.
Yeah, I think you have.
Yeah. The worst in the league because you both have won it. And then Leipzig, despite having 9 losses, only 1 loss from one of us.
I've got away with it there, haven't I? That I've only lost. I lost 4-1 away at you, and then we've drawn 3-all. And then I've drawn to Dortmund, but I've beaten them as well 2-0 at home. So I don't know how if I was your champion and I'm down in 6th, but I managed to win that one.
Yeah, to go and beat it again. So despite winning the league, Dad, you didn't defeat either of us.
No.
So although you do get 4 points to that, we get a couple of points spread across, but we'll tally that up in a second. Right, we're on Leverkusen competition page. Didn't get very far in either competition, and Clates is knocking me out in the 3rd round of the DFB Pokal.
I'll take that one.
So, a couple of points in there. Round of 16 by Chelsea. Dortmund then, competitions. The winner of the DFB Pokal, the 2nd person to go domestic double. And it's a 5-3 win against Leipzig.
Game for the defence.
So I did finally beat one of you 2 this season.
Yeah, in the one that mattered. So you get 4 points for that cup win because you win the cup, which is 3 points, 1 against because it's against Clates. And then finally, how did you get on in the other competition, Clates? So knockout player fan against
Benfica.
Penalties it was.
Yeah.
Not great from us in Europe so far.
Weird one as well, that Benfica game. I won 4-1 at home, lost 4-1 away, and then lost on penalties.
In the league phase, you finished down in 17th. 4 wins, beat Tottenham, Inter, drew to Roma, lost 4-0 to Chelsea, and 5-2 to Feyenoord. Fair play. Lost 3 for Leverkusen. Probably the games I expected. Didn't even score a goal against them. What was the point in turning up, lads? Drew to Atletico Madrid. 1-4. Beat Milan 4-1. Nice. Villarreal 5-1 away from home. Not bad. Dad, you won 5 games. Beat Bayern Munich 4-0 again.
Get in.
That's 2 4-0s you've had against them. 4-2 against Napoli as well. Lost 3. Lost to Atletico Madrid. And Arsenal, of course, did. Okay, right, Clates, let's look at your goals then. 36 from Openda. That is huge.
Actually outscoring Sesko this year for the first time. He's played more games, so that's perhaps why.
Is that an injury to Sesko? Is he
42 games? Let's check. He has...
Moderate injury, had a back strain.
What, loads, though? There's a torn hamstring.
Oh, no, he had a torn hamstring. 2 months.
And then before that, actually fractured skull in the April of the end of last year. So he's missed a fair bit of football there, actually. Impact from a fall.
2025 was not a good year.
He's fractured his skull.
Yeah, that sounds
awful. What's he fallen off?
What's he doing? Playing on the concrete then?
Yeah.
In the car park?
I don't know. He's climbing.
Right, lads, we're going in the cage today. Not as good a season as last year for Pedro Neto, but
Pretty
still
good.
decent, 17-17.
Yeah, you can't really argue with that, can you? That is a good return. I feel like he has returned on my investment.
Yeah, 100%. Tell after he come back from his broken leg.
Yeah.
Has had a good time as well, 10 and 17. Transfer budget, 68. So the installments aren't catching up yet. Ooh.
Getting away with it.
You're doing all right there. Let's have a look at yours, Dad, the squad-wise. 34 from Garassi, 19 and 15 for Adeyemi. Makoku's popped up, look. That's the first time we've seen his name with 18. Samuel Marodi on 15 and 10. A couple of good amount of assists as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good squad results there,
Like
really.
spread out.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
You can see why you've won the league with those numbers, to be honest. Transfer budget, £75 million.
Ooh.
And then this Leverkusen side, let's have a look. Yet to win a league title, but we're still holding on. Gonzalo Ramos, 31. Victor Boniface, 22. So he's dropped off because of Ramos coming in. But 19 for Patrick Schick. That's not bad as well. Coming off the bench quite a lot. Florian Wirtz, good amount as well. Transfer budget, £63 million. But I did, once again, lose a player in January in Palacios. £60 million to Arsenal. So, yeah, would they have only given me £3 million transfer budget? I doubt it.
No.
Yeah,
What is that 60 million?
weird,
for?
isn't it?
Same as mine before, isn't it? It's a bit annoying.
Yeah.
I think they clearly just take it away, don't they?
Because I've got 100% transfer revenue, so it's kind of like if you don't spend it in January, it's gone. But hey, that's how what we got to deal with here with simulating.
Yeah.
Right, we'll tally up the points and see who's winning after 3 seasons. Season 3 points then, Omega Luke with 2, Dad with 8, and Clates with 3. Meaning the total points are Luke with 11, Dad with 11, and Clates with 14. All right, Dad, let's have a look at yours first, because you had a big summer.
Yeah,
177 out.
I felt like I really needed to go for it now, so I've got rid of all the deadwood, gone for the whole squad, and just got rid of anybody I felt that I wasn't going to be using for the next 2 seasons, and then gone big.
Coyote,
I got the
the
Spurs
right back.
boys in as well. So.
Yeah.
I said about the right back, so I wanted to get a proper right back. You don't get no better than this guy, 22 years of age, so yeah, really good.
I'm excited to see what he does at Brentford,
Yeah.
to be honest. But yeah, you got 2 Spurs players in. That could
Yeah.
be detrimental. Who knows? Yeah.
I spent a lot of money
Mistake.
on this guy, but he plays in those both positions, and I don't really need him as a centre back. So, with his pace being at left back, who's going to take me on then?
Yeah, he is the quickest, but his hamstrings, I feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 6'4" as well.
Yeah.
He is very quick. Sarr, though, he's always a favourite.
I'll tell you what.
Bring in.
I'd love this guy in the centre midfield, playing that attacking midfielder or something like that, a centre midfield player. You just can't get no better than this guy at 23 years of age. You get him in, you're in for a winner. I'll tell you.
All right, okay. Good mental attributes. Oscar Gluck from Salzburg, 45 million.
Just another one, just to sort of sit in that position as well, that I can use him in a couple of positions. Right through the, like I always say, the spine of the team. He plays in all 3 from midfield upwards. Yeah.
And then Naipan as a £5 million.
Just another one in midfield, just in case I get any injuries. Really.
Yeah,
Another youngster coming
It's
through.
funny, you spent £5 million on one player.
Yeah, and
300 in total.
But I mean, I didn't have to touch my front 3. They're dangerous as they are. Now I'm just going to give him the ammunition now to score more goals.
Yeah. Okay. Well, tactically, keeping it as it was.
I'd be
no
silly
changes.
I'd be silly to change it, wouldn't I?
Well, I don't know. You've done that many a time. Let's have a look at my Leverkusen side. I did not have as busy summer because obviously, although I did lose by a centre midfielder, I replaced him with a free transfer. So with Leverkusen not really giving me the money, Ruben Neves has joined. So good signing, to be fair. We've also got Aymar in from Osasuna, £23 million, who gives me options in that centre attacking midfield. And then I've got the keeper in. Mamardashvili, one of my favourites. Great keeper from Liverpool, who obviously has been sat behind Alisson for the last couple of years and barely played. But £24 million, good signing, I think. Tactically, we're sticking to the 4-4-2 or 4-2-2, but I've changed a couple of the roles. I want to get more out of Boniface, who was played in that DLF role, so it's changed ever so slightly. Although when I do best 11, Ramos goes in there, so I don't know. But change a couple of the roles around. Let's see if it can get me a league title. Clates, looking at your Leverkusen side, you've also had a very busy window.
Yeah, busy that I wasn't expecting it to be as busy, but then Sesko, I've lost my star man to his release clause, which is perhaps an oversight, but also it's one of those that I'm not sure I could have done too much about it. 87 million he's gone to Liverpool, which meant I needed to go and sign striker.
Well, actually, I'm going to cut you off there. You
Go on.
brought this on yourself because if you check the dates, you signed Nunes before Sesko, which meant Liverpool went
Yeah.
looking for a striker.
Well,
and you give them the money.
Yeah, but this is why I need to sign another striker. But to be fair, I gave them the money. I handed over the money that they then gave back to take my main man, which feels a bit annoying, doesn't it? And also, I'm not sure you can even argue that I've come out at the end of the deal looking better because I've got Darwin Nunez now. So
Brilliant.
I've had Turbo Timo, who's now left on a free. I'm going to keep testing my theory that fast players just score goals by bringing in Darwin Nunez, who I reckon is going to bang this year. I'm going to put it out there and just say that he's going to. I've got a bit of evidence knowing that he's played 3 and scored 5 so far.
Yeah, that's
true. He's got a 9.03 average rating. So I'm hoping he keeps it up. And then with this in mind, that left me over with 30 million plus my 60 million-ish. I've then spent 20 million when I saw that Paul Pogba was available. And actually, can we please just have a look at his profile?
He's bloody good, isn't he?
He's amazing. Like, he was playing for Al Oqdoud.
Yeah, who I've never heard of, by the way.
Never heard of them. He was playing there in Saudi. He's had 3 seasons there. For 20 million, I don't think you can get much better, really.
No, I don't think I've seen Pogba that good on the game.
Me neither. I saw him in there. I was like, right, we're having a bit of that. Even for the storyline, and even if he doesn't start, he's coming in. 20 million. So I spend that on him, and then I went and did what I was actually planning to do, which is I've actually lost a fair few midfielders over the years from releasing them. So this season we saw Werner go, Mariba also left, and then a few have left before that I was a bit lacking in backups. So I've gone for Manu Kone, who's just solid on FM.
Yeah.
I've brought in Wataru Endo just because I love him. And he's 4.1 million just to be a squad player. And then I've also spent a little bit on Tosin Adarabioyo just because I needed a backup centre-back. I didn't have one, I don't think. And then Viper to replace the outgoing Sesko. And then I just basically had loads of money left at the end and I spent loads on Shaun Neves because he's really good.
Oh, he's fantastic, isn't he?
It's one of those where I'm not actually sure that the squad looks that much better, or at least the best 11 doesn't look much better, but I'm hoping that the squad as a whole is so much stronger now so that if players drop in and out, I'm not seeing a drop off.
Yeah, you got more numbers in there.
For sure, yeah. Numbers that are good players, I think, as well. Like, I could easily interchange Pogba, Neves in the midfield and not actually see a drop off, and then you got Seibold who can come in as well. Like, there's good players throughout now. I'm hoping it just means that we have a season like the first season. It looks like it started quite well.
I was going to say, yeah, if we're looking at your schedule, you started unbelievably well. Ooh, yeah. Especially compared to the last 2 seasons. 6-1, 5-1, 7-0. Very good start.
7-0 win. This is where it gets a few seasons in where you've just sort of hoovered up all of the most like meta players.
Yeah.
Is where you start to see a few more of these. But yeah, that is difficult to argue with. 7-0 against Wolfsburg in the last game. Nunez got a hat-trick.
Well, there we go. And also, you've been a devil and dropped into the Europa League, which, for points, could get you an extra 5 points if you pick up a Europa League.
Yeah.
And obviously, you're probably going to be one of the favourites in there. And we're looking at your fixtures. Galatasaray away is obviously going to be tricky. But Benfica at home, Sevilla away. Other than that,
still playing Celtic.
You're cruising for. That's true. Yeah, they've been unbelievable in this save.
Yeah.
You should be cruising through and probably one of the favourites to win that competition. All right, Dad. Let's have a look at your schedule then at the start of the season. We've played each other and you've defeated me 3-2 with a 95th minute winner from a Spurs player.
Get in, Sarah. That's my boy. That's what I got him for.
Yeah. And other than that, you won 3-0 and 7-0. So another really good start to the season.
Yeah.
So Champions League fixtures. Let's have a look at yours. So you've got they always crop up, don't they? Bloody Rennes. Away to Bayern Munich. Chelsea's in there as well.
Newcastle.
At home. Newcastle away on the final day.
It's not easy. Not easy. I need to win the easier games. Bayern at home, away. That's an easy result for me. I think.
Yeah, 4-0. We'll chalk that one in as 4-0 for Dortmund already. Leverkusen then. Let's have a look at my schedule. So other than the loss, it's been okay. 3-2, 4-0. Nothing too special really. Heidenheim, I expect to beat them. So got a good amount of goals against them to maybe get confidence back, I guess. Our Champions League fixtures, other than Real Madrid away, I didn't see that one. But I was going to say, other than Man City,
that's it.
Yeah.
You should comfortably go through there.
Should do. All right, then, season number 4. Let's see what happens, because points-wise, it's getting rather close. Well, season 4, Dad, champions again.
Only lost 1 game.
Yeah.
Get in.
If we're looking at the Bundesliga, we've got Bayern Munich in second, 3 points behind. Me and Clates there in third and fourth. We're still somewhat behind Bayern Munich here, Clates, unfortunately. Yeah. You're a little bit further behind than me as well, 9 points behind. Because I think that's my highest point tally. I'm looking at that going, I'm pretty sure I've not had a higher points tally than 78. But I'm still nowhere near the top.
I don't know what. I had such a good start. I was so excited for this season, and I've just
Lost
sort of
9.
more of the same. Lost 9 games, and if you actually look at who I've lost to, I really not going to enjoy going through this list here because it's twice to Dortmund and then once to you. It's not good for points.
No. Dad obviously picks up the 4 for winning the league, but yeah, you also get 2 for beating him there, and I get a nice little point for beating Clates. But did you beat us? The 6 that I lost, 1 was against Dortmund, and Dad lost 1, which was against me 3-0. So Clates doesn't pick up any points in the
Look
league.
at our game. We drew 5-5 in our game,
That is crazy.
and Viper got a 94th minute equaliser in that after you'd scored in the 88th.
Player statistics in the league. Victor Boniface picks up a golden boot. Lovely stuff. 28 for him. Garassi and Nunez, there he is.
Yeah.
20 each, but how many Sesko would have got? That's,
Yeah,
That's
that
the
is sort of
question,
it,
isn't it?
At least 38, I reckon.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Openda got 18 as well. If we're looking at clean sheets, Aaron Ramsdale's at the top of that by 7. Oscar Gluck, 23 assists.
Definitely pleased with that.
Yeah, not quite Pedro Neto's 28, but still very good. Let's have a look at the past positions then. Was you leading the title all the way through? All the way through.
Hit the top and didn't top.
Yeah, when me and Clate switched, we then stayed there, and that was it. The league was boring as hell. From game week 15, the league never changed to the top 4.
We're not stopping Bayern Munich, though, are you guys?
No.
I'm trying.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're doing your part, but we aren't. All right, I'm on Clate's other competitions. Here's runner-up of
Again,
the DFB Pokal.
Giving a mega
To
dad another
Dad.
point. Again, 2 seasons in a row now and getting to the final and doing that.
You went from being bottom in the points. I think now you've overtook
Steamrolled
both of
it
us.
through.
Yeah.
I beat Bayern in that competition the second round, by the way. Second round, and then still don't go and get the win, so I don't
Knocked
get
out the
anything
big
from
one.
it.
Round of 16 in the Europa League, though.
Yeah.
Sporting. That's the
Sporting.
competition you really needed to go for this season.
Yeah, the plan was to win that. I lost 4-0 away at Sporting. I don't what do you even say?
Very unlucky. Benfica won in the final against Manchester United there. Portuguese winners in the end. The league phase, you finished in the top 8. You won 6 of your fixtures. Nice little 4-0 at Celtic there. Easy. Lost 2-0. Lost to the eventual winners, Benfica. Dad, domestic double. What about the Champions League? Round of 16 by Barcelona.
Yeah, you come against the top teams, you get knocked out again.
Yeah.
5-4 in aggregate as well.
At that point, I don't believe I was in it. And that's because I was knocked out in the knockout playoff round by Salzburg. If we're looking at that, I had a terrible time because it was the second round of the DFB Pokal as well. We were next to each other in the league. Yeah, 4 wins from me there, 3 draws. I drew to both Man City and Real Madrid and lost to Slovan Bratislava. Of course I did. Dad didn't lose in the group, but he did draw 5. You drew to Rennes. Come on, you need to be beating them.
Drawing 5 games.
I'd rather if you qualified in the top 8 from beating them. Let's look then at my squad. 34 goals for Victor Boniface, 12 and 14. What happened? It's happened again. I lost another player in January. £99 million Gonzalo Ramos. Oh, for God's sake. You had 6 goals in 16 games at that point.
You took him off PSG, made him a better player, and then they come and pinch him.
Yeah. 5 goals in 15 signed, and he had 16 and 6.
The worst part is you don't get the budget now because it just disappears, doesn't it? Like it just gets wiped. So
they give me a slightly bigger budget. I've got 120, so kind of double. But yeah, the £99 million. I wonder what they would have given me if I'd spent the 99 million. It probably wouldn't have been 30 million. It probably would have been close to 50. So that's really annoying. But yeah, I've got to replace him because Patrick Schick's probably not good enough. And actually, Patrick Schick's leaving. We might be anyway. He's about to run out of contract unless he wants to sign a new deal, but we'll have to find out. Dad, your goals tally this season: 31 from Garassi. It's come out of nowhere.
I locked him into that player. The player rule in beyond the 2 strikers.
Yeah, you did. The DLF.
So that definitely paid me for that, didn't it? Because he had 12 assists as well.
Yeah. Adeyemi got 23 and 70. Good season for
They
him.
was helping each other, really, weren't they?
Oscar Gluck, 27 assists. Wow. Really solid from him. The
He's still
transfer
only
budget,
23.
86 million.
What can I improve on that team, though? That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Clates, you got 28 goals from Nunez. He was your top scorer of the league there.
I've actually shared the goals around a little bit there. 28, 25, 22. Look,
Tails get a good amount.
Yeah, 16 assists as well. It's not too bad. Neto dropped. I suppose he got 9 goals. He got 10 last year. 21 assists again this year.
Yeah.
But the numbers make it look quite good, don't it? Doesn't it? But then you look at the table, it's not as good. 15 assists from Vinicius Tobias, by the way.
Yeah, locking him in was a good decision. Yeah.
It will just work. It's just We might just not have the quality. But yeah, I'm disappointed. I think this squad is good. We're up against ridiculous squads now. That Dortmund team is just so scary now that maybe I've lost twice there. So that's 2 losses, which is going to hit on the dynamics and everything like that. If I look at my cohesion now, my club atmosphere is poor. It's just like players wanting to start more games.
Transfer budget, you got £58 million. Still a good amount.
It's okay. It's not quite. You both got higher ones now, but so that might be a little bit of the clauses, but it's enough. We can work with that.
Yeah, mine's because I lost a player, probably.
Yeah,
more than
true.
anything. Right, let's have a look at the points tally then, going into the final year. Season 4 points, Omega Luke with 2, Dad with 11, Clates with 0, meaning the total points are Luke with 13, Dad with 22, Clates with 14. Okay, season number 5 then. I am in last place in terms of points. Dad's starting to run away with it, but let's see what I've done in the transfer window. I lost a couple of players due to free transfers, didn't sell anybody for any money, but I did spend the 100 odd million pound that I had, 109 that I actually spent. Couple of free transfers in Sugawara, who comes in as a really good right-sided player, plays all the way down the line there. I quite like that as an option. Konrad Laimer from Bayern Munich. In fact, I've got quite a lot of Bayern Munich players coming in. I like Laimer because he just plays everywhere and he's really aggressive, which suits Football Manager. But 3 players coming in for Bayern Munich, trying to make them weak, as we mentioned. Maybe I thought, well, just sign their players. That might work. Arnie Engels, who I actually really like this guy. He's only sort of like in the updates recently started to become really good, but I've seen a couple of games in a Celtic shirt, and he's quite impressive, actually, the young Belgian midfielder. So, actually, I spent £53 million on him, with 62 in total. Facundo Torres at Palmeiras, good option as an attacking threat. And then finally, Jan Couto, again, another right-sided player to try and get... I like Jan Couto because... very similar to what we mentioned earlier with Miguel Gutierrez, the dribbling and crossing ability of him is second to none on that right-hand side. So gets forward whenever possible. Good, solid attacking fullback. Tactically, I've switched it up. I've gone for a 4-2-3-1 narrow. So I've dropped the striker because, as you've seen, lost Gonzalo Ramos, didn't replace him, and instead brought in Torres, who's more of an attacking midfielder. So if we're looking at best 11, those are my 3 attacking midfielders, with Gonçalves as like a shadow striker type of role. So this is going to rely very heavily on the fullbacks, hence the reason why I brought in 2 fairly attacking ones and already having João Mario as well. Let's have a look at Dad's transfer window. £99 million.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever look at my my squad there, go under my tactics type of thing, and have a look at this team here, how could I improve that? And that's what I had in my head. I thought, where can I improve it, really? So I just thought, well, I'll just get some good, strong players and just help my team. And then I had a phone call.
Oh, of course.
It was all Frankie.
Frankie Kessie.
He rang me. He said, mate, he said, oh, you got a bit of a challenge going on down there. You're taking all the big boys on. So I said, yeah, I am. He said, count me in. He said, I'll be there next season.
I'm sure.
So I got Frank Kessie in. He'll come in and do the business for me. So got him in.
Been enjoying himself in Paris for 1 year, and then they get £40 million out of Dad.
And I'll tell you what, it's the cheapest. This is the cheapest his wages has ever been since I've been trying to sign him for a few seasons now.
Yeah, but normally you're trying to get him off the back of being in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and he's on like
500k a week.
Yeah, so I got Frank in just to help the defence out, just in case I get any injuries.
I think this is a better signing.
Yeah, I mean, I've got this guy in just in case I do have any problems on the left-hand side of the defence. So I think he'll be more of a supporting role rather than first team.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that defence I've got at the moment is just absolutely solid.
Van der Ven, who's playing there right now.
Yeah.
We've mentioned he is injury prone, tends to be. So, and obviously he covers your left centre back as well.
That's right. Yeah. So
having Milos Kerkez he started games. To be fair, he's played 4 already. And come off the bench, so it's handy to have. Clates, how have you fared this summer?
I've gone big on another striker because that's clearly where my issues lie.
Yeah, definitely. We did say that. Yeah.
£92 million on Alexander Isak. Nunez, I said, was going to score goals. He scored some goals. Now, the pair of them, I actually think I'm probably going to play Nunez from the left and then maybe use Isak and Openda as the strike force. But alternatively, I could play Nunez through the middle and play Tal on the left-hand side for Openda. Got options. I've got really good attackers there. I just need them. It feels like things click at the start of a season and then it goes downhill. When we come back and have a look at how the season's gone, it doesn't look like the first 3 games. So hopefully this is not going to be the case this year. Isak up front, and then I've made a big call. I've brought in Kadioglu, Ferdi Kadioglu from Brighton at right back because Vinicius Tobias' contract ran out and he didn't want to sign a new one. So my favourite player is now left on a free. So let's see if it actually was him being an issue and holding me back, even though I love him. He gets assists and things. Kadioglu should be better all round. He's cost a lot of money, so hopefully.
he's naturally on both sides as well.
Yeah, no, he's really
just
good.
coverage.
Really
Yeah.
good coverage, and he's got the physicals are really strong. He's just very well rounded. He's a bit like Gutierrez. They look very similar actually, the pair of them.
Yeah.
And then the other two signings, Profundi, just because he's really good and he was there for 10 mil, a bit like the Bargy signing before. Just looked and had no defensive cover. I had no other centre back, so I brought in Vital from Brazil, and also I sold Edison for 14 mil, and Willy Orban went on a free. So a bit of wages freed up, and then a bit of budget used cleverly. The squad looks a bit like this now. I think, again, on paper, I'd be so happy with this squad, and then I let them loose after having a good start in the season. Then I come back and they've not done great. So I'm just hoping that it's not going to be the case. I feel like winning the whole thing might be a little bit beyond, well, both of us, to be honest, but who knows? But I just want to get second. So let's try and win a competition, or I'd love to win the league, but I'm just looking at that Dortmund team thinking might not. But yeah, we'll see. I feel like this is a good squad. If things click, things will be good. If things carry on the way they've started, we're in with a chance. So let's go and see.
Yeah, you've played a lot of games.
Oh yeah, we
so
had to qualify for the Champions League this year.
You had to qualify, so there's a lot to go off of, and not even a single draw.
Yeah.
Won every single fixture.
So Isaac's playing well as well for you, isn't he?
He scored in the first 4 games in a row, and then a hat-trick in that 4th game. You can't ask for much
5
more.
games, because he got one in the Genk game.
Oh, he did, yeah.
6 against Stuttgart.
Oh, yeah,
7 against Genk.
He got 1, 2, 3,
7
4,
games
5,
in a row.
6, 7 games in a row. Yeah, there you go.
Then he didn't score against Schalke. Oh, I'd sell him.
Didn't need him, you see. Yeah.
He didn't even play. Oh, yeah, he did play. He got 6.8.
Yeah,
Liverpool
his
beat him
rubbish
from
fell
next
off.
season.
Yeah, Liverpool get him in January, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah, probably. Actually, I'm going to check now. Did I put a release clause in there? Because I am worried about it. There is a 150 mil release clause on him, so.
If only I knew.
Yeah.
I should have held all my money and activated it after.
To be fair, I actually looked at both of your squads for release clauses. I thought that could be quite sneaky.
It would be quite funny, yeah.
Boubacar Kamara was the only one at one point. I was like, hang on a minute, it's about 60 million. I could do that in defence from Dortmund here. And then he wasn't interested in joining me. So
Your Champions League fixtures, because you have qualified.
yeah.
Real Madrid away is a tricky one. Arsenal at home. Atletico Madrid away. So you got a trip to Madrid twice in one season, in 2 months there.
Yeah.
But you still should qualify. I think that's
Marseille, Pauk,
quite easy.
Ajax,
Yeah.
Midtjylland. There should be enough. There's 4 wins there, I hope.
Dad's Dortmund's side then schedule started off quite badly.
Bayern beat me.
3-0.
Oh, I don't like that.
No, not at all. Draw against me as well. You had to scramble a draw. Samuel Moronion scoring against me 88th minute as well.
I'm a bit worried now.
Yeah.
Not a very good start at all.
Werder Bremen 4-0 at the first game of the last game of the season. Sorry. Celtics there again. They've popped up. I think every season.
Yeah.
You've got them in the Champions
And Rennes
League.
again.
And me.
PSG, you, Rennes, Barcelona, Juventus.
Leverkusen then. We know one of my fixtures already. It was a draw, but I won 5-0 to Hertha. 2-1 to Cologne away from home, which is a good win. They got Daniel Malin, Dad's former player. Let's see my Champions League fixtures. We know I've already got Dad, but Nice is in there. Arsenal, so it's Nice-Ars.
Yeah.
Inter Milan, Man City as well. Pauk and Marseille, I think Clates has also
Yeah, got both those two.
Yeah, I've got them away from home in the final 2 fixtures there. But again, I think we should all be qualifying from that. It's just, I mean, none of us have even got to a semi-final, I don't think, of the Champions League.
No.
Has any of us got to the quarters? I can't remember.
No, I don't think so, no.
We need to start doing better in the Champions League here.
I'm a bit
in
worried
Europe
about
in
me
general.
qualifying. You're saying we should all qualify. Mine's a hell of an hard group.
Yeah.
I lost
You did get to a quarter, didn't you?
Yeah, I lost to Liverpool 6-0, so I'd rather
That's
not
right,
mention
yeah.
it, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. So, no, I didn't.
No.
Nobody got to the quarters. We'll skip over that. All right, final season then. It's all still to play for, because with enough head-to-head wins and a little Champions League or a domestic double, we could still catch Dad here. So let's see what happens. Final season. Dad has pitched it on the final day, Clates.
Oh, I'm actually heartbroken. Don't like the look of that. That is 8. I've lost on the last day as well. I've just checked. I've lost
Frankfurt.
to Frankfurt at
You're a
home.
German side?
At home as well.
And I was in the bag, and Frankfurt just took you.
What's worse is you beat Bayern Munich 4 games before that.
Like oh my word, it's so annoying.
The
That
good
should
thing,
have
though,
been
lads,
it.
before you... Well, while I'm looking at that is, where's Bayern Munich?
Yeah, they finished below us.
Yeah,
all
we
3
did
of
it.
us did manage to do it. We
Together.
did do it.
Yeah.
Only Jostler, I've managed to get 69 points with a naughty number.
Yeah.
Which I think that's my lowest points tally as well.
Clays, have you seen how many goals me and you scored, though? 105 each.
Wow. Yeah.
Good season for both of us, really.
It is.
You can see why we're both there.
It's literally the games against each other as well. You've beaten me home and away is what's done it. Yeah, I've managed to ship points to you, even though I've had a good season there and finished joint on points at the top. I've lost to you away 5-2, Luke, and then Dortmund home and away 3-1 in both.
Yeah.
And also, look, the only other 2 losses I've got are both against Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Dad, I beat you once away from home. As we said, Clates lost twice to you there, so that's an extra 2 points for you. I only lost to Clates once. That was it. As bad as I've been in the league in terms of winning it, my head-to-head has been strong. Like, I haven't been too bad. I think that's the only reason why I've been able to claim points, really, because I've only got that 1 cup win, I think. But the profile of the league, 30 goals from Victor Boniface. Isak there with 24. Matisse Tell with the highest average rating.
Yeah.
We're dominating that, by the way. All 5 of those are our players.
I mean, you look at that. How did I win the league? My league and goal score is 18.
It's been actually a real big surprise in this. I don't think I've ever seen Neto be this good in FM before, but yeah.
Yeah, because development, I mean, like, looking at his attributes, they've got better.
Yeah.
But you don't look at that and go, that's a world-class player.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't say I have to sign this guy, but...
Ramsdale, again, with the most clean sheets, but Cabell was there with 14, 13 for Dennis in the Leipzig shirt. But you alluded to it earlier, Clates. There is a cup win in the DFB Pokal final for you.
There is.
This is a nice little 3 points against Cologne in the final.
So I think he won it twice and lost twice out of the 5 seasons.
Yeah, if we're going by past winners.
Yeah.
So the first season you won it against Stuttgart. The second season was where I won it against Wolfsburg. Then it was you two who played in the final both times, and then Clates won it again for the second time.
If you actually think about this Bundesliga being joint on points and then those cup finals, if they just go the other way, the points, our overall points would be so really different, wouldn't they? From
Massively.
just like tiny little moments like that. At least that's what I'm telling myself.
Typical Liverpool fan. What if?
Champions League, though, you finish in the semi-final against Liverpool.
Oh, what if I beat Liverpool?
The penalties, by the way.
They've gone through in the final, and guess who they've played? Dad in the final. He went and beat them 3-0.
So if you'd beat Liverpool, you'd have played me in the final. And you would have lost that anyway.
Oh, no, I would, and I'd have been there going, well, imagine I'd won that.
Oh, Esposito scored in the final as well.
Yeah.
Get in.
The points could have swayed so differently.
Yeah, definitely.
If it was those little good results. Sesko played in that final, 6.3. Terrible play. You never needed him, Clates. You never needed him.
See, you get Frank Kessie in and you do the business. Does it for me every time.
Yeah,
League and champion.
Couldn't get past Jan Regensburg though in the second round of the DFB Pokal.
Just a small car. I like the big one, the big silver one.
The big silver one. All right. What about my Leverkusen team? What did we do? Yeah, nothing. Holstein kill in the third round of DFB Pokal. Knocked out in the league phase of the Champions League. Couldn't even get into the qualifiers.
Can't believe that.
That is terrible. I won 2 games against PAOK and Nice. Drew to Dortmund. That was the point. Lost 5 fixtures. Really bad. Dortmund, you finished in 17th there. You beat Barcelona 5-1.
God, what a result that is.
Yeah, Juve
7-1.
Yeah. And
Win your
Celtic.
home games, go through, don't you?
Yeah. And then lost 3. Lost to Rennes. Oh, you haven't been able to beat Rennes at all. That's really annoying because I hate them.
And Galatasaray, just a hard place to go, isn't it? So,
yeah. Clates with 5 wins. Some big wins as well in there. 1-1 against Arsenal. Lost to Real Madrid. So, but you both went through the knockout playoff round. Sevilla felt your wrath, Clates. 7-0 there.
Yeah.
And then while Dad was knocking out Rennes. There we go. Thank you very much. The dirty rats of Rennes. They can leave. Leipzig knocking out Barcelona. So another big team.
That was a big result.
7-3 against Newcastle as well. So some good results there. Quarterfinals. Milan.
Lost that
for
first
Clates
leg
with
as well.
penalties. Yeah. Chelsea 6-2.
Some good sides there, though, when you look at that draw there.
God, yeah, really good. Fair play. All right, this final season then. By the way, the save game file will be available for everybody to ponder and have a look at all of the different statistics that you can have a venture in, or whether you want to carry it on, whatever you'd like to do, on my patreon.com/BigLukeGaming, or of course on the YouTube channel. Members, thank you very much for supporting on there. Boniface with 38 goals in 34 games. Look at that. Wow. Unbelievable. How do we not win anything when he's doing that? Poor lad carried us on his back the whole 5 years, and we won 1 DFB Pokal to show for it. Poor lad. Never mind. Florian Wirtz has had on the right time. He's probably been unhappy though. I'm pretty sure every season Florian Wirtz was unhappy that I kept him there, and I rejected so many bids. Let's have a look at Dad's Dortmund side, the Champions League winning Dortmund side. Didn't even have a player get 25 goals in the season.
No.
Garassi 24, 23 from
Shared it
Sanu.
right.
Adeyemi's had a great season there, really good. Clates, 39 goals from Alexander Isak. That was a good signing.
It was. I look at you. You didn't have a player get 25. I've got 26, 29, 39 in my team. Still didn't win.
Well, there we go. Let's have a look at the final points tally after season number 5. Season 5 points, then Omega Luke with 2, Dad with 13, and Clates with 4, meaning the total points are Luke with 15 in 3rd, Clates with 18 in 2nd, and Dad with 35 in 1st. Well, Dad, 35 points. Congrats, you've won this 3-way rebuild.
After the first 2 seasons, I thought there was no chance of that happening.
Yeah,
so...
the first two, well, you had 3 points after two seasons, which was nowhere near where I had 9 and Clates had 11.
Yeah.
I had
I think just
11.
changing it. My
Yeah.
favourite 3 up front, that just sort of like kicked in place for me. Then
tipped
and then
the
I
scales.
just filled the spaces that I really needed to fill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. I think the biggest challenge we all done, really.
Yeah, Clates got 10 in the first season, then failed to get above 5. But thank you very much for coming on, Clates. I hope you really enjoyed
Yeah,
it. It would be
please.
great to get you back on again
Yeah.
at some point to do another 3-way rebuild, because they're always fun to do. Make sure you're checking out Clates' channel, because since he's gone full-time, he's been absolutely smashing it with the content, and check it out. But once again, thank you very much for coming on.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
Guys, make sure you're subscribed to the Omega Luke channel. We're trying to get 200k by the end of the year, and if you're looking for something else to watch, well, we've got one right here, because Stranraer, a club in the 3rd tier, the 4th tier even, of Scottish football. That shirt was given to me by Surprise Shirts, and they asked me to do a Youth to Gold, and I absolutely hated it, but you should go and watch it because it's quite enjoyable. Omega Luke versus Stinger versus Omega Dad in a triple threat 5-year rebuild. And this time we are heading to the Serie A in Italy, as we've gave Stinger the option to choose a team, and he selected Inter Milan. Dad then decided he wanted to be Juventus, which allowed me to reunite with AC Milan. Now this is the point system that we will use to determine a winner, as well as a 2nd and 3rd place. So sit back and enjoy this triple threat rebuild as we battle against each other in the Serie A for 5 seasons. Welcome back, it's another triple threat rebuild with our mate Stinger. Now, as you can see, we're at the new setup. This is not what it's going to look like, by the way. We have been rammed into a corner at the minute and not enjoying ourselves. Plus, I've got terrible hay fever, don't know why. Dad's got a trapped nerve in his arm, so he's in pain, and Stinger's working nights at the minute. So all 3 of us are very vulnerable at the minute. So you're going to have to just feel sorry for us and just be grateful we managed to get it done in time, because you almost didn't have a video. But how are you, Stinger, other than working nights, mate? You good?
Other than that, mate, I'm fantastic. Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Well, welcome back. And, of course, after the last triple threat rebuild that we had, we allowed Stinger to make a decision and choose what team he would want to be. And he chose Inter Milan. So that is Inter Milan with Stinger as the manager. I'm going to be AC Milan. Dad is going to be Juve. So let's kick things off in season number 1 and see whether we made any signings. Now, on AC Milan, I made just the one, bringing in Jonathan Tah, £17 million. Felt like the formation that I would like to play, I needed another centre-back, and Jonathan Tah is going to be that guy. £17 million, I think, is also a bit of a bargain for a player of his calibre. He's only 27 as well. And he goes straight into my lineup in a back 3. Yes, we got a 5, well, kind of 5 at the back, with 2 in midfield and then the 3 up front, using the wingers. But I'm going to nail in that Segundo Volante in Reinders, who I think could be a very good player there if given the game time. But naturally, as a best 11 pick, doesn't go in there, because Benacer, who is currently out injured for the next 2 to 3 months, goes in there, which I don't mind too much, but Loftus-Cheek is the other guy, and yeah, I don't want that to happen. Anyway, so that's my lineup, how it looks like. Let's go over to Dad next, and we'll do the guest last off. But Dad, you had the most money out of the 3 of us, and you spent £67 million on Michael Coyote in this first season. A good right back.
He's a good right back. I do use this guy quite a lot, and if you need a good one, he's young, 19, good time to get him as well. So I think he'll be there from the 5 seasons on this challenge.
Unless you get sacked.
Unless it's actually.
Tactically then, Dad, you're setting out in a 4-3-3 but with 2 DMs.
Yeah.
Locking in Michael Coyote, which I think is a smart move because he doesn't go in there naturally. You need him game time in Season 1.
Yeah.
In the long run, he's going to be better for you than Danilo.
I'm taking a bit of a chance. I've got my wingers playing upfield as well, rather than into the midfield area. So with Cooper Morris right in the middle, I'm hoping that he's going to be strong just to sort of keep that midfield going with the 2 wingers outside him. So fingers crossed it'll work for me. I've got a good striker, so yeah, I'm happy with this formation I'm going with.
Yeah, you got a little mini Christmas tree going on in the middle there.
So
still in the festive
thing,
season.
Yeah.
And over to Stinger with his Inter Milan side, a team that you're quite familiar with, mate. Do you want to, I mean, no signings coming in because you didn't necessarily have the money, but do you want to talk to us about your tactic?
Yeah, so no signings. We only had 20 million. But as you say, Inter's squad, elite. It's elite, and I'm used to it, which I probably shouldn't let everyone know about. But what we've gone with is a bit of a 4-3-1-2, inspired by Jose when he was there, when he played them in the league. And it's a bit different because it's got 3 people in the DM zone. So we've got to get Dumfries and DeMarco way up that pitch to provide the bullets for a pretty good strike force, I think, in Thuram and Lautaro.
Yeah, I agree. That era of Jose at Inter, I absolutely loved when they won the treble because they had the likes of Melito up front, whom I absolutely adored. I'm kind of thinking that tactic, I've seen your video on it, and of course, Stinger's videos are always one of the ones that I always go to for. The one that you did for Jose at Inter, I really enjoyed, and now I'm kind of worried that you might overpower us here because that team is disgusting. Let's have a look at the schedule for yours so far. We have already played each other in a friendly. That friendlies don't count, remember, but you did beat me 1-0. But you've played 2 games since in the league. 2 wins without conceding a goal.
Solid. I mean, what oozes Jose more than clean sheets?
Exactly.
He did play a wider version in Europe, but I'm going all about Serie A, so we're just going full on, attack that Serie A title, bring it home in Season 1.
Well, speaking of Europe, you're in the Champions League Group G. We've got Celtic, Stuttgart and Galatasaray in there, so you have to go away to hell, as Dad likes to call it, with Galatasaray. Dad, let's look at your fixtures. You have played 2 games as well. You've drew against Torino, which is rivals. They scored late as well.
2 late goals, really. Should have won that game.
Yeah, you were 3-1 up at half-time. And then you beat Lecce 1-0. Dusan Vlahovic, who's probably going to be your main target man.
Yeah, that's not a great result though still, is it? Only 1-0 at home. I'm a bit worried.
Yeah.
2 hard games coming up now.
Champions League Group C as well. You've got Real Madrid in that. Yeah. You should go through because Slovan and Young Boys shouldn't cause you too much trouble.
It'll finish, I reckon.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Now, as we said, none of us played each other yet, so no points dillied out to begin with, because we know the games against each other, now that we got to play 4 games instead of the usual 2, can really rack up the points. So schedule-wise for myself, I have also only played 2 games. Lecce I defeated 3-0, but a 0-0 draw against Lazio is one of them where I'm like, oh, that was a bad result, really, because I think I've got a better team, but I did have 2 injuries during the game, so I don't know. Maybe it's maybe a bit of a let-off. I'm also in the Champions League. Got Benfica, Liverpool and Girona. That's a difficult one.
Yeah, that is a difficult group, yeah.
Here we go. Season number 1. No points have been won just yet, but let's simulate the season and see who picks up the early advantage. All right, season number 1. AC Milan are champions. Get in. With my 3 at the back, 90 points.
Comfortable as well.
Dad, all the way. Well, you dropped out of the top 4 on the final day to Atalanta there. Yeah. 76 points. Inter in 3rd, just a point behind Napoli. You are causing us some trouble already. Now, I did think with us being like these 3 teams, there's so many teams in Serie A that can cause you trouble.
100%.
I didn't expect them to kind of split us to the point where one of us is in 5th, but there we go. I mean, even the likes of Fiorentina can be dangerous. They're down in 13th.
Roma, 11th.
Yeah, Roma down in 11th. Even Lazio down in 7th. They've had a bad season. Bologna's done quite well there. I lost 4 games across the season. 1 against Inter, 1 against Juve. So although I do win 4 points straight off the bat for winning the league, you both get a point there for defeating me across the season. Stinger lost 6. 1 was against Juve. We drew in the other game, so no losses against the rivals AC Milan, so that's got to be something to be positive with. And Dad, you lost 8 games in total, 1 each, so I do win another point there, but Stinger gets another point for beating you in the league. So let's have a look at the past positions then and see who traded places of who. All 3 of us at one point was top of the league. Stinger and myself was a lot closer.
Between it.
Yeah, until the very end. So that's unfortunate for you, mate.
Yeah, what a start we had. I'm looking at my defeats, and there's some disgusting ones in there that we should not be losing.
I mean, you were first for a long time, like almost a third of the season before I kind of caught you up eventually. Let's look at the profile of the league, though, because we also had the 3 top scorers. Dusan Vlahovic is sat with the golden boot, though, at 27 goals.
Who's with that?
Martinez with 25, Alvaro Morata with just a 19, but I think we must have been very much a well-rounded side in terms of the goals. Calabria got 7.47. He's the highest average rating. That's both my wing-backs, which means that my tactic in my eyes kind of worked. That's the 2 dangerous positions, and I think Hernandez is one of my best players, so I'm happy to see he's up there. He also got one of the most amount of player of the matches, only behind Vlahovic. Dumfries is there as well. So for Inter, another fantastic wing-back in the league. But Jan Sommer with the most clean sheets with 21, Stinger. We got Manyan on 20 and Di Gregorio on 17. So defensively, you are quite solid, mate.
Yeah, you'd expect that from a Jose team, wouldn't you? It's just a couple of sloppy results have cost us inevitably, but it's better than the last time I was here.
Yeah, it's a better start. I mean, I'm looking at the Serie A. Fewest conceded, you had the least amount by 1. I was 24 goals. You conceded 23. Dad was down in 31. The most clean sheets you had, again, just 1 more clean sheet than I had. Dad had 17, whereas you had 22. But the most goals, I actually cleared you there by 12. Dad was down in 80. So, yeah, most shots and fewer shots against, actually. I had very little shots against me. I must have just, when they were having shots, they were just good ones because they were going in a lot more frequent by the looks of the amount of shots compared to what I conceded. Now, we are on AC Milan competition. Did not win anything else as well as the league. Boom! The Coppa Italia as well. Beat Lazio in the final. Oh, you boys are going to be catching me up already. Dear. There's another 3 points to add straight away. Didn't get very far in the I say didn't get very far. Quarter-final of the Champions League. Bayern Munich. I won't click on it just yet, because it might spoil who has won it. Now, let's go to Juve and Dad. We can see your competitions. Dad, you won the Europa League.
Get in.
I mean, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself getting demoted into the Europa League.
Done me a big favour. I'm happy with that.
Because somehow you lost to Young Boys, who knocked you into the Europa League, and you beat Tottenham in the final.
Oh, there you
what
go,
a shock.
A little bit of a favour return for me there, I think.
In the Coppa Italia, you're knocked out by Atalanta. So neither myself or Stinger knocked you out. He might have knocked you out of Europa League, though. We don't know. We don't know how far Stinger got, whether he qualified for the Champions League or not. So over to Stinger. Probably going to be Aston Villa, who's eliminated him.
Come on, Villa.
No.
Knocked out in the group stage. You finished 4th.
That is horrible. What am I doing?
Stuttgart and Celtic.
Dear, oh dear.
Knocked you out. Galatasaray finishing top. You won 1 game against Galatasaray at home. Drew 2 to Stuttgart and lost 3. You lost both times to Celtic 1-0.
That's shocking. That is shocking.
That is bad. I think your league form kind of carried you there. Quarter-final as well by Fiorentina. So I didn't knock any of you out, or we didn't knock each other out. There was a Super Cup played, though. You lost to Napoli, and in the semi-final, you beat Lazio. So neither myself or Dad was in the Super Cup this year to take any points. We don't count any points for winning the Super Cup, but you get points for beating each other in it. From the off, then, let's look at Stinger's squad. 28 goals from Lautaro Martinez, 15 from Thuram. Happy with that, or are you expecting more?
Happy with Lautaro. I would have expected more from Thuram in that Sami Eto'o role, but especially when you consider we scored 90 in Serie A, so you can see it looks like we've chucked the goals around, like it's been proper distributed over the squad.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, DeMarco's had a great season there with 20 assists.
Yeah.
And 6 goals. The same as Dumfries, really. 6 goals and 14 assists. I'd say those two have been your standout players for sure.
Yeah, in that system they need to be as well, but I'm not expecting them to score, so that's quite handy.
Now, your transfer budget going into the next season, 32 million, but you've got a big wage budget there, and obviously players are worth quite a lot in Inter Milan's side. So, I mean, you've got 100% of your transfer revenue should you sell anyone. I think you might be all right in terms of transfers. Let's have a look, Dad. Squad-wise. Goals, Dusan Vlahovic with 34.
Yeah, got to be pleased with that.
Yeah. A couple of loan signings after that getting the goals, which is...
I mean, really, after that, I'm not too happy with that, really.
Both loan signings are actually joining, I think, on permanent, so that ain't too bad. Oh, no, Constançao isn't, but Gonzalez is from Fiorentina. Yeah. He's probably the better one out of the two as well. Yeah. You do have a buy option, though, on Constançao of 8.6 million.
Mars, I would expect a little bit more out of him, to be honest. Maybe I'm going to push him a little bit further forward. I don't know yet, so something to think about.
Yeah, for sure. Michael Coyote had a good season by the looks of it, development-wise. A lot of green arrows in there.
He'll be there for definite, I think.
Transfer budget, 89 million.
Pleased with that. Yes.
Dad has the money in season 2 as well. Unless they've given me something after a domestic double. 24 goals from Alvaro Morata. Very Marmite type of player, isn't he? But Hernandez was the second top scorer at left back, or left wing back. 13 assists as well. Leao getting less goals than Hernandez, which is hilarious if you look at what's happening in real life right now. Both of them have fallen out with the manager.
Yeah.
So that's funny. Leao getting 12 and 11, not great at all. Reinders, 28 assists. Oh, that was a good role putting him in there. That was fantastic. Let's look. Transfer budget, £22 million. So no, I have not been given anywhere near as much money as what Dad has been given going into season number 2. But let's have a look at the points. So season number 1 points are Omega Luke with 8, Omega Dad with 7, and Stinger with 2. All right, season number 2. Let's start off with your transfers, Stinger. Now, Erkan Kurcu, signing one of Dad's favourite players at Benfica.
Glad you said his name because I was about to just call him Erkan, so cheers for that. But yeah, I just needed a bit of extra quality because I'm going to go with 3 DMs again, and although not a natural, he can do that job, especially with the role we're going to stick him in. And also, I got a bit sentimental. This might be an error because I've overspent massively on Naby Fekir. I absolutely love him in FM21. FM22, I haven't used him in FM24, so this is a bit of a risk, but I want to play him in that AM slot that I've slightly tweaked on the tactics.
Yeah, so you've changed it ever so slightly.
Yeah.
What's the, I mean, you got Regista now on the left-hand side. I quite like that.
He scores quite a few goals for you when I use this item as well, so you might be right with him there.
Yeah, so it's a bit more aggressive. So instead of a DLP, we've got a Regista, so he's going to get naturally a bit further forward to combine with DeMarco. I don't want to change much about DeMarco because he was class last year. Slight role change for Dumfries. In honesty, I'm just trying to replicate what DeMarco did, but on the right-hand side. And I've just gone a bit more traditional up front, where it's not as offset. We've got pressing forward. And I want more out of Taram, so I've pushed him from deep line forward up to advanced forward. And then Fekir can do whatever he wants in behind them.
It's like the teacher's pet.
Yeah, basically. But the thing is, unlike you two, who seem to have massive faith in your assistant manager, I'm locking that entire team in. So I'm going to run them till their legs fall off.
Fair enough. Let's see if it pays off.
Probably.
It's a brave strategy, Cotton.
Definitely, yeah.
Let's go over to AC Milan's transfers next, and we'll leave Dad Money Man till last. I sold a couple of players. Kalulu's gone, Adley's gone, giving me a little bit of money there, about £28 million, which allowed me to bring in a couple of extra signings. Now, Angel Di Maria joined on a free transfer on a 1-year deal, from Benfica as well. Obviously, he has that one last season. I've taken advantage of it on that right-hand side. Tony Martinez, £15 million. I couldn't really find a player that replaces Alvaro Morata for the money I had because there was other positions that I wanted to fill. I decided to bring in Tony Martinez. He's a really good pressing forward who likes to beat the offside trap, who I think if Morata starts coming out of the team, Tony Martinez can definitely fill a role. And Morten Hjulmand, we are definitely raiding the Portuguese league after the last triple threat rebuild we did. There's 4 players, I think, already that we've used, so I'm happy with that. The aggression, obviously, in the work rate is 2 of his standout highlights that he's got. Tactically, I'm keeping it exactly the same after that season, but I'm not locking Reinders in this time. My best 11 keeps him in there with Morten Hjulmand. So I'm really happy with that, to be honest. Hjulmand comes in straight into the lineup. Pulisic keeps his position instead of Di Maria, but hey, I'm sure Di Maria will feature at some point. Dad, let's look at your transfers. You've kept the same tactic, by the way.
Yeah, I'm going with the same tactic. I didn't do that bad. I just felt like I could just do with improving a couple of players, so that's what I've done.
Okay, so let's have a look to see who you brought in now. Gregorio and Gonzalez are 2 players who are already coming into the club.
Yeah.
But then you spent £33 million on João Palhinha, really good CDM.
Yeah, solid midfielder there, so yeah, quite pleased to get this guy in.
Then we've got Rooney Badgie on the right-hand side.
That's another position I felt I wanted to strengthen. He's a young lad again, and we know he gets good. And then we just go back to the Portuguese league again and get a striker in that I know is really good.
We might have to ban this league next time we do a triple threat rebuild. But Ousmane Diomande comes
20,
in.
He plays the 2 positions very, very good as well, so I can use him in that DM position or the centre defenders.
Okay, now £17 million on the outs, the likes of Weston McKennie left. Rocchetti for £3 million as well. Fagioli's gone out on loan. As we mentioned, the tactic looks the same. Do these players go into it? Rooney Baji does go into the lineup.
That was a big help, really. So, yeah.
Yeah. Coop Miners ahead of Paulinho and Locatelli. We've got Diomande going straight in there next to Bremer. Yeah. And Coyote actually keeps his position. So
yeah, I'm pleased with that sort of format as it's going, so I'm going to go with that.
All right, let's look at the schedule so far then. Now, we've played a few games. We've played the Super Cup, which obviously you won the Europa League. Lost it on penalties to Liverpool, so that's not too bad, really, when you consider them to have one of the best teams in the game. But this time, whereas last season you dropped points against Torino.
Give them a right hammering.
Yeah.
Made sure this time. Yeah, pleased with that.
That is a good result. Hellas Verona, a 3-2 win as well.
Pleased with that as well, especially seeing Rooney Badgie scored a goal as well, so I'm pleased with that as well.
You're 3-0 up in that one, almost threw it away. Frosinone, though, salvaged a point at home in the 93rd minute. And Kenan Yildiz.
So where I thought I was doing really well, all of a sudden, bang, and you just get kicked in the backside again and just
say nuts. Kicked in the nuts. Champions League fixtures, Dad. You got the likes of Benfica and Porto. We're not escaping the Portuguese league anytime soon. Barcelona's in there away though in the first game. Chelsea at home.
I think that I'm going to qualify through those games.
Well, remember, Celtic caused Inter Milan a little bit of trouble.
But it's the games in the middle of that. I think I could qualify for it.
Okay, let's have a look at Stinger's schedule at the start of the season. You've played 3 games, mate. You've lost the first one to Atalanta, but won the next 2, again, without conceding a goal.
Yeah, it's a tough little start, that, though, isn't it? Atalanta away, but it's good to see big wins at home against some decent teams in Roma and Fiorentina, so that looks pretty promising.
Yeah, 4-0 against Fiorentina, especially with Martinez hat-trick to kick things off. Champions League fixtures, you got Bayern Munich to begin with. Arsenal's in there, Dad's favourite side. Away to Real Madrid as well. Some tricky games.
No, that's a tough group, especially if you consider I couldn't beat the powers of Galatasaray and Celtic last time. This could be a bit messy.
Well, I think you're in the Champions League thanks to Dad winning Europa League.
See, that's annoying because I would have preferred to be in the Europa League.
He's caused you some trouble there. But all right, let's have a look at my schedule at the start of the season. I'm currently first, and that's because I won all of my 3 games, but I had a lot easier fixtures than the other 2 guys. But 3-0, 3-1, and Lecce 3-0 as well. My Champions League fixtures, let's see if they're easier or harder than the other ones. We've all got some big teams in there. I've got Barcelona away and Man City at home. I don't think any of us have got like an easy set of fixtures in there. Starting off with Ajax away, which can also be a tough start, and Atletico Madrid as well. But all right, season number 2 then. Dad is, despite obviously not winning the league or cup, Dad is still right on my ass in terms of points, but Stinger's good start could be a good season number 2. Let's find out what happens. Season number 2, and I'm champions again. 89 points. And boys, where are you? Second place is Atalanta.
I almost had the same record as you. I just drew too many games.
Yeah, I mean,
I only lost 3, same as you, look.
Third place, Juventus with 77 points. Stinger, 69 points of Inter Milan, mate.
Naughty lad, He's a naughty lad.
Isn't it amazing how slight changes to your tactic can just completely wreck it?
Or locking in 10 or 11 players.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there.
Come on.
Yeah, I forgot to play a revolt. They want a day off, bless them.
Let's have a look then. I lost 3 games. I only conceded 19 goals.
Wow.
The 3 games I lost, 1 was to Juve away. So Dad does pick up a point there, but Parma and Atalanta, of course, finished in second. Dad, you only lost 3 games as well. Didn't lose to any of us.
Only lost them 1-0 as well.
Yeah. So Stinger doesn't pick up any points there, and you lost 7 games. I'm yet to beat you yet. It's really frustrating. We must have drawn both games there.
Yeah.
But Dad did beat you twice.
Yeah, this is not good, is it? This is starting to look like Portugal all over again.
Now, let's have a look at the past positions in the league. So, I was up there from the beginning. You two kind of flirted with each other in the first half of the season, but second half kind of stayed away. I think the points tally was a bit too much there. The profile of the league, none of us got the Golden Boot winner. Alvaro Morata there was 13, but he's the only one to feature. Yeah, Panama. The thing of the strikers that we both have, but we all have in our side, and not one of them can beat Pinamonte with his 16 goals there at Sassuolo, who finished, by the way, down in 11th place. Average rating, though, was Hernandez. Tamori's up there with a good average rating. I'm happy with that. Mike Mannion, 23 clean sheets. Stinger, 22 clean sheets, and yet you lost 7 games.
Yeah.
That is mental, really. You must have just had so many goals in every game.
It's just not good, but if you look at how many I scored, I wasn't scoring either, so...
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the most goals now. You're down in 4th with 57.
Yeah, what a drop that is. That is a bit of a disaster.
I had 83 goals. I had also the fewest conceded with 19. Dad only was 3 behind me with 22. You were 24. And clean sheets, as we said, was 2 between us there in clean sheets. I must have had a different player playing goal for me at some point. So it was close in terms of the statistics, not in terms of the points. I think game management helped me win the league there, because only conceding that amount, I mean... conceding 19. Parma was the only team who conceded 3 or more. We're on AC Milan again. Did I win anything else? Oh, it's a treble! Oh, boys.
That's a shocker.
Jesus. Well. Champions League win against Liverpool. Coppa Italia win against Atalanta. The runners-up in both domestic competitions. Liverpool in the Champions League. Wow, right, okay. And the Super Cup I won as well. Beating Inter Milan, that's another point, unfortunately, Stinger. But you did beat Napoli in the semi-finals. That's not bad. Don't think you gained a point in this season, mate, so far. Unless... oh, no, you weren't even in the Europa League, were you? How far did you get? Oh, round of 16 by Juve.
Yeah, it just gets worse, doesn't it? It just gets worse and worse.
Dad, you get a point for knocking him out, but you don't get a point for beating him because you drew in both legs.
Wow.
So no points distributed between the two of you there. Well, that was while I was knocking out Copenhagen. So quarterfinal by Atalanta. Again, I think that's 2 seasons in a row Atalanta have cost you in the Coppa Italia.
They got to the final, so unlucky there. You could,
Yeah, you could have been a Milan final. Yeah. Juventus, so Dad, let's have a look at your competitions. Quarterfinal by Barcelona, semi-final by Atalanta. They are disrupting us, or disrupting you guys anyway, massively in the league and cup this season. Fair play to them. I'm a big fan of Atalanta. Is it still Gasperini? Yeah, it's still Gasperini. They got Scalvini there as well. Okay, now quarterfinal by Barcelona. It was a 5-3 loss. You were up 3-2 in the first leg. Yeah, I knocked out Newcastle there. Liverpool knocked out Real Madrid, which might have done me a favour. That's when I beat Barcelona and they beat Bayern Munich before facing me in the final, where I picked up that win there. Now, Dad, at Juve, 20 goals from Vlahovic. Not a lot. Rooney Badji had a good season, though.
That's a good season from Badji, yeah, I must admit. I'm happy with that. I'm not happy with 20 goals from my main striker now. I'm not happy.
No, Gonzalez got 15 with 8 assists. That's not too bad. In terms of the transfer budget,
the change coming, I think.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
£60 million. Again, it's a bit of a big budget.
It's a good budget for the Italian league, I think. So.
Yeah, you just need to remember that non-EU rule.
I've done well so far, haven't I?
Yeah.
I've been keeping it
so far, so good.
I've been keeping an eye on that.
Non-EU rule always
costs you at some point. Stinger, didn't you? That didn't work, mate, I tell you.
All right, Stinger, you've got... I mean, your top scorer is actually out on loan, and it's Dad's player.
Yeah.
And both seasons so far, he's been telling you to use him. Is Esposito with 25 goals.
He might have to come and have a little play next season, I think, because the rest of the team are just not doing it. I mean, what a drop from last season.
14 goals from Lautaro Martinez is poor from his standards, and look how good he is as well.
Yeah. Him and Esposito up the front, mate. I tell you, there's a lethal.
Yeah, what would you do with Thuram, though? That's the question.
These are all things going through my head.
Transfer budget, Stinger, you've got 72 million.
Yeah, I might have to use it this time. I might have to have a little look around and back up this team a bit, especially if I'm going to play them to death like I did last time. That might not be the right technique.
Yeah, I think that might have been a bit of a mistake there. Let's have a look at my goals. We've got 26. I've also got a player out on loan who scored more goals. That's Colombo. Lorenzo Colombo, who was actually in our league at Lazio. So he's done really well.
Yeah.
Alvaro Morata got 20 goals. Malik Tau actually got 18. Rafael Leao got 15. Di Maria, as we mentioned, might be his final year. He is actually retiring. 13 goals and 26 assists. It's phenomenal. And Pulisic got 22 as well. I don't know where they're getting them because they're just coming off the bench and getting obscene amounts of assists. The transfer budget that I've got, though, is only 37 million. That's a bit disappointing. I've won the Champions League,
We would have more than that.
the treble, and the domestic double the season before, and I've only got 37 million. I know they got financial troubles, but hey, there we
Next
go.
season's only going to be 10 million, so...
Well, yeah, at the minute. All right, then. Let's have a look at the points after the first couple of seasons. Season 2 points are Omega Luke with 15 and Dad with 4. Stinger with 0, meaning the total points are now Omega Luke with 23, Dad with 11, and Stinger with 2. All right, season number 3 then. Let's start off with the transfers that I made at AC Milan, because a couple of players have left, including Chuck Woozy, who gave me £23 million. Also, a couple of players left on loan. That gave me a little bit more of a budget as well. And I think I spent quite well, considering only one player was actually bought for any money, because Nelson Semedo come in as a good backup right back on a free transfer. He's only 31. Dominic Calvert-Lewin came in as a striker, and I'm unsure whether he's going to start or Morata's going to start, and kind of just let him fight it out. But they might not start at all, because Diogo Jota has also joined from Liverpool. That's who I spent money on, £63 million as well. Maybe I've overspent, we'll have to see. But tactically, I haven't changed it at all, and my best 11 pick does stick Morata in there. None of the new signings actually go into the side, and my best right back is out on loan. So I don't know what that tells you about the signings that I made, or how this season's going to play out, whether it's going to be very much the same scenario. But let's have a look at Stinger's transfers this season. £7 million out, but £101 million on the ins.
That's pressure straight away, isn't it? That is a lot of money, and not all of them are going to start. So first off is Malo Gusto, because I needed good cover for Dumfries, especially with my method of locking everyone in. If they get injured, at least someone can jump in. So Gusto in from Chelsea. Then we've got the big signing for centre-back of Christian Mosquera at Valencia. He's only 21. He's an absolute unit of a central defender. Can play full-back as well, but he'll be playing centre-back because I've changed formation slightly. And we've got a new goalkeeper again from Chelsea in Jorgensen. Sommer's getting on a bit, so I wanted someone good enough to jump in if Sommer does fall off a cliff ability-wise, because he's about 36, 37 now.
What about the tactic, mate? You've changed.
Yeah, I have. Going off old Inter managers again, well, current Inter managers, we've gone Inzaghi inspired, where he uses his floating centre-backs to really bomb up that pitch. So we're going to have Pavard on one side, Bastoni on the other as wide centre-backs on attack. And they're going to combine with complete wing-backs. So I took to heart last season where we only scored 50. And believe it or not, last season we got 9 0-0 draws. That's not happening this season. That's not happening. We've got 3 at the back. We've got 3 roaming midfielders. All playmakers. People are looking at this now thinking, what are you doing? But there is method to this madness, I hope. And then we've got the 2 up front. And yes, I am locking in 10 out of 11 again. I'm going to prove you 2 wrong and me right, honestly.
Wow. All right, fair enough. Dad shook his head when the 3 playmakers were on there, and I was thinking, you can't talk. You were always sticking more than 1 playmaker in, but 3 is in there. I mean, I do love the wide centre-backs on attack with complete wing-backs, because the overloads are crazy. But yeah, defensively, I don't know how you're going to cope. We'll have to soon find out. Who cares about defence, though, when you're scoring loads of goals? Dad, talk to us. Your transfers this season. You had a decent budget.
Yeah.
£20 million went out in Keenan Yildiz, which I think is way too low. I think he's really good. I wouldn't have sold him for that amount. Ricardo Horta replaced him, who's 30, and you spent more money on him, and he plays the same.
I've only got 2 seasons ago, so I'm taking a chance. Yeah, I know, but I think he's a little bit better, so hopefully. And he can play right across the front line as well. So.
And Geertruida is the other signing.
I mean, this is one of those signings where you just got 3 or 4 positions covered. I mean, he plays the whole of the defence and the whole of the midfield. So he's a good player to get in. 25. He might not start the season, but he will definitely do some part of the season for me in whatever position they want him to play in.
Yeah. Now you didn't change tactic, but you changed roles.
Changed a couple of roles. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm sort of sticking with it at the moment. I've got a little bit better as each season went past so far. So fingers crossed I can get a little bit closer to you.
Yeah, I mean, Rooney Bajie and Nicolas Gonçalves on that right-hand side. Yeah. Kind of trading places around. Let's start with your schedule then. You're 3rd in the league so far. We've played 3 games in total. You've won all 3.
I mean, the one I'm more happy with is the last one, the Lazio 1-0 away. So I'm pleased with that result, really. Torino. Yeah, it's
against the rivals.
Yeah, so it's a good result. But yeah, the Lazio is the one I'm sort of more pleased with, really. And I've got you in the next game.
Yeah, exactly. Champions League fixtures. You've got Barcelona away to kick things off. You're going to go to hell with Galatasaray. There's some tricky fixtures in there. Dortmund as well. some hard games.
Yeah, it's going to be alright. It's touch and go, I think. But I'd like to think I'll get through the next to the knockout stages.
All right, over to Stinger's fixtures then so far at the start. Again,
Stinger I got next round, isn't it?
4 wins out of 4. So you've played a game extra than Dad, and you've won it as well. Only conceded 1 goal so far.
This is the method, right? Because we had 9, have I mentioned this before? 9 0-0 draws last season. So we're going this attacking to take advantage of other teams. And we're doing it so far. 4-0, 2-0, 3-1, 4-0. Things are looking pretty promising so far.
Very good start. Champions League fixtures. We got to play each other.
Yes.
So there's 3 Milan derbies at least with some Champions League fixtures. You've also got Liverpool at home.
Yeah.
Other than those 2 games, though, I wouldn't say there's anybody big that you've got to really play.
No, I'm looking forward to taking you on again because I need to redeem some points here because at the minute I am embarrassing myself again. So the more times I can play you and beat you, the better.
More games against each other, more points. Let's have a look at my final fixtures then. I'm second because, again, I've also won all the games that I've played. So Stinger is ahead because he's played 1 game more, but all 3 of us have won all of our games at the start of the season. Fiorentina, Hellas Verona, and Salernitana. I also beat Bologna in the Super Cup. Fair play to Bologna. They had a good league campaign. They also won the Europa League. Beat them 4-0 in that Super Cup, though. Let's have a look at my Champions League fixtures. You can already see Manchester City there at the start. Then Inter. I mean, what a start. PSG. Then PSG away. Ooh, there's some tough ones in there.
Newcastle's not going to be an easy game.
No, I mean I am the current holder of the Champions League. I don't know whether I'm even going to get through the top 8 here with these fixtures. We'll have to find out. But yeah, all right. Season number 3 then. I've taken a bit of a step ahead of the other 2 boys. Can they catch me up? Let's find out. Well, season number 3, and it's 3 Serie A's in a row for Omega Luke. Boys, Sassuolo this time's ahead of you. What is going on?
Don't know.
Fair play. 4th and 5th.
I'm the only good thing about it. I'll give you. Here it comes. A naughty number again.
69 points for Dad.
I'm disappointed with that. Really big disappointed.
I don't know what to say. I mean, after that start as well, what has happened?
Lost 9 games in total, Stinger. There's a lot of games there where you haven't scored a goal. 8.
The best thing about this is how cocky I was at the way we started the season.
At least you only had 2 0-0s, mate.
Well, every cloud.
Now, looking at it, you had 71 points, so 75 Sassuolo, 4 points ahead of you there. Napoli was 83. They had a good season. 96. I lost 2 games, only conceded 13 goals.
I mean,
Napoli scored 3 of them.
Fair play to you, fair play.
You did beat me.
That's all that matters.
So you get a point there, Stinger, for beating me. Napoli was the other team that managed to do so. I drew the other games, which was 1 against Dad. So I did beat you in 1 game. I beat Dad in the other as well. So there's points. So a lot of points shared are out there. But 13 goals and scoring 113, by the way.
We're nowhere near you. Different league completely.
Absolutely. There's 3 at the back. I haven't changed it as well since season number 1. It's doing well. This is with Alvaro Morata up front, guys. Like, come on. Top scorer, Vlahovic with 20. Rafael Leao picking up from his bad season last year, getting 19 goals. Morata there with 16. But Omega's in the league. Ooh, he's good. Yeah. Up front with Lukaku. No wonder why Napoli did quite well. Yeah. Average rating was dominated by AC Milan players. Mike Maignan, 26 clean sheets. Is absolutely mental.
Yeah, so you only conceded in 12 games.
Yeah, that is insane. Now, the pass positions, once I got up to the top, I pretty much stayed there. Sting, you dropped off after those 4 games by the looks of it.
Yeah, I just had a look at my schedule, and the end of the season is not pretty, so I really need to start copying you lot and not letting my entire team do the work.
You say that again. We did warn you, I'll be honest. Team overview. Now, most goals, AC Milan with 113, fewest conceded 13, we know. Most clean sheets with 26. You had the most dribbles, Stinger, so that was quite good. Dad's not featuring at all on there, but he's second in quite a lot of the things. Let's have a look though. AC Milan, did I retain the Champions League? No, and I didn't win the Coppa Italia either, or the Super Cup, which Inter Milan knocked me out, so there are some points being won here. Champions League round of 16 by PSG. We won't go and click and see because it might ruin other competition pages, but let's have a look at Dad's on Juventus. Not winning a thing either. PSG knocked you out of the Champions League too.
Yeah.
Coppa Italia by Lazio in the quarterfinal. You did win the Super Cup, which meant you beat Stinger in the final there 4-2, so that's a point for you. Don't get anything for winning it, but the Coppa Italia is there to be won. The Champions League is there to be won. Has Stinger won one? He's got the Coppa Italia. Well done, mate.
Yes! Feel good, because I was embarrassing myself until then, so we're back.
4-2 win against Napoli in the final. Quarter-final by Real Madrid, so that's not too bad, really. Both reaching the quarter-final. The winner was actually Real Madrid, who beat PSG in that final there, so not too bad. Let's have a look then at the league phase of the Champions League. We are all in the top 24, but not in the top 8. Stinger finished highest with 2 losses to Liverpool and Leipzig. That's not good for me. Marseille and Salzburg, and you won 4, beating Milan, so you get yourself another point there. Now, Juve won 4, didn't concede a goal on them either, Dad. Drew to Celtic, who of course has quite a lot of problems. Lost when you went to hell in Galatasaray. I lost 2, 1 was obviously to Inter and Newcastle. Drew 3 games, drew against PSG there, and won 3, beat Man City in one of the games. That's not too bad. Okay, let's have a look then. We're on Stinger at your goals this season. Martinez got 25, Thuram got 20.
Yep, it's the threat of Esposito, see, they've arrived, finally got going, but the rest of the team is, not much contributions going on.
No, not so much. Transfer budget-wise, you've got £57 million to spend next season, so that's, again, quite a good amount in the Serie A to bring in new players. Dad, you got Vlahovic with 31 goals there. Gonzalez. I keep calling Gonzalez. It's Gonzalez. He's got 12 goals. Probably get loads of comments about that. Pronunciations. Rooney Barge, you got 12 assists. He had a good season.
Him to score a few more goals. I think that's what sort of let him down there a little bit. Yeah. So.
But then he's been chopping and changing with the other 2 players. He's played enough games still to have a good season. And then let's see your transfer budget, 98. I don't know where they're getting this money from, because you ain't winning anything. But they're giving you enough to do damage.
I'll take that.
Oh, of course you will. Yeah, I'm sure you are. Because I bet I've just won the league again. They're going to give me absolutely peanuts. 21 goals from Rafael Leao. He's my top scorer. Morata might be the last year I used Morata, to be honest. 17 goals. Pulisic with 16 and 16 is decent. Jonathan Tah got a good amount. Kamada was out on loan. How well has he developed? That's interesting. We know he can be very good. He's still only 18, though. Hernandez got 19 assists, which is great as well. Transfer budget, 52 million. It's not as bad as what I thought it could be.
You've got a big wage budget as well.
Yeah, the wage budget does bump it up, I'd say, to probably about 66. But yeah, not amazing. We'll have to see what I bring in with that. But let's count up the points then of season number 3. So season 3, Omega Luke got 6 points. Dad got 2 and Stinger got 6, meaning the total points now are Omega Luke with 29, Dad with 13 and Stinger with 8. Season number 4 then. Let's have a look, Stinger, at your transfers, because you had a busy window. 9 million out, 135 in.
Yeah, this is a big window, but a lot of it is backup again. But I think people can see me coming and just making me overpay. But I did get a few freebies in Prince and in from Dortmund to cover DiMarco and Samadzik to cover everywhere, basically. His technicals are outrageous and he can shoot from anywhere. He's got long shots for 16, which we might need. Backup goalkeeper in Skorupski from Bologna, and then the big signing in Michael Elise, because I've got an idea where I want to play him, from Bayern Munich. And a guy I bought at the same time as Elise, in case I didn't get Elise across the line, is Lovro Mayer, mostly because of his crossing and corner ability. I'm trying to mimic DiMarco in other areas of the pitch. And speaking of DiMarco, a late move for Pervis Estupiñán from Brighton, just because DiMarco has played about 500 games in 2 seasons, so he needs a bit of a rest now and again.
Well, that's no fault of your own, though, is it, right?
Absolutely none my fault. It's all the assistant manager.
Let's have a look at tactically. How are you setting up this season?
Shock horror, we've changed again. I'm not panicking or anything, honestly. So we've got 4-2-3-1, inspired by Hansi Flick this time. He's having a bit of an up and down time at Barca, so maybe I should have rethought this, but a bit of a classic 4-2-3-1. Wing-backs are going to get super high. A new role for Lautaro Martinez. I'm going to retrain him while we play, so that's a bit of a risk. In just behind, don't know if you've heard of this guy up front called Esposito. He's going to have a go this season up front.
Never heard of him.
No.
Good young talent, trust.
And he's playing him as deep line forward as well.
That's disgusting.
Listen, I've got a save ongoing at the minute.
Him and Martinez have been running into each other.
No, listen. I've got a save ongoing at the minute. Esposito is perfect at that role, and he's going to score at least 30 this season. Bookmark it.
All right, okay.
I mean, when I got the 3 up front eventually, that's where I did play him. So yeah, he is. I feel that he is a good that position.
Exactly. And one more thing, I am learning from you two. Instead of locking 10 players in now, I've locked in 8.
Just the 8.
Because last season, I had a look at my squad view and they'd all played nearly 60 matches, so...
No.
Well, don't worry, mate. By season number 10 of this 5-year rebuild we're going to do, you might have... might nail it.
I'm learning.
Just only get one player in.
I'm learning from the Jedis, what can I say?
All right, Dad, let's have a look at your season then. £116 million on the ins, 2 free transfers, 1 being Rabiot, bringing him back to Juve.
I've just gone mainly for the strength of the team like I do. When I get quite a bit of money, I go what I call the spine of the team, don't I? And I've done it this season. It's 1 striker, 1 centre midfielder, 1 centre back, and 1 goalkeeper. So I feel that I've strengthened the whole team here, or the whole squad definitely, and possibly my starting lineup.
Okay, so you've even got a left back in there for £19 million.
Good young lad, good for the future. Might lock him in, I might
and
not.
you have indeed locked him in.
Yeah, I took a little sort of thing off Stinger, really, of locking players in. So I've locked.
Oh, that's worked really well for you both.
So yeah, I'm quite happy. I've changed the formation, so I got the 2 up front that I wanted to play up front. So yeah, and I'm keeping the wingers up high, which is still a bit of a gamble. I think it's mainly because they play better in those positions, really. So yeah, I'm going for this sort of formation now with the 2 players locked in.
Okay, well, let's have a look at my transfer window, the final one. 176 million. We all spent a lot of money, but that's because I sold £66 million Diogo Jota after 1 season I think he had with me. Played 35 games, but only 27 starts, did not do very well, and got more money for him. So, God only knows. Thank the Lord for Saudi Arabia on Football Manager, am I right? They might be ruining the game in real life, but I love it on the game. Now, Noah Okafor also left for 21 million, so again, that gave me a good amount. And thank the Lord for Saudi Arabia again, because they could never keep players past their contracts. Ruben Neves joined from Al Hilal on a free transfer. Really good player, and he's only 29, so fantastic player in that DM role. Then I spent big. Now, where's your I guess method is to buy a few players in multiple positions around that 40 to 50 million pound mark. I've decided to go for the 1 player in the 2 positions that I need. 85 million for João Pedro, and then I thought I can afford another one. That's the reason why I sold a few players, as you can see here, and I bought in Scalvini. We've seen how well Atalanta have been doing. He's been good in their little pursuit of causing you 2 trouble, so I'm hoping that stays that way again. Tactically, not locking anyone in, but this is my strongest 11, as you can see. João Pedro goes up front, Leal on the left, Pulisic on the right, Scalvini goes into that ball-playing defender on cover, so I'm really happy with that, and Neves goes in as well. So my 3 players that I've just brought in all go into the starting 11, so that's really good. Let's look at the schedule, because we started off and I've dropped points, although I picked up a point because I have beaten Stinger. Got a bit of revenge on you there, mate, after the couple of wins that you got off me last season. Yeah. So a 0-0 draw after that against Monza. So God only knows how I haven't scored against them there. And then a 3-0 against Sassuolo. So it's been a good start. Champions League fixtures that I've got here: Benfica, Liverpool at home again, Newcastle. I think that's twice I've got both of those 2 games in the Champions League. Let's have a look at yours, Dad, before we take a look at Stingers there. You've dropped points to Sassuolo. Of course, they finished above you last season.
Yeah, disappointed with that.
You were 1-0 up. Noah Okafor scored against you. My plan is working already. Monza, though, you beat them 3-0 after I failed to beat them, and Salernitana 2-1. You're in the Europa League.
Not a great start. Yeah, I'm hoping for a few good points out of this league again.
Yeah,
so.
well, it's already picked up a trophy there already. Yeah. Manchester United, Genk, Celtic. Really, no. To be fair, no, I can't even defend them. No, definitely not. Stinger, let's have a look at your schedule, mate. How has this been played out? You lost, of course, that first game of the season, but 2 wins after that, again, against 2 really tricky opponents.
Yeah, that one against Napoli is the one I'm looking at now. It looks good. We created a load of chances. So, yeah, I'm happy. And Esposito scored as well. So, there you go.
All right, Champions League fixtures. Do you fancy your chances here? Liverpool away to kick things off. Real Madrid at home.
Looks tricky, but once them fixtures are out the way, we've got the likes of Hajduk Split. Oh, Napoli are in there again. But it seems like I've got their number. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Your first 3 fixtures, get them out of the way, and you should be all right, mate, shouldn't you?
Yeah, Basel, Hajduk, Leipzig could be tricky, but yeah, we should be all right.
All right, then, season number 4. Let's see what happens. All right, season number 4. At least you guys are closer this time round.
still got another Serie A to my name. 4 in a row now.
Mate, we got to try and do something here.
This is getting a bit ridiculous.
I only lost 2 and only conceded 14, which is 1 goal more than last season. Now, I scored way more last season, 113. Only 79 this time round, but defensively still incredible. Lost 2 games. One of them, of course, was that first game of the season.
Yeah.
So I'm really pleased with that. 7 losses in total for you, Stinger. 1 against each of us there. And 8 losses for Dad. 1 against each. So we did draw against each other. Not too bad for you guys, but still some way off.
I mean, we all drew the same amount of games, 6, so that's quite good, really. So down to the defence, innit? Your defence is a lot better than ours at the moment.
At the minute, yeah. Past positions, if we're looking at that, it was me and Stinger fighting for the title at one point, mid-season.
Yeah.
I think I just pulled it away there. You must have had a bad sort of February, March, by the looks of it.
And I think
dropping points there in March and February.
Yeah, I think I know why.
Oh, your players are tired?
No. My key player, like, this is where I think there's a conspiracy going on, because all pre-season Luke did was praise Saudi, right? In January, Marcus Thuram leaves to Saudi. Now, at that point, for me, he was absolutely flying with 13 in 18 from inside forward, with an average rating of 7.49, and he's gone for the almighty dollar. And after that, that's when we fall to second. So I call conspiracy.
Oh, you can write it, could you? At least it ain't Villa. They've been quite quiet this video.
I've
But
seen him
there we
at all,
go.
yeah.
I know, yeah.
Disappointed, really. They've let me
Yeah.
down.
Let's have a look at the goals. Vlahovic takes home the golden boot. None of our players are up there. Maybe Thuram might have been up there if he stayed. Because he had the highest average rating still across the season after only playing until January. And he was 3rd in the player of the matches with 5.
I mean, stick the knife in.
Yeah, I will. It could have been great for you. Mike Mannion with 25 clean sheets. That's outstanding. Trubin there with 18. Jorgensen with 14. Team overview. Most goals were scored by Stingers. Inter Milan with 83. Milan with 79. 72 for Juve. After that, I conceded the fewest with 14. Less than half, sorry. Then Stingers 29 and most clean sheets with 26 there. We're on AC Milan. Competitions. Coppa Italia winners. Get in another domestic double against Juve. Oh my god. 5-0 winners.
That's embarrassing.
Oh.
Embarrassing, that is.
You need Esposito up
Can't
front.
blame Saudi Arabia for that one.
That goes a shot. I was really pleased with my defence. I thought I had a good defence, you know.
Yeah, they were cracking on the day. João Pedro got himself a hat-trick in 41 minutes. Rafael Leao. I mean, I was 5-0 up at half-time. Felt sorry for you and took my foot off the pedal there. You might have picked up some points from knocking Stinger out along the way. We'll have to soon find out. I did also win the Super Cup. I beat Inter in the final, so that's 1 point there. We didn't play against Juve, who didn't make it this season. All right, Dad, let's have a look. How far did you get in the other competitions? Of course, you're in the Europa League as well. Quarter-finals by Sporting. Ooh, that's come back to haunt you. Stealing a couple of their players along the way, and they've come back and knocked you out of the Europa League. We can have a look at this, because obviously me and Stinger weren't in it. Rennes got knocked out as well. Good old Rats. Quarter-final exit. Man United went on to win it. As you said, they were easy, weren't they, in the league phase?
Yeah, did I play against them in the league phase? I was top of the group.
Yeah, you did beat them. But I would rather win the trophy and pick up a loss in the league phase than go in 8 out of 8. So you went into the round of 16, beat AZ Alkmaar, and that's when you failed to beat Sporting in the quarter-final. All right, over to Stinger. Competitions, maybe he's won a Champions League. Esposito's top scorer. Quarter-final by Barcelona. Fiorentina again have knocked you out of the Coppa Italia.
So these quarterfinals all take place in the second half of the season, where I am Thuramless. Otherwise, we would have definitely won a treble here.
Fiorentina are the Aston Villa of the Serie A.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Al Hilal are the Aston Villa of Saudi Arabia for stealing Thuram.
I mean, Fiorentina play in a very similar type of kit in the colour-wise. They play in a claret/purple. It's nowhere near
That's
purple.
a reach. That's a reach.
Yeah, it is a reach, but I'm going with it because they've knocked you out 3 times the Coppa Italia, and I like the link. Let's have a look at your goals. I see Michael Elise's done very well in terms across the whole season. Got 7.2 average rating. Most goals Esposito, 22.
I'll say no more. Rest my case, Stinger.
I'm dropping in next season out of principle.
Martinez got 18 as well. Elise got 14 and 12. That's not too bad. Let's have a look at the transfer budget for you next year. You're still still getting money. I mean, £18 million with a very good wage budget to spend next season.
Yeah.
Got to be happy with that.
Come on, mate. We've got to stop him from winning the league the last season.
Yeah, well, my board can see what's happening here.
All right, we'll see. Dad, Vlahovic with 32 goals, 18 and 12 for
So listen, mate,
Horta.
you haven't let me down. The 5 seasons have been there, really, so I'm quite happy with that, really.
Skamaka was
yeah,
17.
that was a good first season. 17 goals, only 3 assists, so they're not passing each other. That's the only thing I can see there.
Locked in Rooney Baji, he's done all right. Development-wise, isn't amazing compared to what he did for you at Benfica, but still good amount.
Yeah.
Rafa, who you also locked in, are you happy with that bit development
Yes, a lot. Yeah, I'm pleased with that. So he'll definitely be playing there next season, I think.
there? Okay, transfer budget 77 million, very similar to Stinger's budget, which leaves the AC Milan. Let's see, 25 goals from Dominic Calvert-Lewin this season.
Big surprise.
Yeah, he weren't playing there last year. 15 for Rafa Leao, 14 for João Pedro. Looks like he was playing on the right and left quite a lot of the time. Pulisic still played a good amount though. Thiago Hernandez did well. All right, Kamada with 12 goals in 30 appearances again at Genoa in the Serie A. So.
Again,
Oh, I am tempted to use him in the final year. Transfer budget, I got £53 million. But let's have a look at the points. Okay, season 4 points are Omega Luke with 11, Dad with 1, and Stinger with 2, meaning the total points are now Omega Luke with 40, Dad with 14, and Stinger with 10. All right, Dad, let's start with your transfer window. Just 3 players in, but £97 million spent.
Where you were telling me to concentrate on 1 or 2 players rather than squad players.
It's about time.
So I've bought 2 good players here for a lot of money, and this guy here for free, which I think is such a good free signing as well. And probably, well, I know I'm going to change my tactic just because of these free signings I've got in. So I've got a really good centre midfielder, really good striker, and a really good winger come midfield winger type thing. So that's giving you a clue where I'm going.
Yeah, let's have a look. We're going for a 4-3-3 with wide wingers. Wow.
Yeah, I've played the wingers out wide, further up the field because I've got 3 attackers this time. I'm going to drop them back into the midfield playing as wingers. So on support with a strong midfielder in the middle there. I'm going to go for it.
Okay, so Rooney Baji locked in on that right-hand side because Gonzalez goes in there.
Yeah.
Of course, you've got you've got incredible amounts of good centre midfielders who now don't have a position to go in. Milinkovic, Savic, Thuram, Polina.
I wanted to get 3 up front. I've got 3 really what I would class as world strikers there now. So I've got to stop you from winning the league, mate. I've got to do it somehow, so I'm going for you. And what I would class as 3 good midfielders, really. Okay,
let's have a look at Stinger's transfers going into this season then. £131 million spent.
They like giving me money, don't they?
Yeah, free transfer and 3 signings.
Yeah, pretty elite free transfer, I think, stolen from Napoli and Raspadori. I don't think he'll start, but he can cover every forward position going. And then I've gone for big time pace out wide. Trying to replace Thuram. I don't know if you'd heard, but Saudi stole Thuram. Savinho from City. Spent a lot of money on him, but I do have a non-EU slot, so he jumps in. And Amad Diallo. So they might end up competing for the same place, but that's good. And a little central midfielder in from Roma as well. Bove, class, can play either defensive midfield or centre mid. He might not get in, but some good cover.
And tactically,
staying the same. I'm not normally a 4-2-3-1 in-your-face pressing type of guy, but I need to do something to stop you winning the league and hopefully score goals against you. So we're going with that again.
Yeah, a couple of player roles that I've noticed you switched around there. The DLF going to a centre forward.
Yes, sorry. So we've got a complete forward in, and we're only locking in. You ready, guys? 1, 2, 4, 7 this time with 4. So I wanted the striker positions in the attacking midfield to stay fresh. So we're going to rotate them to an inside forward, more creative on the right side with an inverted winger because Elise has been flying out there. And then we're going to rotate the strikers and hopefully they can come up with the goals between them.
I'm telling you, mate, season number 10, you'll be unbelievable in this.
I'm learning.
All right, let's have a look at my transfer window and see what I've done in this final year. £179 million, and I've sold a few players as well. The likes of Yunus Munster's gone out. Colombo's gone. Emerson Royale somehow stayed 4 seasons in my team. I don't know how either. But that has allowed me to spend quite a bit of money. Pedro Porro being a good signing on that right-hand side. Probably the one position I haven't replaced since the beginning. I think he's probably the go-to guy for wing-backs that I could get. It's a shame he plays for Spurs, really. Casuno from Atalanta, though. Every time they get a good player, I steal him, and he costs me a fortune.
For us, too. It makes them a little bit weaker for us.
No, look at you trying to think about runners-up.
That is grasping at straws, that. Come on.
Casuno comes in. He's only 26. A very quick and strong centre-back. Goes alongside his buddy Scalvini, of course, at centre-back there. I've got a really good defence now. Well, they were good anyway, but don't touch the front three. Let's see how they play out. Schedule. Played a lot of games. Haven't played either of you two yet. Played 5, won 5. Even beat Parma 7-1 in there. I am conceding more goals, though, which is a bit alarming, but still picking up the wins. In the Champions League, I've got Bayern Munich and Dortmund to kick things off. Leipzig as well, so 3 German sides. Arsenal and Inter Milan again. So me and Stinger are clashing in the Champions League for a second time there. Let's have a look at Stinger's schedule at the start of the season. Picked up a loss against Napoli.
Yeah.
1-3.
Tricky away game, but I'm a bit disappointed, especially because the game before that we smashed 7 past Parma. So yeah, we might be a bit leaky going back, but we'll see.
And in the Champions League, of course, you've got myself, but you've also got Rennes in there, so I hope you actually win that one. Real Madrid away from home, though, in the second fixture is going to be tough. Got both Madrid games away, back-to-back.
Rough. That's kind of rough, isn't it? Both of those two back-to-back away. So I've got an absolute guaranteed 3 points against AC Milan in that league campaign, so that's all right. So we should be okay.
I like the talk, but can you walk the walk? Let's see Dad's schedule then at the start of the season. Drop points to Torino, but 1 against Genoa, Empoli and
At the beginning of
Parma.
the season, I would give him an hammer and they'll take points off me in it. So.
Generally think you've played him at the start every single season.
I'll tell you what I have noticed there is Parma took a hammering off all 3 of us.
Yeah, they've got to be bottom of the league, surely. They aren't. They've won 1 game, that's why. But they do have a minus 17 goal difference. Played all 3 of us.
Well, you two put 7 past them and I put 5.
Yeah, so there we go. Champions League, you got Chelsea in there, Dad. Where's Champions League? There we go. Chelsea's in there, Man City. You've also got Rennes, so that's 2 games I hope we both win.
Game as well, so yeah, it's going to be difficult for me, but I think I'll scrape through.
All right then. A lot of hope going into season number 5. Talking about runners up.
I'm concentrating on the league. I'm going to win the league. I've got to.
All right, season number 5 then. Let's see what happens. All right, season number 5. Dad, you've picked up a title.
Do you know what I'm gutted about? I was going to play 3 up front in the 3rd season and I didn't do it. Bowled it and gone to it and won.
God, you beat me by a point.
Yeah, but I did lose my last 2 games, so I was quite far ahead of it. So I nearly chucked it away.
You did, to be fair. Inter Milan's up there as well, 85. That's the closest we have been as a 3 in that final season.
Anybody and no one else was near us. Like,
no.
Beyond Stinger, so
that's it.
Yeah.
Dad, you lost 5 games in total, both against AC Milan, so I pick up a couple of points straight away there.
3 against me each time.
I lost 4, didn't lose against you guys. I did lose against Parma though. That's also quite alarming. After they finish in 7th with a minus 10 goal difference.
How did they recover from that?
I don't know. Stinger lost 7 games. He lost both times against you, Dad, and 1 against me there. We actually did quite well. Both of your guys' goals is quite high. Dad got 128. You got 102 there, but you only conceded 36. Stinger, your goal difference was quite good considering you lost quite a few games there. 7 games. Your goal difference isn't too bad really. In terms of the past positions, was it chop and change? Oh, we were all up there at some point.
That could have gone any way.
Yeah, it could have. Yeah, you and Stinger were actually fighting for the title for quite a lot.
Yeah.
I was like kind of out the picture halfway through the season, if you're looking at that, maybe in terms of the title race, but I never actually took top spot off of any of you guys again. Okay, profile of the league. Wow, that is dominated by Juve. Vlahovic and Scamacca with the most goals. Lautaro Martinez there breaking it up from being a 3-peat in terms of Retegui getting 20 as well. Lois Openda is at Atalanta, so if I went another season, that would have been my signing.
Yeah.
All right, that's who I would have gone for, just to let you know. Di Ketelere is also there as well. I might have gone for him, but Vlahovic and Scamacca is also the highest average rating. Jorgensen of Inter Milan with the most clean sheets with 20. Vlahovic with 9. You boys booked your ideas up in season number 5. I still have the fewest conceded, but Stinger had the most clean sheets this time around with 1 more. And then most goals, Dad obviously won that one with 128. Stinger came 2nd in that. So if you guys had just done this in earlier seasons, AC Milan though, let's have a look at the competitions. Did I top it off? I might not want to top it off with a title, but maybe a Champions League. No. And the Coppa Italia semi-final by Juventus. Dad knocking me out of the Coppa Italia.
I'm in the final. Is it Stinger I got in the final?
Well, I beat you in the Super Cup, so I get a point there. In the semi-final, Dad, you beat Stinger in that one, so you get a point. Let's see. Let's move over to Stinger then and see if he won any other competitions. Coppa Italia winner!
Beat me in the final, mate.
Let's go. This was starting to look bad, but it's now bad, but not as bad.
1-0 against Dad in the final. Amad Diallo, one of your new signings, picked up the win there. I do like Inter Milan's away kit this year. That yellow is stunning, I think. Really good win, that one, for stopping Dad. So each of you won a title in that final year. Round of 16 by Real Madrid in the Champions League. And Dad, your final competition, maybe a Champions League? No. Round of 16 by Liverpool. Yeah. So this is kind of, I mean, where did I get to? I can't remember if I went. Yeah, I went to the quarterfinal there with Manchester City knocking me out. You guys both in the round of 16, Liverpool and Liverpool and Real Madrid. What about in that knockout playoff round? All three of us played in it. So I beat Rangers 8-1 on aggregate. Stinger beat Sevilla 4-0. Dad, you beat Chelsea 5-3. So that was good. The league phase then. Oh, look at us all together. Just like in the league title, just in a different order, all with 13 or 14 points. I lost 2 against Bayern Munich and Leipzig. Drew to Stinger, so no points again being distributed there, so that's fine. 4 points, or 4 wins, sorry. Nice, a nice little 6-0. Stinger lost. Oh, Stinger, you lost to Rennes, mate. That is...
Did it on purpose just to annoy you because you've won everything.
Yeah. Fair enough. And then 3 losses for Dad, who didn't lose to Rennes. But you drew against them, so it made you both look silly.
Where did he finish? Oh, 17th.
17. Did they get very far? I noticed that they got, not Manchester United knocked them out. Get in. Bayern Munich went on to win that Champions League, beating Liverpool in the final there. So final time then, let's look at the goals, because Dad, whoa. Vlahovic with 38 and 26 assists. Scamacca with 34. Retegui with 26. Even Gonzalez got 23.
3 up front. They didn't let me down at all, did they?
No, I mean, Bruni Badji got you 29
I should have went
assists.
To that earlier, shouldn't I? I'm annoyed with myself now.
Yeah, I would be too. £31 million, so you made the most out of the money while it was there. Stinger did get 34 for Lautaro Martinez, 19 from Raspadori. Elise getting a good season as well, 16 and 15.
Elise is one of my best signings, I think. And it's interesting that Raspadori started that amount of matches. Don't think Savinho and Diallo got much of a... Well, Savinho, 15 matches, Diallo, a few more, but yeah, it's not bad, is it? Raspadori, one of the best free transfers you can get, I think.
That is a great signing, to be fair. Yeah. Transfer budget-wise, £25 million. This save game file will be made available on Patreon or on the channel membership page, so make sure if you want to have a look, you can see it there. And finally, AC Milan, my AC Milan side. João Pedro got me 26, 17 and 17 for Calvert-Lewin and Pavlovic. Ruben Neves got 20 assists. Pulisic got 16. Pedro Porro got 16 assists as well. Transfer budget for me was 60 million. I actually had the most there. But points. I think I've won it, but let's have a double check. And let's see who comes second. All right, season number 5 points are Omega Luke with 5, Dad with 8, and Stinger with 4. Meaning the total points are Omega Luke with 45, Dad with 22, and Stinger with 14. Guys, 45 points, 22
Stinger,
and
even
14.
With our points put together, we still didn't beat him.
This is it's a learning curve.
Well, I think locking in too many players was definitely a mistake there.
That is the big takeaway. I mean, I've been last twice now. This is like an ego destroyer, this.
Well, I'm sure you'll be back for Redemption Part 2. At some point.
This is just not fair.
But let us know down in the comments what 3 teams you want to see us take on if Stinger does come back to do another rebuild, because I think he definitely is learning. This is obviously only his second time in this format.
Talking about learning, I've definitely learned something off you from Stinger, though, which I'm glad about, really, and that's not to lock any players in.
This is it. I'll tell you this. If I finish last in the next one, you'll never see me again. I'm out of here.
Well, thank you very much for coming on again, mate.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
Really appreciate it.
My pleasure, I'd like to say, but, you know, but it was.
Well, I enjoyed it anyway. Thank you very much for coming on. Make sure you check out Stinger's channel because he's a lot better than what he's showcasing, I think, here. And his videos are very fun, very well put together, and his tactics are always fun and unique, and that's what I like about Stinger's content. So, of course, go over and check out Stinger's channel, just like you did on the last one, because I really appreciate you guys doing that and supporting. And, of course, make sure you are subscribed and help us get to that 200,000 subscriber mark by the end of next year. That would be great. That's my aim, I think, to get to that before 2025 comes to an end. But really appreciate it. On screen right now is the other 3-year rebuild we did with Stinger, as well as the full movie of Dad and I racing to the Super League. So if you haven't seen either of them, that's one I'd suggest to go and watch. Thank you very much. See you soon.